Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The Yao Mean of Revolution. U.S. admits to troops killed. We hate to hear that. We hate to hear those troops was killed, but they need to stop lying. A lot of troops was killed. Iran raised the red flag of revenge. Oh my goodness. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, I got everything y'all need right here at the House of Revolution. A lot of pain and suffering in the Middle East for puppets. Trump wants ceasefire. Iran said go to hell. There's a new Ayatollah, the nuclear Ayatollah. Oh my goodness. The nuclear Ayatollah? Just, y'all calm down. This is very bad news for Trump and NATO. Iran wants to fight. We all know that because they're blowing everything up. They say it's only the beginning. They say you can't stand the rain. It's going to rain forever. And I think that Trump is regretting what he did. He came onto the news and said that he wants to talk to the Iranians and make a deal. The Iranians say, we'll talk to you when we get ready. But for now, just war. Let's get into it. There will be no peace until pretty much there are no puppet leaders in the Middle East. U.S. ran out to the Middle East. Revolution all over the Middle East. That's just true. People told us Iran was finished when the U.S. Well, it seems like they finished. It seems like they just didn't stop.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against Governor Abbott's property tax caps, saying,
tax caps are revenue caps.
Nathan Watkins, he's reckless, and he'll leave you in his dust.
A few hours ago, Iran officially confirmed the death of Ali Khamenei. The official statement says that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed on...
The leader of the Israel Air Force has been killed. The leader of Israel's Air Force has been killed. They haven't reported that yet, but we know they're not going to report it. They might say he died of a heart attack a month from now. But the leader of the Israel Air Force has been killed. It's been so many deaths. Iran say the U.S. got about 500 they need to start reporting on.
On February 28th, as a result of a missile attack on his residence in Tehran. Against this backdrop, 40 days of mourning were declared in Iran. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that immediately after the first
Boy, Trump made a horrible mistake. Boy, these people stupid, man. These people, we got some of the stupidest leaders you ever seen in your life. I told you you should never kill the leader of a faith. He's not just the leader of Iran. He's the leader of the Shiite Islamic faith. That's a fact. They have turned that man into somebody that the Shiites will be talking about 5,000 years from now. That is a fact. You have millions of Shiite, tens of millions all over the world now ready to give their life in a holy war. The U.S. can't produce 5,000 people ready to die. That's a fact.
Reports of the death of Ali Khamenei appeared, tens of thousands of Iranian citizens took to the streets and began to demand strengthening of resistance and revenge against all enemies. Iranian citizens burned portraits of Trump and Netanyahu, promising that these terrorists would pay a heavy price for their crimes.
That's a fact. They in trouble. They in trouble. I wouldn't want to get Trump on me. They in trouble. They bodyguards.
By the way, it is worth noting that almost all world experts and analysts were very skeptical about the news of the death of Ali Khamenei. Especially considering the fact that for the past 3 months, Iran's supreme leader has practically never left his underground bunker in Tehran.
I'm the first one to report yesterday that Khomeini came out because he wanted to be a martyr. He's a man. He refused to hide. Nobody else. I reported that yesterday. Now today, in other broadcasts, they're going to tell y'all now Iran is telling people, no, they wasn't slipping. Khomeini demanded that he be able to go meet with his people. None of that hiding in no bunker. He was not going to have that stain on his name. If it's time to go, he was ready to go. they have turned that man into a hero in the eyes of the revolutionaries. He was willing to die. He could have been hiding out in the mountains like a coward. How can your people believe that you are the leader of the Shiite faith if you're hiding and you don't believe you're divinely inspired? Do you see how that go? Because he was willing to give his life, tens of millions of them people ready to die today. Trump made a big mistake.
According to them, there is a great likelihood that the Iranian authorities deliberately went to fake recognition of the death of Ali Khamenei, so that the United States and Israel would stop launching missile attacks on decision-making centers. However, on the morning of March 1st, Tehran officially announced an upcoming destructive response to aggression against Iran and the assassination of Ali Khamenei. In particular, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf, said that the time for final revenge has come, and that Iran's response would be so devastating that its enemies would be forced to beg for mercy. Furthermore, he also confirmed that Iran has sufficiently prepared for all possible scenarios, including further steps after the death of the supreme leader. This senior Iranian official claims that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have crossed all red lines, and that they will pay a heavy price for this crime.
They're already paying it.
By the way, right after that, Donald Trump advised Tehran to abandon a retaliatory attack on American and Israeli forces in the region. Otherwise, according to Trump, Iran...
Talk about Trump on social media after Iran said, we finna smack y'all like you never been smacked. Trump went on social media, if you dare try to retaliate, you're gonna... Man, them people give a damn about what you talking about. Trump needs to stop embarrassing us. You put president, don't beg now. And then he went on TV, made a fool of himself and said the Iranian leaders, they want to meet with me. I'm willing to meet. Iran said, what is this senile fool talking about? We're blowing everything up tied to you. The Arabs they have been humiliated. There is no longer, I don't even know, is it still a king of Saudi Arabia? Is it even a king of United Arab Emirates right now, bro? Because all of his ports blew up, all of the international ports, everything getting blown up in UAE, in Kuwait. They have been, Iran, and mark my word, I'm the first one to say this, Iran might start seizing some of that Arab territory. That's a fact, because Iran, let's go to war. They got the military that can invade those Arab nations. Those Arab nations can't invade Iran. Trump made a terrible mistake, bro. Iran liable to do anything right now because they militarily capable, and they proven it. You look at the news, I got the video. Nigga, they blew up whole blocks in Israel. They had to show that on the news. The first day of the war, whole blocks gone. They had to say, yes, we lost 9 lives in this one, and you lost 90 lives. Stop lying. Whole blocks is gone. People were hiding in their shelters in Israel. They want answers from Bibi Netanyahu. How are we hiding in our hardened, up-to-date bunkers, and Iran blew that up, setting the tone that there will be nowhere for you to hide.
Iran would be hit by a force that has never been seen before.
They don't want to show this on the news. All them people come outside today, they ready for war.
Radical protests are growing louder. Far-left agitators are getting bolder. Extremists are pushing.
Well, my dear friends, as you can see, the President of the United States does not disdain using terrorist methods to achieve his goals. The United States kidnaps and kills the leaders of independent countries, while violating all possible international rules. Simply put, according to the United States, if you do not agree with Washington's demands, then either you will die, or go to jail. Against this backdrop, I would like to address Vladimir Putin. Well, Mr. Putin, maybe it's time to stop being a nice guy. Mr. Putin, maybe you will also start violating international rules to achieve your goals. After the abduction of Maduro and the murder of Ali Khamenei, you have every right to start abducting.
If they can knock off Putin and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, they would enslave the world. That's what they want. They would enslave the world. Putin got to stop playing games, you know what I'm saying? Because the U.S. definitely want to assassinate this man. They want to kill him like they did Khamenei, or capture him like they did Maduro. That's a fact. That's what they want for Putin. Putin, He got to stop playing. I said this before, he got to stop just thinking about the Russian people, bro. And that's what he's been thinking about. He got to stop thinking about that. When the world looks to him, the world looks up to him as a revolutionary leader. And they going after one nation after the other who looked up to him for leadership. Him and Xi Jinping cannot sit here and let Iran do all this fighting by themselves when we're witnessing NATO not doing that in Ukraine. Serious business, bro. We want to see Russia and China because Iran went crazy the first day. They better stand strong with Iran, bro, or Putin, the U.S. liable to nuke that man, bro. That's just a fact, bro.
Abducting and killing not only representatives of the Kiev regime, but also the so-called European leaders, who do not even hide that their main goal is the weakening and collapse of the Russian Federation.
I remember when they killed Gaddafi, John McCain, may he rest in peace. No, I don't want to disrespect that dead man. I ain't true. John McCain, after Gaddafi was killed, came on TV and said, Vladimir Putin, this could be you. You could be next. He was feeling himself. This could be you. Threatened the hell out of Putin. Putin was pissed. He was no longer the president. He had let his pupil, Medvedev, become the president, and he was the prime minister or something like that. That's when he came back into power because they was threatening his life. I think 2 or 3 years later, John McCain got brain aneurysm and brain cancer and died. I absolutely believe Putin got that man killed, and that some of the Russian KG people killed John McCain for threatening Vladimir Putin with death like Gaddafi. How does he threaten Putin 3 years later? He dead of brain problems. Come on, bro. Putin killed that man.
Meanwhile, it is worth noting that on March 1st, the chief of the General Staff of the Israeli Army, Eyal Zamir, made a rather alarming statement. In particular, he officially stated that in the coming days, Israel will face not only difficult challenges, but also a large-scale, fateful, and unprecedented military campaign. Simply put, this Israeli general made it clear that the current war with Iran would be decisive, and that the citizens of Israel should be prepared for great challenges. Furthermore, the senior Israeli officer also admitted for the first time that in this war against Iran, the United States is not just helping Israel, but actually fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish state. Thus, it becomes clear that in the war against Iran, the U.S. government has put everything at stake.
No.
If the Trump
Israelis, Benjamin Netanyahu done took control of the U.S. military, and he got his hand up their ass, and he forcing them to do what the hell he wants them to do, and they're dying with the Israelis in large numbers. Like I repeat, the head of the Israeli Air Force is dead. They want to tell you about the Iranian defense minister and the head of the RGC. Cool, them people ready to die. You need to let us know about your generals and shit that's dead also. Head of the CIA leaders in the Middle East. Them people are dead, man. And the U.S. need to admit it.
Administration fails to change the current regime in Iran and deprive Tehran of its nuclear program, along with its missile arsenal, it will be a real disaster for both the United States and Israel. Meanwhile, Iran has officially confirmed the destruction of a hotel in the southern part of Bahrain's capital, Manama. The official report says that Iranian drones hit this hotel right after high-ranking U.S. Army officers, who fled from the American military base during the Iranian missile attack, arrived there. It is reported that as a result of the destruction...
The first station called that too, man, on my live. We said that, no other station was saying that. Later on, people said that. I'm not saying they got it from me. I'm saying my analysis of that was just like the rest of them people. I knew when they hit those high-rise towers, when they hit those hotels, they wasn't just aiming at beach resorts. I knew they were attacking and killing American military officials, people who were running military operations in those towers. The U.S. still ain't talking about that yet. They still ain't told us who did. It's classified information. Man, please. Iranians say it's 500 classified information individuals you need to tell us about. That's just a fact.
Destruction of the hotel, 8 high-ranking U.S. Army officers were killed.
They tell us 3 dead, 4 or 5 severely wounded, 8. These people just lie so much, man. But that's why Trump said today he's trying to stop the war. They're trying to stop this war right now. You see what I'm saying? Because they already see where it's going. And one thing I said in the beginning, the U.S. cannot stack up a bunch of deaths. The Iranians, they can, bro. They can take 100,000 dead. So the U.S. can't. Boy, you crazy? If people got out of Vietnam, about 50,000 people was killed. They said, ouch, and ran away.
Furthermore, Iran has also officially confirmed that a total of 200 American servicemen were killed and wounded during the attack on U.S. military bases in the Middle East. It is noteworthy that Middle Eastern sources also confirm this information. According to them, the evacuation of wounded and killed American servicemen is still ongoing. In addition, Iran also showed footage of the destroyed U.S. military base in Qatar. In particular, the footage clearly shows the destroyed American radar detection station, valued at $1 billion. By the way, Iran destroyed the same American radar detection station in Bahrain. It is worth noting that these expensive stations were the basis of the U.S. radar vision in the Middle East.
And they act like nobody was there.
It is noteworthy that immediately after that, Iran launched the 7th and 8th stages of Operation True Promise 4 against Israel and the United States. Against this backdrop, monitoring services began to record the launch of 40 ballistic missiles by Iran. At the moment, the air alert is sounding in almost all Israeli cities, including Jerusalem.
I seen one report. We're going to look at it. Well, the U.S. and Israel is panicking because Iran is systematically making them fire all of their anti-missile system. They're firing all the air defense missiles and older missiles, and then Iran shooting something newer, hitting the target, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they're like, damn, this is the beginning of the war. We can't defend ourselves. So what are you going to be able to do as the war carries on? And if I was Ukraine, I would right now surrender, because if they got to do this, it's nothing they're going to be able to send Ukraine. You can't send Ukraine nothing, and you're using it up over here. This is great.
Jerusalem. Furthermore, Iran has also confirmed that it has begun using its latest Fatah hypersonic missiles, capable of hitting targets at a distance of 1,500 kilometers, at a speed of Mach 15. Simply put, these latest missiles are capable of destroying not only any targets in Israel, but also easily hitting all U.S. military bases in the Arabian Peninsula.
Iran improved it already.
Meanwhile, Middle Eastern sources confirmed that Iranian missiles rained down on the Israeli city of Beit Shemesh, about 12 kilometers west of Jerusalem. As a result, the IDF command post was destroyed, as well as the base where Israeli reservists were gathered. Witnesses claim dozens of casualties among Israeli soldiers. Thus, the Iranian attack has already surpassed in scale any of those recorded during the 12-day war in 2025. And by all accounts, this is just the beginning of the biggest and bloodiest war.
On the first day, Israel got more punishment and pain than it got the whole 12-day war. Everybody is saying now Iran is living no more. Nobody think Iran bluffing no more, because everything they said they was gonna do, they done it day one. They mean business. So everything come after this is extra.
War in the Middle East.
They did target the U.S. aircraft carrier. Some people say they hit it. Some people say they didn't. You know, I don't know. It's fog of war with that situation. Iran is saying that they targeted the U.S. aircraft carrier and that they hit it. They said some troops was dead too. And today the U.S. had to admit it. Maybe tomorrow the U.S. will admit. You know, who knows what they're gonna lie and say that one ship accidentally ran into another one. Who knows? But if Iran is trying to hit their aircraft carrier, them boys in big trouble, because I thought they was wait till later. But there's something else they not showing on the news. They should show people this. Iran, they've been telling the world for years they would hit Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor. They hit that bitch today, nigga, and this was it. They could cause a nuclear fallout. Hitting that is like a nuclear explosion. They mean business. They in business. They should be showing that on TV.
According to reports today, Sunday, March 1, 2026, the nuclear power plant and Dimona reactor in southern Israel was destroyed by Fatah missiles, launched from Khyber by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Powerful footage shows thick and black smoke billowing into the sky at the Zionist nuclear facility.
That's their nuclear facility, bro. And so Iran is warning them, bitch, we will detonate all of your nuclear weapons. Iran going crazy, man. They hit it, bro. They didn't threaten to hit it. They hit it. Israel right now, Iran might target it a few more times. Nigga, them people better leave their occupied land, man. Them people in trouble.
Followed by secondary explosions in a devastating attack following the death of Iranian Supreme Leader in a joint U.S.-Israeli attack on...
That go to show you, these people, if that was in Iran, they would show you. They would show you. But that's too much for them. That would scare the world if they showed this on CNN. And people are like, what the fuck? Israel and Ukraine, Israel and Iran, U.S. said they had blew up all these type of missiles. Remember, Trump said Iran was toothless. They couldn't even fight back. They destroyed them. Who the hell doing this then?
On Saturday, the Zionist authorities have banned the distribution of these videos, but they have already circulated on social media, indicating that the Dimona nuclear facility, the so-called Negev Nuclear Research Center, located in the Negev Desert, has become the target of unprecedented Iranian retaliation. International news sources and eyewitnesses have confirmed that dozens of hypersonic missiles were fired at the heavily fortified nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
It is clear that the air defenses, considered
they can't stop the Fatah. They can't stop the Fatah missile. See, Iran fire a bunch of them old dummy missiles. The U.S. and Israel dumbass have to shoot all those expensive anti defense missiles into the air. Then Iran put one of them on their ass. They can't stop it, and then they hit exactly what it's supposed to hit.
Sophisticated by the West, were unworked well. Sirens wailed across the Negev and a massive explosion indicated that the facility was successfully hit by advanced Iranian missiles.
And I'm going to show you what's going on. Iran is doing tit for tat. If you hit our nuclear facility, now we're going to hit yours. You hit some civilian buildings, we're going to hit yours. You hit a government, why? They're going to hit government facilities. They're going to target Benjamin Netanyahu. They're going to target everything Putin not doing, Iran is doing. Putin playing nice in Ukraine. Iran not playing nice with these people.
The Israel Defense Forces has so far refused to confirm the extent of the damage and has imposed a strict media blackout, suggesting an unacceptable blow to Israel. The world's leading arms watchdog, Sweden's SIPRI, has maintained for nearly 2 years that Israel is believed to be modernizing its nuclear arsenal and appears to be upgrading its plutonium production reactor at the facility.
Much. Got the news network for y'all, but it's only one real news station. That's cool for the TV news network. That's for y'all here. Now,
of resistance.
I think they should be telling the American public that today, the Iranians, they raised the red flag of revenge into the air. We're gonna get to that. So when Trump talking about they want to make a deal, that's a lie. They raised the red flag of revenge. That is a sign to all of the followers of Shiite Islam to be ready. That's to all of the ones that's down for Shiite Islam that respect the Shiite faith. I think it's 500-600 million of them, and there's millions of them right here in America. I told you that was a big mistake, bro. Just like killing the Pope. You kill Khomeini, that's like killing the Pope. What the fuck you think the Catholics gonna want to do? You killed the head of Shiite Islam, but they want us to just believe they just killed some man. Hey, bro, you might not respect Islam or Shiite, Islam. Dude, I'm telling you what situation we're facing now because of this treachery that they done did. You got a bunch of people ready to die, and they're openly saying they're going to get their revenge, and they are terrorizing the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel and all of the Arabs are getting bullied right now in the Middle East. That's a fact. They're getting bullied. I want people to tell them how real all right, there you go. No, let's back up. Because we should have seen that on American media. We should have seen that on news today so we can research it. We can see what it is for ourselves, bro. American media if you look at they act like they dealing all the punches. They letting you know Iran doing some hitting back. Nigga, they do it. Iran taking some blows. They military headquarters getting blown up. It don't matter. That's a war. But they're raising the flag of revenge and they're telling 500 million Shiites to get ready wherever you at. It's up. Come on, man. Let us know what we facing. Holy war. That's a fact.
The Middle East has crossed the point of no return. Iran's military has officially launched Operation Truthful Promise 4, a multi-stage bombing campaign targeting U.S. bases across the Persian Gulf and Iraq. From the Harir Air Base in Erbil to the massive Al Udeid facility in Qatar, Iranian fast jets are striking the heart of American regional power. This isn't just a skirmish, it's an all-out attempt to dismantle the U.S. presence in the region. In the skies over the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. military just lost one of its most critical assets. The IRGC Aerospace Force confirmed they've shot down an advanced MQ-9 Reaper drone using a modern integrated air defense network. By taking out a $30 million surveillance platform in the middle of a hot conflict, Tehran is sending a blunt message. American high-tech dominance ends at the Iranian border. It's a sight that signals the end of diplomacy. For the first time in years, the red flag of Ya Latharat al-Hussein, the banner of unavenged blood, is flying atop the Jamkaran Mosque in Qom.
Come on, man.
In the world of Middle Eastern geopolitics, this is the ultimate mobilization order.
Pay attention.
It tells every proxy and every soldier in the axis of resistance that the time for restraint is over.
Come on, bro. When the Shiite Muslims raise the red flag of revenge, it don't come down to the martyr's blood has been revenged. I told you, Khomeini is the leader of 600 million people, bro. Our leaders are outrageously just criminals. They've put our lives in danger. Us, regular people who we don't have no problem with Iran. Well, guess what? Because of this red flag being raised high, that means the Shiites here in America, I don't want no problem against them. I'm not trying to put the government on them. I'm just saying, bro, today they have got the order to be ready to get the payback. And some of them are willing to give their life right here in America. That's a fact, bro, because they believe in what they believe. You don't have to, bro. You don't have to. You don't have to give a damn about Khomeini. They care about that man. And they not backing down. And everything ain't all good. Your pocket's finna hurt starting tomorrow when the Wall Street open and prices go sky high every fucking where this week. But prices, you just worry about that. For now, we have to watch our back because what the goddamn government done did put us in danger. You don't have to worry about a false flag when it's real.
The harsh revenge is no longer a headline. It's an active operation.
Right. We don't deserve
Panic
this,
is
bro.
spreading from Dubai to Doha.
Scary ass U.S., bro. Nigga, if Iran was Mexico, we would be getting all these missiles upside our head right now today. But since those, listen, our basis is U.S. territory. They should be telling y'all we getting attacked every fucking 10 minutes. They hitting our territory. But since it's over here, a lot of Americans are detached from what's going on. Don't think that way. They want you not to understand what's going on. The humiliation of America. We're not cowards. They're cowards. If this was a war we had to fight, we'd be ready to kick some butt and die behind it. They're not willing to die. These people don't punch some motherfucker body in the face and really don't want to fight. All of us know we done seen motherfuckers. We done seen the way you see on YouTube. You done seen a real life motherfucker bet off more than they can chew. Nigga hit somebody that just get their ass tore off the bone. That's what's happening right now, bro. Ain't no amount of acting on TV gonna fool the world from what's really taking place right now, bro. The U.S. can sit over here and act like they're not being devastated, but the world knows what's taking place, bro.
Emergency alerts are lighting up millions of smartphones as Iranian missiles and intercepted debris fall over the Gulf's most stable cities, with airports in Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE suspended and airspace completely closed. The world's most...
All those puppet motherfucking Arab nations done bought trillions of dollars worth of military equipment from the U.S. and NATO. Nigga, where it's at? Do something. Quit whining. You don't like Iran blowing all your shit up, then do something. They can't do nothing because I just told you Iran will conquer those places. Iran been wanting to conquer, liberate Bahrain. Nigga, that's 90% Shia. They've been getting ruled over by the Sunnis. Iran been waiting to make a move. Nigga, you heard it here first. They might go into Bahrain. That's a fact. Those are Shiite Muslims being ruled over. They might go into Eastern Saudi Arabia. Those are Shiite Muslims being stepped on. That's where the fucking oil at. Saudi Arabia nervous than a bitch right now. Nigga, that's a fact, bro. Because they know if the U.S. can't stop Iran, how the fuck you gonna stop them?
Critical flight paths have become a war zone. For the residents of the Gulf, the shadow war has finally come home. 27, that is the number of US and allied targets the IRGC claims are now within their crosshairs. As smoke rises from the 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and explosions rock Abu Dhabi's Al Dhafra base, the scope of Iran's retaliation is becoming clear. Tehran is no longer aiming for symbolic hits. They are attempting to overwhelm the most sophisticated air defenses on the planet in a bid to reshape the Middle East forever.
Why?
الاتفاق في خبر خلص
Now, before we get back to the destruction, let's look at the new supreme leader. Let's look at the new leader of the Shiite faith. They have a new leader. And I got some bad news for the U.S. and Israel and whoever was fighting Iran. The new leader is the son of the old leader. Oh, Lord have mercy. You done killed this man's father, and now he in control of shit. The new leader was fighting for nuclear weapons. He disagreed with what his father was saying. The new leader, I can assure you Iran going to be nuclear in probably about 6 months. But who knows? That's probably what remember they say it's too many people on this planet. I've been telling, I warned people about this. People want nuclear war. They want everybody to die. They have been trying to build bunkers to survive shit like this. But I know if Iran get nuclear weapons, the bad thing about it is they absolutely going to want to seek revenge on the United States with nuclear weapons. You killed the religion. We didn't do it. The U.S. said they killed the Ayatollah. Boy, it's a new Ayatollah, boy, and they want revenge.
Breaking developments from Tehran. Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, emerges as Iran's new Supreme Leader.
Now, shouldn't they be saying that on the news? Am I tripping? Or shouldn't every news station in America be saying it's a new Supreme Leader? Because they're saying we killed the Supreme Leader because they want people to bask in him. We got him. We killed him. It is a new Supreme Leader. See, they want you to think Trump is talking about it's a new day. I want to talk to the new leadership. His son want to nuke you. What the hell are you lying to Americans for, bro? You ain't talking to them. They want to deal with you, bro. You killed the man who was against nukes. They put his son in power, and he's for nuclear weapons.
Long known as the shadow power behind the regime, Mojtaba controlled key IRGC appointments, intelligence operations, and his father's inner circle, shaping the nation from behind the scenes. His sudden elevation signals continuity in Iran's hardline governance amid unprecedented regional turmoil. Mojtaba Khamenei, 56, has operated quietly but decisively for decades, pulling strings in Iran's core power structures without holding formal office. He influenced presidential elections, oversaw security crackdowns, and extended Iran's reach across regional militias. Now thrust into the spotlight, he inherits a nation reeling from US-Israeli strikes, an internal uncertainty marking a critical turning point for Tehran's political and military hierarchy.
So I want y'all to think about that. The new Ayatollah is the son of the old Ayatollah. Y'all killed his father. Y'all killed his father. Trump is saying, rise up, take control of the country. The man, they have a leader. If you kill him, the next one probably gonna want to buy nukes tomorrow to start the nuclear war faster. Trump gonna go down as the worst president in U.S. history. He has put our lives in extreme danger, and they should be telling Americans it is a new Ayatollah. He's the son of the old Ayatollah, and he absolutely is seeking revenge for his father.
Analysts warn that Mojtaba's rise consolidates the Revolutionary Guard's dominance while posing new risks of internal dissent. As Iran mourns its former leader and recalibrates its defense posture, the world watches closely. Father to son, the shadow now steps into the light, redefining the future of Iran's leadership and its place in a volatile Middle East. Breaking developments from Tehran. Reports indicate that Mojtaba Khamenei, son of the late Supreme Leader, has been named as Iran's new Supreme Leader, a father-to-son transition at the apex of the Islamic Republic. If confirmed, this marks a defining moment.
Khamenei's daughter was killed. The new Supreme Leader, they killed his sister too. He pissed.
In Iran's power structure, continuity at the very top, delivered with speed and precision. Mojtaba Khamenei has long been regarded as a decisive force behind the scenes. Known for influencing key Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps appointments, overseeing sensitive intelligence operations, and managing his father's inner circle, he operated as a pivotal node in Iran's security architecture. The shadow figure now stepping into the spotlight. This succession signals stability for the system's core institutions. The security establishment remains anchored. Command channels remain intact. The transition suggests that despite external shocks, the internal power matrix has moved swiftly to consolidate authority and prevent uncertainty at the helm. The focus now shifts to formal confirmation and the constitutional process. Regional capitals are watching closely. Markets are assessing implications. allies and adversaries are recalibrating. A generational transfer of authority from father to son could define the next chapter of Iran's strategic direction in an already volatile landscape.
They trying to wipe the
By
United
March
Arab
1st, 2026, surprising videos from the
United Arab Emirates racist ass need this beating. I'm glad Iran doing this to a lot of those racist ass Arabs. They've been needing this for a long time.
United Arab Emirates had been widely circulated, showing the country falling prey to one of Iranian's most powerful retaliations, with widespread fires in high-rise buildings in the cities, like Dubai and Abu Dhabi. It is important to note that the widespread damage makes it difficult to accurately assess the details and accuracy of the information at this time. These targeting, according to Iran, serves as a deterrent to the United Arab Emirates, which has turned its country into an exporter of chaos to Iran and other countries. When other countries are turned into wastelands by the militias and support of the Emirates, it should not be surprising if the same fate befalls its source. It appears that the Iranian armed forces have assembled numerous targets in this regard. Scenes show the UAE engulfed in massive fires by Iranian drones and missiles.
The UAE helped kill Gaddafi. They helping kill blacks in Sudan. They helping colonize a lot of places in Africa. They got mercenaries up under their wing. They got military equipment. They got hundreds of billions of dollars in advanced weaponry. They need to do something about it. Saudi Arabia, I'm tired of hearing them talk. Iran been bombing their territory. They need to do something fucking about it. And don't be running to Pakistan, because that's what they want. They want Pakistan to fight Iran. Man, fuck that shit. They need to fight for themselves.
With one of the primary targets being the port. There, which has long been a major
and Pakistan can't worry about Iran. They getting their ass kicked by Afghanistan right now. That's a fact. That's why I know the CIA is behind a lot of this shit, nigga. Right before this started, Afghanistan and Pakistan started going to war. Afghanistan was on their ass, though.
Order of weapons and support to the militias. There is a massive explosion and a billowing plume of smoke. Meanwhile, the impact of the attacks and explosions on that day by Iranian hammering hit sensitive locations, especially Abu Dhabi and Dubai, such as the airport, railway station, as well as oil tankers, and another several markets' residential towers. Sudanese airports are now operational, while those of the small country, which had so far confidently spoken of its stability, reportedly remain temporarily closed. Thus, Dubai government began evacuating tens of thousands of residents and tourists to underground parking facilities for security reasons. Another moment showed a drone crash near the tallest tower Burj Khalifa, and a fire broke out in part of the hotel. Sources confirmed that American experts and officers were there, fleeing from the military base to the region to hotels and civilian buildings near the American base, after American troops were targeted at one of the hotels in Bahrain. In addition, multiple targets were identified as UAE continues its efforts to apprehend those responsible for spreading the videos.
Oh my God.
The Sharjah Mall caught fire after debris from an intercepted drone fell on it.
These people bought air defense systems from the U.S. The U.S. scammed their ass, man. The U.S. scammed these people. Now they see, don't fuck with Iran or your ass gonna get wiped out. Don't play with Iran or you getting stepped on. You got finessed by the U.S. That shit can't not defend you. This is a new day and era. Iran got the best drones. They got hypersonic missiles. They got one of the best missile arsenals in the motherfucking world, and the whole world can see it. These puppet Arab nations been playing tough for way too long, racist bastards. This is a joy for me to see what's going on to them, the colonizers of Africa. That's a fact. That's a fact. I love this.
Another fire broke out at the Fairmont Hotel in Dubai.
All they can do is
Another picture shows a building inhabited by Americans was hit by a drone, with one of the tower's residents documenting the damage, but fortunately it did not explode.
China telling
From there, someone was celebrating with
the Chinese telling Iran, see, that's good work, China. Chinese giving them people top knot in Russia. You know, they doing their thing and Iran going to work. But I want more help out of China and Russia because I want to see the overwhelming ass kicking. This is good, but it could be way better.
And suddenly a projectile landed a few meters away, causing a huge explosion and a plume of smoke. According to Iran, UAE, which has become a platform for fueling conflict and proxy wars, cannot hide this, paying the price for a conflict it did not participate in. Iranian actions on several Gulf states surprised American forces, who were not expecting it, and the Iranian armed forces had warned them beforehand. This time, without press conferences or flashy slogans, only the heart.
Iran done warned them every time, bro. Stop letting the U.S. use your territory to bomb Lebanon, to bomb Syria, to bomb the revolutionaries in Iraq, to bomb us. The first time, Iran warned them. During the 12-day war, Iran could have did this to them people then, but they held back. Nigga, attacking Khomeini was the last straw, bro. Attacking the supreme leader of the Shiite faith, they out of there. And remember, if the Sunni, and this ain't supposed to be religious, but you remember, it's some problem with the ass between Sunni and Shiite. So they've been trying to use ISIS and Al Qaeda to destroy Iran a long time. Iran has been waiting to do this to these people, and they made a mistake, and now they getting it.
Harsh reality. UAE suffered its greatest retaliation since its founding.
U.S. military finessed the boys, man. They can't.
Oh my God!
These people pay trillions of dollars, bro, to be protected by the United States military, and the U.S. military can't defend themselves right now. They doing the best they can. Nigga, they motherfuckers up night and day trying to stop those goddamn missiles, bro. And then, man, they just so. Then they tried to. Iran told them, "Ain't no oil going in or out." The U.S. dumbass thought they was playing, so Iran had to hit a few tankers today. Man, they not playing, bro. You ain't nothing move until we say so. They meant that.
Iran has moved from warning to action. A Palau-flagged oil tanker, Skylight, was struck by a drone 5 nautical miles north of Kasab port in Oman, marking the first confirmed commercial shipping attack since Tehran's threat to shut the Strait of Hormuz. All 20 crew members were evacuated, 4 injured.
The oil tanker Skylight, flying the flag of the Republic of Palau, was targeted 5 nautical miles north of Kasab port. All 20 crew members were evacuated. 4 sustained injuries and were transferred for medical treatment.
The Strait of Hormuz carries nearly 20% of the world's oil, and Iran's Revolutionary Guard warnings that no ships may pass have now taken on real force. After the reported killing of Ali Khamenei in US-Israeli strikes, vessels are turning back, insurers are pulling coverage, and markets are bracing for a price shock. The strike has triggered immediate regional backlash. Qatar condemned the attack on Oman as a violation of sovereignty and an unacceptable escalation.
Do something,
especially as Muscat had been mediating nuclear talks between Tehran and Washington. 15 Indian nationals were on board, adding further diplomatic sensitivity.
The state of Qatar strongly condemns the Iranian attacks that targeted the commercial port of Duqm and an oil tanker off Oman's coast. This is a violation of the Sultanate's sovereignty and an unacceptable escalation.
OPEC Plus members have announced only a modest output increase, far below what would offset a sustained Hormuz disruption. There is no formal naval blockade yet, but traffic has stalled and risk premiums are soaring. If another tanker is hit, military escorts and a wider confrontation could follow.
Shifted under all of us on February 28th, 2026. One moment you're hearing the usual Western talk of talks and off-ramps, and the next moment you're watching a joint U.S.-Israeli strike package tear into Tehran's command heart, and the state confirms what millions of Iranians still can't even say out loud without their voice cracking. The supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is gone, killed in that opening barrage.
Iran's supreme leader, the 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead.
We've got breaking news right now. The U.S. and Israel launch joint airstrikes on Iran. And tonight, President Trump is saying Iran's supreme leader was killed in one of those airstrikes.
That's the day. They don't want to say all that picture.
And listen, I'm not going to pretend this is some abstract headline. This is a political assassination at the top of a sovereign state, carried out with missiles and bombs, then dressed up with the same old propaganda about defense and stability. They didn't just hit buildings. They went for the symbol, the nerve center, the continuity. Reports coming out through the night describe senior officials and commanders killed alongside him. And Iranian outlets have also spoken of family members lost in the same wave. And then there's the part that makes your stomach drop. Amid the chaos, an attack hit a girls' school. Dozens of schoolgirls reported killed. Children. The kind of victims the West claims to protect until they're Iranian, until they're inconvenient, until their deaths can be filed away as collateral. Can you believe their audacity? To do this during the atmosphere of diplomacy, then act shocked when Iran answers with force. Because Iran did answer, immediately, an IRGC-led counterstrike campaign described as Operation True Promise 4, with waves of missiles and drones aimed at what Tehran framed as the operational backbone of the assault. U.S. bases and nodes across the Gulf, and targets tied to Israeli military activity. Multiple governments around the region reported incoming fire and impacts, and even Western reporting acknowledges the scope of retaliation spreading across several countries within hours. This wasn't a symbolic fireworks show. This was a message written in range, coordination, and tempo. If you widen the war to our leadership and our children, you don't get to keep your own assets safe behind distance and alliances. Hey, if this truth hits home and you want more honest reporting that refuses to bow to the Western narrative, smash that like button, share it with everyone you know who's tired of the lies, and subscribe right now. It keeps voices like this alive against the propaganda machine. Now let me take you to the part that has the West absolutely rattled, because it drags their safe rear areas into the light. Cyprus. That little island they like to present as a calm Mediterranean outpost. Sun, beaches, neutrality. But anyone who studies power knows Cyprus is also geography weaponized, especially because of the British sovereign base areas there, Akrotiri and Dhekelia. These aren't just UK bases in some benign sense. They're staging platforms, intelligence relay points, logistics arteries, territory under British sovereignty that sits close enough to the Levant to be operationally priceless. And now, for the first time in this escalation, Europe itself is being pulled into the blast radius of decisions made in Washington and Tel Aviv. Britain's own defense leadership has publicly said Iran launched missiles toward Cyprus, 2 of them toward those sovereign base areas. Some reports say they fell short and landed in the sea. Others emphasize the intent and the precedent. The flight path itself, the decision to point ballistic fire toward a European-adjacent hub, is the strategic earthquake. Because whether those missiles struck concrete or splashed into water, the meaning is the same. Iran is signaling that the US-Israel war architecture is one continuous front, and the rear is not immune just because it flies a British flag or sits across the Mediterranean. And here's the thing the casual observer misses. Even when London insists it played no role, even when officials say British territory wasn't used to launch the initial aggression, those bases still hum as part of the broader Western military ecosystem. Air movements, refueling, surveillance, communications, coordination. This is despite Keir Starmer's denial of involvement.
We've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear program and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat. It is important that we now de-escalate the situation, stabilize the region, and get the parties back around the table to negotiate. And I've been speaking with international leaders this morning to that end. So I want to reassure the British public that we're doing everything we can to stabilize the situation, to de-escalate the situation, and to get to a negotiated outcome. But I'm very clear in my own mind that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. That is the greatest threat to stability in the region.
That's why you keep hearing Akrotiri described as a major RAF hub, and why the sovereign base areas matter far beyond Cyprus itself. In a crisis like this, an airfield isn't just an airfield, it's an antenna, a pipeline, a switchboard. And if Iran believes intelligence from the broader network is feeding targeting support, tracking, or deconfliction for strikes against Iranian territory, then in Tehran's logic, the island stops being someone else's problem. It becomes part of the machine. That's what terrifies NATO planners. The idea that escalation doesn't remain neatly confined to Gulf sand and Israeli skies, but can touch European-linked infrastructure with a long arm that is hard to fully intercept, hard to predict, and politically explosive to absorb. Now take Turkey on top of this, and you start to see why Ankara looks like it's being forced into an uncomfortable, high-stakes balancing act. Cyprus is close. Close enough that anything flying toward those bases echoes across the whole neighborhood. Turkey has publicly condemned the initial strikes on Iran. Tayyip Erdogan, the hypocrite, said something.
We feel deep sorrow and concern over the US-Israeli attacks against our neighbor Iran, which began with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's provocations. As you know, for a long time we have put in very serious efforts to resolve disputes through dialogue at the negotiating table. During this period, I held phone calls with Mr. US President Donald Trump and Mr. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Likewise, other countries in our RAGOAN did everything they could. However, both because the climate of mistrust between the parties could not be overcome.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fitzgerald, for Policy Genius. We make it easy to compare and buy insurance. We are a digital platform that allows you to shop for.
Turkey doesn't want a Mediterranean spillover that drags it into a confrontation it didn't choose. But Turkey also can't ignore that those bases, those routes, those intelligence nodes sit near its own contested strategic space. So when you hear talk of shock and scramble, don't imagine surprise as an emotion. Imagine it as crisis management, radars watching, diplomats calling, militaries adjusting readiness because the war's perimeter just expanded. And I know what the Western response will be, because it's always the same script. They'll say, how dare Iran threaten Europe? They'll say, Iran is escalating. They'll pretend the timeline started after Iran responded, not when missiles targeted Tehran and killed the head of state and killed children at a school. They'll speak the language of rules while violating the first rule of any stable international system. You don't assassinate leadership and expect quiet acceptance. And if you're sitting across from me right now in this imaginary cafe, you already know the hypocrisy in your bones. The same capitals that lecture the world about restraint are now justifying a decapitation strike and calling it security. Can you believe their audacity? And that brings me to the part that's already hitting the global economy like a fist. The Strait of Hormuz. Because while the world was fixated on leadership decapitation and long-range signaling, a new warning shot landed in the water lanes that keep lights on from Asia to Europe. Omani maritime authorities reported an attack on a Palau-flagged oil tanker named Skylight near Kasab in the Musandam area. Crew evacuated, injuries reported. Separately, reporting notes the tanker was under U.S. sanctions, tied to the shadowy contested ecosystem around Iranian petroleum flows. That detail matters because it turns the incident into a layered message. You sanction, you squeeze, you choke Iran's economy, you bomb Iran's leadership. Then you expect the maritime corridor to remain a neutral, protected highway for everyone else's prosperity? No, that's not how deterrence works. That's not how pressure works. That's not how war works. And you can already see the behavioral shift in shipping. When even the possibility of sustained attacks exists, companies don't wait for a confirmed closure. They react to risk. They reroute. They anchor. They pause sailings. Insurance premiums jump like a heart rate spike. Tanker operators start asking if the next transit is worth it. And the Strait of Hormuz isn't some side channel. It's a critical artery for global oil and LNG flows. So, when you hear people say, markets are reeling, it's not poetic language. It's the price of energy, the cost of freight, the ripple into food and manufacturing, the chain reaction that lands on ordinary people everywhere. That's why the phrase, 20% of the planet's energy supply, keeps showing up in discussions about Hormuz. Because the world built an energy system that depends on a narrow choke point staying calm forever. And calm forever was always a fantasy if the West insists on testing Iran's sovereignty with bombs. Iran's logic, stated plainly by its military and political messaging, is that deterrence has to be felt where the aggressor coalition is vulnerable. Bases, logistics, intelligence nodes, and the economic bloodstream that makes long wars sustainable for everyone else while Iranians pay in lives. That's why you see this as a multi-thread response. Pressure in the Gulf through strikes on regional U.S. footprints, strategic signaling towards Cyprus and British sovereign bases to widen the perceived battlefield, and maritime disruption near Hormuz to impose a cost that can't be spun away with press conferences. And look, I'm not going to pretend every claim flying around social media is verified. In the fog of the last 48 hours, there are dramatic allegations about exact numbers of bases hit, the full scale of damage, the use of certain air corridors, the idea of aircraft hiding in specific places. Some of that may be true, some of it may be exaggeration, some of it may be psychological warfare by all sides. But here is what is clear, even from mainstream confirmations. The supreme leader's death has been acknowledged by Iranian state media. Iran's retaliatory attacks across multiple countries have been widely reported. Britain's defense leadership has publicly acknowledged missiles launched towards Cyprus. And a tanker near Oman has been attacked with injuries reported. Those aren't rumors. Those are the skeleton of the escalation. And when you put that skeleton together, the body of the story becomes unavoidable. The war's perimeter has expanded, and the West can't keep pretending it controls the escalation ladder. And I'll leave you with a thought that's uncomfortable for Western capitals, but painfully simple for anyone who's lived under threat. When you normalize assassination and collective punishment as policy tools, you don't get to complain when the victimized state stops respecting your imaginary boundaries. You don't get to say, keep the war over there. Not after you brought it here into Tehran's homes, into a school, into the center of Iranian sovereignty. More updates are coming, and the next moves, military, economic, diplomatic, are going to tell us whether the world chooses to slam the brakes or whether the aggressors double down and learn, the hard way, what Iran has been warning about for years. Escalation is a two-way street.
You've got to
geopolitical analyst and author Scott Ritter. Scott, thanks so much for joining me again.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, it's been too long in these times, Scott, unfortunately, because we've had an absolutely historic crisis erupt. The U.S. and Israel have launched a war of aggression on Iran, and Iran has launched its retaliation. There are reports that Iran has been gradually escalating its retaliation to include the Fatah, I believe, 2 older hypersonic missiles now. A lot of the focus has been on both U.S. bases and Israel. I'm just going to pull up some of the footage lately of Israel because there's been a lot of strikes there overnight. Here is just some of the footage that's coming out of there in Tel Aviv and also in Beit Shemesh, which I believe is militarily significant. Here we go. So there's a missile hitting there, and then here's in Beit Shemesh.
Oh, shit! Some motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
So a lot of this has been going on, Scott, and it has actually led to significant casualties. Of course, Israel has a long history of underreporting, but I believe 12 have died in Beit Shemesh, Tel Aviv. The numbers are a little muddled. Iran is also saying in strikes on Kuwait, military bases in Kuwait, there has been U.S. casualties. The U.S. has denied this. How about you take us to where we are now in this war, now that we have entered day 2?
Well, first of all, I mean, no, this isn't meant as a swipe on you, but the war porn of looking at things blow up and counting bodies is totally irrelevant to what's happening here. This is a regime change operation. And that's all people should be focused on, because everything else is simply a distraction. You know, you can easily match the missile strikes on Israel and on Gulf Arab states with the complete devastation of downtown Tehran that's taking place as we speak, and other Iranian cities as well. You know, the reality is this conflict has unleashed weapons of extraordinary lethality, and you know, each side is going to keep trading blows, and so we're just going to get more of this and more of this and more of this, and you know, it's viscerally pleasing, I guess, in a sort of sickening way to watch this, depending on which side of the aisle you're on. I'm sure the anti-Islamic regime people are just thrilled every time they see a giant cloud of smoke rising from Tehran or other Iranian cities. Tragically, one of those clouds of smoke hit a children's school, and over 100 little girls are dead. But you know, the bloodthirsty warmongers don't seem to care about that. And of course, those who believe that the U.S. and Israeli aggression against Iran is illegal, unjustified, uncalled for, silently cheer every time Iran strikes a blow against you know, their attackers. But this isn't what this is about. This isn't about body counts. This isn't about the accumulation of destroyed facilities, etc. This is about regime change. This is a regime change operation. And this operation began with a decapitation strike against Iran. It was the most predictable decapitation strike in the history of decapitation strikes. I mean, even an analyst as misguided as me, according to many in your chat, called it accurately. I said the first thing that will happen is that they will kill Ali Khamenei. It's an absolutely essential part of their plan because they want to create the impression of a weakened Islamic Republic, and then they will suppress. And that's what's happening today, is the ongoing bombardment of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command and Basij and police facilities in and around Tehran and other cities, so that the Iranian people can do the bidding of Donald Trump, who in his 8-minute statement announcing this conflict on his social media platform, Truth Social, said, America will do its job. We will blow these people up, kill these people. But then it's up to you, the Iranian people, to rise up and take matters into your own hand. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must do this. So we know what's at stake here, regime change. But we also, therefore, see the fatal flaw in the American plan. The first 6 bombs that struck Iran killed Ali Khamenei and a number of Iranian officials that were around him. The first 6 bombs. And those first 6 bombs spelled the doom of the American effort. We lost the war at that moment because we don't understand anything. To all the ignorant people in your chat and in other people's chat and around the world, if you want to discredit Ali Khamenei, you keep him alive. You have him running from bunker to bunker to bunker while Iran is destroyed. You show his impotence as a leader, and then you openly mock this impotence on social media abroad, promoting the strength of those whom you seek to replace him with. For instance, the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, could get on the air over and over again and say, where is Ali Khamenei? Where is your supreme leader? Hiding in a bunker while you pay the price for his sins. That's how you destroy Ali Khamenei. Do people know anything about the Shia faith? All you haters in the chats out there? Do you know jack squat about it? Do you know what the Battle of Karbala is? 10 October, I think 688, something like that. Do you know who Hussein is? Hussein, leading the faithful in the Battle of Karbala, was martyred at the hands of, the unbelievers. Do you know who Ali is? Do you know the significance of the last posting on Ali Khamenei's X account, where they invoke Ali? You just made a martyr of one of the most important religious figures in the Shia faith, second only to Sistani out of Najaf, the Twelver. Do you guys even know what Twelvers are? If I say Twelver, the ignorance people out there promoting this conflict, do you even know what I'm talking about? If you don't, that's why we lost. See, the Twelver faith is the largest branch of the Shia faith, and it deals with succession of the caliphate, etc. You guys can Google it. You can look it up, do your own research. But the fact is, you don't know about it. Donald Trump doesn't know about it. Pete Hegseth certainly doesn't know about it. And anybody who planned this attack doesn't know about it. If the goal was to empower the Iranian people who are opposed to the regime of the Islamic Republic to rise up in the streets and take matters into their own hands, look at the streets of Iran today.
I have video, Scott. I have video. I can show. Here we go.
The streets of Iran today.
So here's one video. I believe there's another. Let me see if I have it. Here we go. There's another one here. So all of this is in reaction to the confirmed assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Continue, Scott.
Well, my point is, you just made it impossible for regime change to take place. You've just provided, more legitimacy to the Islamic Republic than you could possibly imagine. And for all the morons out there, and I don't mean to be too insulting, Danny, but I'm in an insulting mood. I was up all day talking about this, reading about this, writing about this, and I've just basically had it up to here with stupidity. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off your comments because otherwise I'm just going to go ape shit at some of the stupidity that's there.
It's a large crowd today, Scott. It's a large crowd, so we're going to get a lot of
stupid. Sure, there's smart people in there too, but my God, I've never seen such ignorance in my entire life. So, and it's not just here; it's everywhere. Judge Napolitano has a very large and active audience, many of whom are just stupid and ignorant, like the many people in this audience. You don't know what you're talking about. You literally don't know what you're talking about. Iran is a constitutional republic, an Islamic republic, but a constitutional republic. And therefore, does anybody realize what just happened? Because constitutionally, when the supreme leader, Vilayat-e Faqih, guardian of the supreme jurisprudence, do you even know what this is, you stupid people? Donald Trump, the leader of the stupid people. Do you know what this is? And do you know what happens when he dies? They form a special committee, the president, the head of the judiciary, and somebody appointed by the Assembly of Experts. Do you guys know what that is? No, you don't, do you? No, you guys are just so stupid. The Assembly of Experts who will designate the next supreme leader in consultation, but they will appoint somebody on this three-person committee to continue the government of Iran. Now, the person that they have appointed, again, how stupid can people be? If the purpose of this strike was to create the conditions in which Iran could not have a nuclear bomb, you just killed the one man that stopped Iran from having a nuclear bomb. Has any of you brilliant chatmeisters studied the build-up to the 12-day war in June and what was going on there, the internal discussion and debates taking place in Iran about whether or not they should, in fact, build a nuclear bomb to deter the very kind of action that's taking place today? And at the end of the day, and I got this personally from the Iranian president, who is still alive, he told me in a question I asked him in September, he said, we don't want a nuclear bomb. He said there's two things. One, secularly speaking, we view the path to a nuclear bomb to be suicidal, that we only invite our own destruction. But he said, as importantly, or even more importantly, from a religious standpoint, the supreme leader has issued not one, but two fatwas, or religious edicts, saying that the pursuit of a nuclear bomb is incompatible with Islam. And therefore, Iran is not pursuing a nuclear bomb. Do you guys know the guy they just appointed to be
they have one soon,
the new supreme leader designate? He thinks differently. You see, he actually is a part of the Shia faithful who believe that even though the original fatwa, which was put out by the Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei, but Khomeini,
that was
again, idiots, look it up. He said, no, we're not going to pursue it. It's incompatible with Islam. Ali Khamenei continued this, saying this is the desire. But theologists, when you look at the Shia faith, you have the ability. First of all, the thing about the Shia faith, I'm just going to give these ignorant people a little quick class here. You know how you become an Ayatollah in the Shia faith? You spend about 30 to 40 years studying, the Quran, studying the Hadith. But you have a final test you have to pass, you see, because the Shia faith is very democratic. If you want to become a grand Ayatollah, you have to form what's known as a marja. A marja, or you have to become a marja through a hawza. You have to basically rally people to your cause. You have to show yourself to be worthy of the faithful. So you will pick an element of Islamic jurisprudence and you will write your interpretation of it, because you are, after all, a great religious scholar. So you pick something, music on the radio. How is it compatible with Islam? And you write this up and you put it out there, and the people read it and they say, wow, I like this, the way this guy thinks. I like the approach this guy's taking. And then they come to your marja and you develop a flock. And if you show that you can develop a flock, a self-sustaining flock, because they rely on donations and the whole thing, then you've passed that hurdle and you can move up. But what happens if you publish your little thesis and the people read it and they go, nah, not buying this one, and you got nothing? You failed the test. Now, Ali Khamenei has said that the fatwa, no nuclear weapons. But the point is, in the Shia faith, the role of Islam in society is not dictated by what happened during the time of Muhammad or Ali or Hussein. It's dictated on modern realities. And so those people who, the Shia understand that you can say one thing in, say, 1700, and it no longer applies today because society has changed, times have changed. And in that debate leading up to the 12-Day War, and the reaffirmation by Ali Khamenei and the president that they do not seek a nuclear bomb, there were many theological scholars who were advising Khamenei that you could change your fatwa if the conditions surrounding the issuance of the original fatwa were no longer in play. For instance, if Iran was threatened by Israel, who has nuclear weapons, Iran would be able to reconsider this fatwa and under extraordinary circumstances determine that Iran could have a nuclear weapon. The guy who was making that argument is now the senior Islamic cleric in Iran. You stupid idiots. The man who believes that Iran has a right to have a nuclear bomb is now the guy that interprets the Islamic faith for the Islamic Republic. And the people of Iran are in the streets saying, this is what we want. How stupid can you be? Well, the answer is extraordinarily stupid. And so now we see the reality. This Islamic Republic is not built on the backs of one man. It's built on the back of a constitution that is being applied as we speak. No deviation from the Constitution whatsoever. Things are going exactly the way the Constitution says it must happen, and on the backs of the faithful. And you just empowered the faithful to say, we need nuclear weapons.
What if I could build an app that works my way with Base 44? My work moves fast. My tasks, priorities, and deadlines.
Now, we're in a very dangerous position, but let's continue down the path of regime change for a second. You see, regime change is a double-edged sword. Donald Trump unsheathed it, along with Israel, and sought to wield it against the Iranians. But it cuts both ways. Donald Trump lost the war on day one, the first 6 bombs that fell on Iran. He lost the war, which means there will be regime change in the United States before there's regime change in Iran. Donald Trump's cult of personality will not survive the midterm elections because in order to win the midterm elections, Donald Trump needed to deliver a very quick, relatively bloodless war to the American people, one that accomplished what no other American president in 47 years has been able to do. But instead, he's going to go down the path of yet another failed president who's gotten the United States involved in a long, drawn-out war that we won't win. We will lose. We don't know how many lives we will lose, but it'll be devastating. The Iranians will not buckle. There will be no popular uprising in Iran to overthrow the regime. Ali Khamenei is a martyr now, a martyr of the significance of Hussein himself, a martyr that in the eyes of the Shia faithful is the equal to Ali. That's why the last posting on his X account invoked Ali, a symbol of defiance. And so the Shia faithful will rally around Ali Khamenei, a man who was, 88 years old at his death?
But see, Gaddafi did the same thing, but Gaddafi died with his gun, the golden gun on him. That's a fact. Gaddafi refused to leave his country, and Obama sent the African leaders to Gaddafi. The African leaders went over there, and they said they talked to Gaddafi. They told him to take some of his gold. He was going to get, he was going to be in exile in one of the African nations. He wouldn't be tried. Gaddafi told him, hell no, I'm going to die in the land of my ancestors where my father died. My father's father died. Bury me in the tree over there in Sirte, his hometown. And he was killed by NATO and the ISIS. But Gaddafi is the same type of legend. He refused to run like Assad fled Syria and ran to Russia. Khomeini could be in Russia right now, bro, with billions of dollars. Khomeini said, "Hell no, I'm not going no goddamn well." And he refused to hide in his bunker. That information is not coming out. And he knew he was going to die. He wanted to die with some dignity. So he is an immortal legend to those people now. He wanted to die standing up,
but 86,
on his knees.
Had disease. His biggest fear was to die a fragile old man. He said he wanted to go out a martyr. People keep saying, why did he stay in his residence knowing what was going to happen?
Yesterday.
Why did Hussein lead the charge against the unfaithful in the Battle of Karbala? Because he chose martyrdom. He chose martyrdom
leading the fight
as a way of exposing the lack of Islamic
did the same thing.
adherence on the part of the Umayyad caliphs. He chose martyrdom to protect his followers who were seeking to flee from the battle. Ali Khamenei, this frail old man, didn't want to die hiding in a bunker, allowing his legacy to be tarnished by those who diminished him through that action. Ali Khamenei sat down with a circle of fellow martyrs. Everybody at that meeting knew what was going to happen. And they knew that through their sacrifice, they would elevate the cause of the Islamic Republic back into the heart and soul of the Iranian people. And that is
what Iran
manifest
is
today.
doing.
Ali Khamenei chose martyrdom. We gave it to him because we are truly the stupidest people on the planet. We don't know anything about the people that we seek to engage in combat with. We disrespect their faith. We disrespect everything about them. And what's going to happen has been actually preordained by American admirals. Trump fired the director of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for having the temerity to say, we don't have enough ammunition to finish this job.
Yeah.
We're going to start something and we can't finish it. If we don't get this quick revolution in the streets, and the Iranians decide to resist, then we will run out of ammunition before they run out of resistance, and then we lose this war. And when we lose this war, the American people will be awoken to the reality that Donald Trump is not the president of peace, but he is a pro-Israeli warmonger that put Israel above American interests, sacrificed the lives of Americans, slaughtered innocent Iranians. These dead school children will become sort of the poster child of the perfidy of the United States, who once again used diplomacy as a means of setting up a surprise attack. We will never be trusted by anybody again, nor should we. But this is the end of Donald Trump. His regime will collapse in the midterm elections, and he will spend the last 2 years of his presidency being impeached. And if this war goes bad enough, maybe being convicted and being hauled out of the White House in an orange jumpsuit in handcuffs, because that is his faith. Regime change. This is going to be one of the most successful regime change operations in the history of regime change operations, but is literally a self-inflicted wound by Donald Trump on his own political legacy.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate all that, Scott. I think it's really important, especially for American audiences, to hear exactly what you just said. And I want to just pull up just to emphasize a point that you made. Ali Larijani said it directly to the media that he insisted on living his life normally without any exceptional measures like hiding in bunkers. And when I saw that, Scott, I said, this was a calculated move to
100%.
unite the Iranian people. And it's working. And, and what did Ali Khamenei say just, what was it, a few weeks ago when there was all kinds of rumors about strikes? He publicly said there was a succession plan, a strategy that's already been put into place very rapidly. And Scott, we see the response. Iran is hitting back. Their operations have not been disrupted. At least this is what I'm seeing. What are you seeing?
No, it's the same thing. I mean, you say their operations aren't being disrupted. Of course they are. Iran's being pounded by the most technologically advanced militaries in the world. The Israeli military, which achieved its technological prominence because of American weaponry, and the United States, which, of course, when you pour in nearly $1 trillion a year, or 1.5 trillion if this budget goes through, you better have advanced weapons. And so we are inflicting death and destruction on Iran as we speak. But Iran is a very large nation, 4 times the size of Iraq, 90 million population, that have now, again, threatening to bomb people to death in a nation that reveres martyrdom is really the dumbest path to take. As you said, Ali Khamenei opted to stay at home and do his business from home together with people who believe the same thing because they are leaders. They are going to lead by example. And the example for Iran to set right now is their willingness to absorb the damage inflicted by, the evil modern day Umayyads, Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, because they believe in the end that they will emerge victorious. So we are blowing things up, but the Iranians are responding, and they're responding in a way that took everybody off guard, because I think most people thought that Iran would respond directly to Israel, and then there would be a sort of an escalation ladder taking place as they started to strike one American base, then another, in an effort to get the United States and Israel to the negotiating table. But Iran literally just went out and hit everything. And even the Trump administration, we didn't expect this to happen. They've hit us in a way that nobody's ever hit us before, and they're sustaining that. Yes, we are blowing things up, but if we don't understand that for the last 20 years, Iran has been preparing for this very scenario, that Iran understands better than we do what we do, they will take losses, but they will continue to launch as we're seeing now. And they have prepared stockpiles that are successfully hidden, sequestered, spread out, that they'll be able to draw upon for months. We, on the other hand, will run out of ammunition in weeks. And again, we look at regime change just to look at coming at it from a targeting perspective. Again, for the ignorant masses in your chat and everybody else's chat, I used to do this for a living, so shut up and listen. When we prepare a strategic air campaign of this nature, we have objectives that we want to reach. We say that by this period of time we should achieve this results. Then we move to this, from that, and it's sort of a campaign of sequential events that build up on one another till you get to the culminating moment, which is the collapse of the enemy that you were targeting. We have a finite amount of resources, so we take these resources and we allocate them accordingly. We put them on, for instance, the first phase, the first goal objective, to achieve that, and then we take these resources and reapply them, part of a planned process to achieve the next and the next and the next and the next. But what happens, and it happened in the Gulf War, where, for instance, we had resources, 2 F-15E Strike Eagle squadrons that were applied to one of the primary phase 1 objectives of suppressing Iraqi ballistic missile launch capability in western Iraq. And we send them out to strike fixed arm launchers and hit up mobile launch sites. And according to the plan, we were supposed to have achieved all this on the second day. First day of primary strikes, second day of restrikes, and then we have wipe that target deck off, and we move these squadrons over to their next mission assignments, which await them outside of Basra and outside of Baghdad. But we didn't destroy anything. The missiles kept launching. So we had to keep these F-15E squadrons on target and reinforce them, diverting resources away from the other target decks to go down this route, and it degraded the strategic air campaign. But at that time, we had sufficient resources. We had a lot of airplanes, a lot of bombs. So we just lengthened the strategic air campaign, and we rode out this problem set. Here we have a strategic campaign that is crippled from the start by insufficient resources. The admiral that was fired said, we don't have enough airplanes and we don't have enough bombs, so we can't do what you want us to do. But the others came in and said, no, we've planned this very carefully. We are going to kill a bunch of people. The first 6 bombs are going to kill Khamenei and 40 people, and that will cascade the collapse of the regime, and then we move to suppression of the security forces, and then we achieve regime change, and we win. And Trump can do his stupid little Trump YMCA moronic dance. So they fired a whole bunch of missiles to achieve regime change. If you heard what we just said, I hope the audience is listening. The regime has not collapsed. It has fallen on the Constitution, and the president of Iran sits at the head of a 3-person succession committee until they elect a new supreme leader. There is the assembly of experts, which, by the way, is democratically elected. I want to remind all you haters out there that Iran is probably the most successfully functioning democracy in the Middle East. And they elect the assembly of experts who then, through the will of the people, monitor the supreme leader and will select the new supreme leader. And the regime continues. It's there. It's viable. It is functioning. We failed in regime change. So all of those resources that we used up on day one are gone. And now we have to reallocate resources to continue hunting down the regime. And so we have already put ourselves behind the 8 ball. And we're chasing something that we'll never catch up to because we don't have time. We don't have time because we don't have the resources. We don't have the ammunition. We're burning through our ammunition at rates that we'll never be able to replenish. And it's not just what we're doing against Iran, what Iran is doing against us. By continuing to fly these attacks, they are sucking up resources. Over 1,000 Iranian missiles were launched on day one. The average expenditure rate for the air defense is 3 to 4 missiles per missile. That means that we have burned through 3,000 to 4,000 interceptor missiles. And the missiles are still flying. The Iranians have planned a campaign that will last months. We have the ability to sustain this for maybe another week. And then we run out of missiles. We got nothing left. Nothing. And just again, for all you genius geopolitical analysts out there, when I say nothing, that means we have nothing in the Pacific. What would happen if China decided they wanted to take Taiwan right about now? We got nothing. All our cruise missiles are being chewed up. All our interceptor missiles are gone. What would happen? I mean, Russia's not going to do it, but if Russia wanted to make a move on Europe, we got nothing. Nothing. This is the stupidity of this. We gambled everything to achieve what? To make Israel happy. The Iranians had agreed to, there's a wonderful post on X written by one of the diplomatic advisors to the ruler of Oman, who was managing this negotiation. And he talks about what had been accomplished. And he said that the deal that was agreed to by the Iranians got rid of their nuclear enrichment program and everything but name only. Meaning that if you wanted to ensure that Iran would never have a nuclear weapon, this was the deal. This would have been Donald Trump's great peacemaking diplomatic victory. Peace through strength. Threaten an attack. Get the Iranians at the table and get them under pressure to agree to something so fundamental that you could stand up legitimately and say, there will never be an Iranian nuclear, because there are no sunset clauses in this, unlike the JCPOA, which aged out. This one is permanent forever. And the Iranians had agreed to it. It was in writing. They were moving to a signing ceremony. This guy talks about how he ordered 12 Mont Blanc Meisterstück pins for the signing ceremony at $620 each. But we weren't serious about the nuclear program. We're using it as a subterfuge to do the Israeli-pleasing regime change operation, which has now failed. But it not only failed in terms of failing to get rid of the regime, but that nuclear program could very well become active. I want to ask all the morons in your chat, what is the status of the 60% enriched uranium that we failed to destroy in Donald Trump's first attack against Iran? We didn't know where it is. We don't know where it is. Do you think we're getting it today? And if we don't get it, do you think Iran may have, over the period of time, sequestered away enough final manufacturing capacity to convert that into at least 5 or 10 nuclear bombs the size of Hiroshima? But you don't know, do you? Because you're stupid. You're as stupid as the president is. I'm sorry, Danny. I shouldn't be insulting your audience or any audience, but I'm so fed up because it's because of the ignorance of people like this that the president believes he has legitimacy to do what he's doing. We have stupid people out there that don't think through the problem, who are ignorant of the problem. And, I'm just fed up with them because, we are looking at a world that's going to hell. The defeat of America, as pleasing as it may be to revolutionaries like myself who feel like it's absolutely biblical, it was written that it would happen to you, no good motherfucking ass. It's all divine. We just got to survive and rise up out the ashes. I've been saying this, but we absolutely need to blame the generals. And I was talking to somebody about this earlier. The U.S. military, listen, people live for their paycheck, their pensions, their retirement package. That alone will make a man just shut up and go along with shit. And this is their problem. The military supposed to be arresting Trump,
cleaning out the White House, arresting members of Congress, holding trials. That's a fact. And holding new elections in America. That's what they're supposed to be doing. But because they want their pensions and they just want to think about retirement, they are willing to do whatever. And that's crazy because they should be tried for that, because Nuremberg, you can't say I was just following orders. They just committed illegal acts of terrorism. They should be tried for that. But that's one of the main problems. They're willing to do anything for money, and the small hats got all the motherfucking money. So they got them sold and put themselves in extreme danger. Never forget the U.S. general, the head of the U.S. military, warned Trump they could not defeat Iran. It would be a mistake. Trump came out and said that was a lie. The U.S. general didn't say that. Yes, he did. Never forget, U.S. servicemen on the USS Gerald Ford start stuffing the toilets with shirts and all kind of shit. They didn't want to go to war. They wanted to go home. Trump and the small hats forced them into this motherfucking shit.
You know, the pro-Iranian community out there, if you're an American patriot, you can't want this. You cannot be seeking this. If you're somebody like me who actually took the oath, swore allegiance, put on the uniform, and went to war for my country, you can't celebrate anything that results in the death of the men and women who put on that uniform, and yet they're dying. The Defense Department, I call it the Defense Department legally. That's what it is. It's not a War Department. That title doesn't exist under law. But the Defense Department has acknowledged at least the deaths of at least 3 American servicemen. They said in combat operations against Iran. We don't know if they died on the ground in Iran because there's ongoing raids taking place.
They're going to try to leak the deaths to us, the injury to us. Man, we already know dozens of troops died. Iran said hundreds. Iran said around 500 now. We'll have to take Iran's word for whatever. I believe it's dozens dead, hundreds wounded already. They're going to come out 3. They like to lie.
It's outside the scope of what most people are talking about. Special operation forces are on the ground. I think there was an attempt to raid one of those underground missile cities. It didn't go well, and we had to withdraw. So there's this activity. We can say, like I do, that I don't want the Iranian regime to collapse, but I will never cheerlead in favor of the death of any American at all. Ever.
There's no Iranian regime.
And yet
there's no Iranian government. They're not a regime. It's a Trump regime. It's a goddamn Hyksos, goddamn Khazarian regime in power in the United States. Goddamn.
The situation we're in right now where Americans are dying. And then again, how can you cheerlead for what America is doing? Because one of the first missiles that struck Iran hit a secondary school, and over 100 children, schoolgirls, ages between 6 and 12, are dead. Imagine being a mother who sent their children to school that morning because you believed there would be peace because the United States was engaged in a legitimate negotiation. Marco Rubio announced he was traveling to Israel on Monday, and therefore, of course, there can't be a war if Marco Rubio is traveling. So in good consciousness, he said, I'm sending my children to school so they can become educated, have a brighter future. And you send them to school only to have an Israeli missile hit that school and kill virtually everybody inside that school. You can't celebrate this. You can't celebrate any aspect of this. And yet here we are because of the stupidity of a president who is guided by the stupidity of his political faithful, who are as ignorant as the day is long about the world we live in.
Yeah, no, I mean, anyone, the Donald Trump administration, of course, all the warmongers, the hawks, they've put, regardless of whatever you think of the U.S. bases there, whether they should be there or not, they've now put the U.S., everyone who's there, they've put them under heavy fire. I mean, this is what's happening. And maybe you can also comment on this air defense question, Scott, because there are videos everywhere coming out. Where does this factor in? I'll just show one. This is Bahrain, and we know that Iran has taken particular attention to the facility there, to the naval facility there. Here's just the image of it. And I just want to play this. It's, I believe, an image of interceptors failing to intercept Iranian missiles, because this is just being shown all over the internet, and I think and all over social media. And I know you've talked a lot about air defense systems in the past, but this is ostensibly what's going to protect those who have been put in harm's way by the Trump administration. And it doesn't look like, if Iran were to escalate even further, it doesn't look like these are working very well.
Look, well, forget about any missiles. Just take the missiles that Iran got out, and they got hundreds of thousands of missiles. The drones alone is finna terrorize the Middle East and all those bases. None of those Patriot missile systems, none of that Iron Dome can shoot down no drone. If you have been watching the Ukraine war, like we have studied here, the Iranian drone is the drone that broke the Ukrainians down and turned the tide of the war and helped the Russians turn the tide of that war. It was the Iranian drones. Then the Russians converted it and then made their own copy. But it was the Iranian Shahar drone that Zelensky was crying about and whining about, terrorizing the night skies. You have to get guns and shoot at it like the old days in the sky and try to knock it down. They're not going to be able to hit it with none of those air defense systems. And Iran can just send thousands of them at one time and then send a few missiles. Iran is a drone superpower. The world finna watch this. This is finna get very humiliating for the U.S. because as far as Iran go, the U.S. is behind Iran in drone warfare.
Oh, again, I think the first day, 33% of the Iranian missiles fired against Israel hit their targets. Now, I'm not too good at math, but the implication is that 67% did not, and that they were intercepted. So we are intercepting missiles. We intercepted missiles during the 12-day war. We intercept missiles all the time. But the thing is, when you fire a missile that cost Iran, I don't know, $500,000 to make, and we have to fire 3 to 4 interceptor missiles that cost us, $3 to $4 million each. That's a mathematical equation that we're not going to win. Also, when Iran has a very large number of these relatively inexpensive missiles, and we have a finite number of these very expensive interceptors. When you look at these attacks, you see explosion taking place in the air. Now, some of these explosions are taking place on the safety mechanism of the warheads after they've missed their target, but others reflect the fact that they are intercepting the missiles. Some of the film that you've seen of burning missile bodies, fully fueled missile bodies coming to the ground and exploding are reflective of the fact that they were successfully intercepted by an interceptor missile. And these are the debris coming down. So we shouldn't create the impression that these interceptor missiles don't work. They do work. They are successful, but they're not 100% successful. And the Iranians have developed tactics and procedures that basically allow them to overwhelm these defenses and successfully strike. So when they plan an attack, it's just the same with the Russians when they do their drone attacks and missile attacks against Ukraine.
They are successfully hitting old missiles. Iran fired the old dummy missiles. And Iran is doing this to locate these missiles. They will start targeting these missile defense systems like the Russians did. They're forcing the U.S. hand, which the U.S. is going to pay for as the war go forward. But the Iran fired the older missiles, and then they fire the missiles that can't be stopped, and they hit them goddamn target. You see, that's what Scott not putting in there because he's a military guy. This really hurt him to see this type of beating happen at the hands of imperialists. It don't hurt me. I don't give a damn, but forget them. I hate all our brothers and sisters over there, life on the line. They're just trying to take care of their families. They need to leave the army of the imperialists and come on home because they're in extreme danger. And it was written. It is biblical. You reap what you sow. Man, if you don't reap what you sow, then, brother, I got to find a new philosophy. The wages of sin is still death. Was they sinning when they was over there killing, wiping out those innocent schoolgirls? That's a sin. Okay.
You flood the zone with capability. You lead with your cheaper stuff to absorb most of the interceptors, and then you overload the radars, confuse the radars, and then you penetrate it and you destroy the targets you want with the final phase of the attack. And this is what the Iranians are doing against the Israelis. They are flooding the zone, getting launches, confusing radars, and then penetrating and hitting. So we're getting that. Now, if we were to weight the value of the targets intercepted, if there was a way I could find out exactly what the Iranians launched and at what segment, and then you could weigh it, meaning that let's say they have 5 Fatatus, in the end they have 5 targets they want to hit. But to guarantee that these 5 penetrate the defenses, they fire 40 older missiles, and they come in with a bunch of drones and stuff. Do you give the same weight and value to the missile that wants to hit a target that you do to the decoy missile? No, you don't. So if we did a mathematical balancing act here, we would see that we can speak of 33% intercepts. When it comes to the interception of the missiles that count, it's a 0% intercept, or close to 0% intercept, which means that the Iranians have basically nullified the Israeli.
You see what I'm saying, bro? All of that bullshit just to get to the fact that for the missiles that count, they have intercepted nothing. Come on, Scott, bro. Stop trying to do this, man. Stop trying to, trying to give them something when there's nothing to give them here. They're hitting missiles that Iran want them to hit. Then when Iran put the ones on their ass that they don't want them to hit, they can't hit it. They can't. You can't defend yourself, Scott. Just say that, bro. I know it hurts you to say that as a Marine, but telling the truth hurt.
American missile defense
Scammed American citizens. I've been told y'all this, bro. Scammers stole all of our money. Americans, we got to hit this. Stole all of our money, bro. These people talking about they're going to defend us. They cannot defend us. They cannot defend themselves right now. Trump is on Twitter threatening. Bro, you don't got to threaten. Just handle your business. Matter of fact, send your soldiers into Iran. You want to make sure them facilities gone? You know what to do. Come on, bro. This is crazy, bro. They done stole our money. Told us they made these super weapons. Russia been told y'all that was a lie. That's how they kicking the Ukrainians' ass. Now, the reason Trump know he can't send in a ground force because Russia done proved that they can blow up our tanks. They can blow up our artillery systems. They can blow up these defense systems with them goddamn drones that they got. They proved it in Ukraine. With those $20,000, $30,000 drones, they will blow up multi-million-dollar systems. They will blow up the Abrams tanks. Plenty of videos of that happen in Ukraine. We've been scammed, bro. And now we're witnessing, not only was the Arab scam, and now they see they defenseless, none of those weapons gonna work. If they fuck with Iran, it's over with. It wasn't just them. It was the American people. We were told we had the best air defense systems in the world. Nigga, how the hell is Israel being devastated right now? How's our military bases being devastated all over the motherfucking Middle East? They stole our money, bro. We pay these people 3 times, 4 times what Russia and China pay for our equipment, 5 times more than all of the countries put together. And Iran doing this to us. That's because they steal the money, they put it in our pockets, and the weapon manufacturers get billions. You know why Russia weapons work? Because Putin don't go for that. You make a little money, those weapons better work. You want to know why them Chinese weapons work? Because China not going for that. You better make the weapons, you keep you a little money. You want to know why North Korea weapons work? Because Kim not playing no fucking games. You make the weapons work, you keep you a little something. You want to know why the Iranians weapons work? Because they're not playing with the military. You make the weapons that work and you keep you a little something. We've been scammed.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello.
Yeah, and Scott, how long can the U.S. and Israel go on with this war of aggression? Because Israel's talking about as long as it takes. I believe the Trump administration told the Western mainstream media that there will be.
To our brother Demonde Demons for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is the way of life. I absolutely appreciate that love, soldier. Salute.
At least through the week, they're going to continue onward. And I want to just pull up what Lindsey Graham said, reiterating word by word Donald Trump's basically promise that, yeah, U.S. troops are going to die, but it's noble, Scott. And I think this is what is particularly concerning.
And if we lose anybody in this operation, they will have died a noble death because they will have risked their lives and sacrificed their lives to make us safer here at home. The command.
So that's the messaging, Scott, which is all astounding messaging too, because this war was very unpopular before it started, and the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself, promised that he said Americans will likely die in this, and of course Lindsey Graham, unsurprisingly, parroting the same. But what's your reaction? How long can they go on like this with this war of aggression, and what do you make of these kind of statements?
Hello, soldier.
First of all, I just find it grotesquely amusing that these fat perfume princess named Lindsey Graham is talking about the nobility of sacrifice. He was a lawyer. The biggest risk he ever made to his life while serving was dying of an infected paper cut. He wouldn't know personal courage or individual courage because he will never allow himself to be in a situation where he'll be confronted with the need to develop that. This man is a disgusting pig of a human being. And I just hope that he gets the fate that he deserves. And in the old days, we tar and feather him and lead him out of town and throw him into a bee's nest. Who knows what'll happen? But this man does not deserve to die a peaceful death after living a long and fulfilling life. He deserves to rot in hell. He's a horrible, horrible American, a horrible, horrible human being. But again, the nobility of death. First of all, the nobility of death is a notion that exists in theory only. Ask me why I joined the military. Why'd you join the military, Scott? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I joined to serve my country. I joined because my father put in 26 years of service as a United States Air Force officer. I lived during the Cold War. I grew up believing that the communist threat from the Soviet Union and China was real, and that there was a necessity for American patriots like myself to volunteer, put on the uniform, and defend my country, defend my Constitution, defend my way of life from these people. And I trained very hard, and the training was very realistic. But while you're training, what you're developing is muscle memory, so that if you're under stress, you will perform to an adequate standard and you won't freeze, you won't yield. But you're training in an environment that, if you make a mistake, it's like, oops, okay, I'll learn from that. But when you experience war, when you understand the consequences of war, the consequences of actions, that people die and people don't come home, places are destroyed. I played a very heavy role in targeting Iraq during the first Gulf War. Now, I could have done what most people did, view it from long distance, and then go home to America and pat myself on the back and say I did a hell of a great job. But I then went on to serve for 7 years as a chief weapons inspector in Iraq. I led inspection teams, and in the first 2 years of my time, I spent most of my time inspecting destroyed facilities, trying to figure out, did we get what we were trying to get when we bombed this facility? Did the Iraqis recover anything? One of the places we struck was the Ministry of Information. And I remember, we struck it as a command and control target and all that good stuff. But I remember going to that site and inspecting it, and we had asked that the people who worked there be present to answer any questions. And there was a young girl, a journalist in her late 20s, standing there, and she was literally shaking in fear and crying and sobbing and shaking. She was inconsolable. She was afraid of me. When I was trying to have a conversation with her, she just literally couldn't look at me. She was shaking. She was fearing. And I said, my God, what have we done? What have we done? We didn't blow up a building. We destroyed a human being. We didn't kill her, but we've ruined her. We've broken her. Is this what we fought for? Is this what we were trying to accomplish? And it's moments like that that repeated over and over and over again. I remember, it's sort of a famous incident, but F-15Es, blew up 7 targets that General Schwarzkopf and General Glosson, head of the air campaign, briefed to the world that were Scuds. And I remember I said that they weren't, and I got into a famous pissing contest with Schwarzkopf that got me fired. It went up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, who eventually sided with me, and I got my job back. But the point is, this was a big deal, the lies that were told. And I remember in December of 1991, leading an inspection element into that area, and we came upon this very site. And I remember looking at the oil tankers on the ground and reflecting that it wasn't just oil tankers, but this is right next to a truck rest stop We blew up the oil tankers, incinerating the drivers, men who had families who were simply driving oil to make money to feed their families, and we killed the people in the rest stop. We burned them to death because the oil tanks ruptured and they burned that facility down. And you just have to sit there and say, why did we do this? What was the purpose of it all? War is not the answer. This is the one thing that people like Lindsey Graham will never understand because they've never experienced it. They don't understand it. They don't understand the costs. They glorify death. There's nothing glorified about death. For all you Americans out there that think that you are, supporting this war, we fought a 20-year war against Al-Qaeda, the global war on terror. How many of you have gone to the VA to look at the men and women who lost their limbs, people who have to poop into a colostomy bag? Will you change that bag for them? Will you take them out? Will you give them a quality of life? Because their families have abandoned them. Men who once had a fiancé, but the fiancé couldn't put up with what that man had become and abandoned that man. He's now alone, an alcoholic, a drug addict. Are you going there to comfort him? Are you going there to talk to them, get him out of their boot and give him a quality of life? Or have you forgotten them? And the answer is you've forgotten them. You don't even think about them. You don't wake every up morning thinking one thought about these people. I do every morning. To me, the yellow ribbon on the back of the car, which I took off a long time ago because I realized the emptiness of the sentiment. We support our troops. No, we don't. We support our troops only as they are alive and they represent something glorious. But we never support the troops when they come home in body bags, or worse, they come home broken psychologically and physically. We abandon them. We look away from them. We pretend they don't exist. And yet Lindsey Graham wants to encourage a war that kills even more Americans. Lindsey Graham is a despicable human being. And anybody who supports that sentiment, you know what I think of you. I'm trying to control my language, Daddy, but you know what I think of you. We now have put ourselves in that same population set. We're not the good guys, people. We're the bad guys. And we will go down in history as the equivalent of the Nazi Germans, as the samurai Bushido embracing Japanese. We are the MAGA cult, the people that threw away our Constitution and embraced this cult of personality that has led us down this path of death and destruction.
Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the Forex market, is the...
Yeah. Well, I've watched the movie, Scott, Dead to Rights, which was a Chinese film about the Japanese war of aggression on China. And gotta say, what they did in China, what they did in Nanjing and the Nanjing...
The rape of Nanking, yeah. I mean, my God. I mean, ooh.
Oh, my God.
But what the Germans did, I was just in Belarus in November. I went to Katyn, the village. Yes, the village was burned. Yes, a couple hundred people burned to death. But it was part of an overall plan, Plan Ost, by the Germans to literally depopulate Belarus. When I say depopulate, I don't mean deport. I mean slaughter. The systemic murder of millions of Slavs so they could make room, Lebensraum, for the German soldiers and officers who would come back from conquering the Slavs, and they'd have a place to take their families with a lot of living room and the beauty and the grace of the fields. What the Japanese did to the Chinese, what the Germans did to the Slavs, what the Germans did to the Gypsies, what they did to the Jews, what they did to this is the same mindset we have for anybody who's promoting conflict against Iran. Iran is a nation of 90 million people. Unlike half of the morons in your chat, I have been to Iran. I've met them. What a wonderful people they are. And the people, if you don't know anything about Islam, shut up about Islam. If you want to sit here and talk about, Osama bin Laden and the cult of Wahhabism, feel free to do so. But do not conflate Shiism or the rest of Islam with this cult of death. Islam is a peace-loving religion. I have dealt with these people. Some of the most peaceful people I've met are imams of both Shia faith and Sunni faith. I've been to Chechnya, and I've been in the Grand Mosque, and I've spoken to the imam there about the role Islam played in creating peace between Chechnya and Russia. If this was this cult of death, it was only a cult of death because the CIA was exporting Wahhabism into Chechnya, perverting the minds of select clans. But the mainstream Chechen, a Muslim, is a person of peace who believes in peaceful coexistence. And when you take a look at right behind me, that flag right here, the signature on that flag is Abdi Aladinov, Lieutenant General of the Russian Army, a Chechen. But that flag, the flag of the Akhmat Special Forces, is a flag that has Orthodox Christian cross and the Islamic moon and star together on one flag, one banner that shows how they are united to support the cause of Russia. Don't tell me you know anything. If I hear another stupid Sarah Adams remark about the evil nature of Islam, Laura Loomer, and all that, these are people who are ignorant. They don't understand Islam. They don't understand anything. If you want to talk about a religion of hate, just look at Christianity. Lindsey Graham is an unspeakable Christian. I mean, again, I'm sorry. I just saw something in the chat. I just wish I could reach in, pull some people out, and let them say it to my face. None of you have the courage to say it to my face. None of you have the courage to say it to my face. That's who you are, keyboard warriors. I'm sorry. I was up all night talking about this issue. This issue has me pissed off like you won't believe. I shouldn't be taking it out on you because you are kind enough to give me.
No, Scott. Look, I really appreciate it. Look, we gotta get it out. I understand. I was up all night as well. So every night since this war has begun. But continue.
Well, it's going to. You asked me a question. How long is it going to continue?
Yeah.
It'll continue till we run out of ammunition. According to some people, the original war plan was 96 hours, 4 days of sustained, nonstop.
That's what Israel said. That's what Israel said.
Yeah, and the goal here, just so people, again, I was quite clear before this war began that the United States has tremendous military power, and if you think we're out of the, that the war is already lost. When we speak of military force, let's say Iran is an engineering problem, a cube of reinforcing angles and such. We bombed the cube on day one. The cube is still intact, but we've weakened a joist here, we've weakened a joist there. We bombed them on day two, and the cube is still intact, but now internal collapse has taken place on some of the supporting beams. We bomb on day three, and now the thing is shaking. We bomb on day four, and it collapses. So the fact that we're entering day two, and you're looking at Iran saying it's a cube, don't be misguided. There is significant harm being done right now to the Iranian people and to the Iranian military and to Iran in general. And this harm is pre-programmed into an air campaign designed to last at a minimum of 96 hours. Now, I believe that we have additional phases planned. This first 96 hours is designed to achieve a result. One of the results is decapitation, which, unless they miraculously kill everybody between now and the 96-hour window, they have failed because Iran has reconstituted. Not only that, the streets are filled with people who aren't shouting death to Khamenei, they're shouting Khamenei is dead. Two different things. And one is glorifying the death of somebody that you hate. The other one is rallying around the cause of a martyr who you worship. And so, we've totally screwed the pooch on that one. But at the end of 96 hours, I think the planners will come together. I don't know how much of a pause they're going to give, but the idea is to give a pause for the Iranian government to surrender and turn over power. But then they will seek to continue to the next phase. And I think that we probably have 3 to 4 phases, 96-hour phases built into the system before we run out of ammunition. And so, that's 4 days with a pause 5. We're looking at, again, basic Marine math, 15 to 20 day campaign. That's their plan. The Iranians, on the other hand, are preparing for a campaign that will last months. They have planned this thing out to last months. So, unless we get what we want to get, and again, I believe that we have, I'll say it again, we lost the war of the first 6 bombs that we dropped on Iran because we don't have a clue about what we're doing. We turned a man who, if I were advising the president, I would have said, keep Khamenei alive. Kill his family. I know you guys are going to say, what is Scott talking about? I'm saying if I were advising the president, which assumes that I believe in what the president's doing, I don't. So I'm putting on my evil hat. My evil hat would have said, kill his family so that he's exposed as a hypocrite, a man who was willing to let his daughter and daughter-in-law die to let his granddaughter die. We killed a grandson or a granddaughter. We killed somebody. That's what we do. We just kill kids. We don't care. But you expose him as this hypocrite who's willing to hide while he let others die for him. And then you start putting out all the evil propaganda you want. I would even sit there and literally, come up with CGI crap to, AI-driven imagery to show him to be a pedophile and to show him to be a drunkard and to show him to be a hypocrite. And I would flood the airwaves with this stuff. Secret images from when Khamenei made a visit to Berlin and he went to a whorehouse back in 1982. And people say, well, he never did that. Well, there's a picture here. It is so long ago, you've clouded up. And you do this and you destroy the image of the man. You destroy what he stands for. I would have flooded the airways with imams coming in who talk about the evil nature of the theocracy, to point out every mistake every Iranian theocrat has ever made. There are films out there of religious figures in Qom going to bed with hookers because there's this thing where you can have a marriage for a day or something. I don't know. But they do it and you film it and you put that out there and you destroy the viability of this by attacking human frailty in hopes that people transfer faith over to human frailty and abandon their faith. This is what you do. This is how it works. And then you destroy the security mechanisms, et cetera. But you have to destroy people's confidence and belief and faith. We didn't do that. We made a martyr on day one. We made a martyr. We allowed this man through his X post to exit a hero, exit a man in literally a man of the equivalent of Ali, of Ali. This man we've elevated to the equivalent of Ali, which is sort of the heart of the 12er Shia faith concept. We lost. We're stupid, but there's going to be a lot of death and destruction between now and then. We have a lot of ammunition. That ammunition is capable of doing extraordinarily horrific damage, to include, again, because we don't care. If our intelligence is so bad that we mistook a children's secondary school for a target of relevance on day one, imagine how bad our intelligence is going to be when we get near the end of this campaign and we haven't achieved our objectives. Guys, I've been there. I've done that. I'm telling you, the desperation that existed at the end of the Gulf War when Iraq continued to fire missiles against Israel and we weren't interdicting them, we got so desperate that we basically threw away all rules. We were blowing up school buses because they were long enough to carry a Scud missile. We blew up Bedouin camps because the heat signature of the goats they put inside during those freezing nights created a long oval shape that could have been, was a Scud missile, and we blew it up. We slaughtered people. We blew up truckers. We blew up families. We killed everybody in the name of trying to interdict Scuds. Do you understand how desperate we're going to be at the end of this campaign when we are running out of bombs and the Iranians haven't run out of missiles and they're still firing missiles against Israel, which now has absorbed well over the 700 missiles that Netanyahu said was the maximum capacity of absorption.
It's only been 24 hours, mind you. We have to put that in. It's only been a day. So
in a day. And so, the fact is, we're going to start. We will drop our standards, if we ever had any in this conflict. The destruction of a children's school suggests that we don't. And we will be killing everything. Everything. We will be slaughtering Iranian civilians because we are so desperate and unwilling to accept failure, defeat, that we will go down wielding a sword that will be laying innocent lives low till the last bomb is dropped. I only have to say Gaza for you to understand the lack of moral compass that exists in these military planners' minds, Israel and American. This is not going to end well for the United States. In addition to Donald Trump losing his political credibility and hopefully his political legacy collapsing in a midterm election that sees him and his party routed to the extent that he can not only be impeached but convicted. For all the people out there that basically don't like Donald Trump, stop shouting at me and make sure you vote enough Democrats in November to convict him. Pick weak Republican senators and topple them. Because the goal here isn't to say we support the Democrats. The goal here is to say we want to punish Donald Trump. We want to break Donald Trump. You need to break the sickness of American society that elected Donald Trump. And you can only do that. Remember what I said about Ali Khamenei? Don't make a martyr out of him. Don't shoot him in Butler, Pennsylvania. That was stupid. What you want to do is expose him as the pedophile that he is, the Epstein supporter that he is, and the horrific man that he is. And you want him to be impeached by Congress, and you want him to be convicted by Congress. And you want his legacy not to be a man who won 2 elections, but a man who's the only president to serve time in prison because he's a traitor to his fucking country.
Yeah, well said, Scott. Well, perhaps if you could help the audience understand now, because what you are portending, what you are forecasting, I believe is very much, of course, in the realm of possibility, even if we don't have a crystal ball, that this desperation will go to fever pitch. If Iran, what it's saying, it's prepared for years to fight, that means Iran is at least confident in what it has in its stockpiles, what it has in its capabilities to fight for as long as you predicted, Scott. This could go on. The bombing could go on. So my question to you, Scott, is what, if you could maybe assess and help the audience understand what Iran's response has been and what it could be, given that there are also, Iran is saying that, you're going to continue to hit us, and we are going to continue to also escalate and show weapons that you haven't seen before. Things I don't even know what these weapons are. I guess I want, if you could, for you to help the audience understand what the U.S. is confronting as it goes down this very perilous path.
Well, first of all, we don't know what weapons the Iranians have. That's the beauty of them saying we're going to unveil weapons that you don't know anything about. So it leads to speculation, and I would believe that we are reading far too much into that than reality suggests. I think when they say weapons that you don't believe we have, I think the Iranians have developed an Oreshnik analog, basically a medium-range hypersonic missile that can deliver, the kind of Oreshnik-type kinetic warheads. I'm fairly confident it's not the Oreshnik. They don't have the Oreshnik. They have the Iranian analog to the Oreshnik. And I think that's one of the missiles that will be revealed. And we'll see it in all of its glory one night, because half of the Oreshnik is the psychological value of watching these projectiles come down, scream down at the speeds that create this horrific roar and impact on the ground. It's psychologically devastating. Imagine the Iranians delivering a dozen of these 3 weeks into this war, when we're running out of ammunition and they just unveiled a new weapon. So I think this is probably what we're looking at as they unveil new missiles. They might even unveil a few missiles of significant range that can strike targets in Europe. I would imagine that if the Iranians could, they would take out the bases in Europe, Lake and Heath, maybe some bases in Germany, take out Sofia Airport in Bulgaria. Sorry, Bulgarians, you shouldn't have allowed American airplanes to land on your runways, but strike European targets as well. Make Europe pay a price for the sin of supporting this illegal war of aggression. But I also think you're going to see them unveil new weapons, hypersonic weapons of great accuracy. But there's also other things at play here. Yes, the United States provided Israel with the targeting of Ali Khamenei. But let's think about it for a second. If Ali Khamenei wanted to be a martyr, wouldn't he make targeting easy? I mean, how much easier does it get? It wasn't the greatest intelligence coup in the world to have Ali Khamenei at home in his residence.
Exactly.
With other people having advertised that they're meeting. This isn't the greatest intelligence coup in the world. This doesn't mean that the CIA and Mossad have a spy on the inside and all this stuff. It means that Ali Khamenei played the game and said, kill me and lose the war. And we took the bait. But now we look what happened in Israel. Beit She'im, I think, is the name of the play. I'm not an expert on it, pronouncing Hebrew names. But the building that was struck was apparently hosting a very high-level Israeli military conference in great secrecy, a conference that, because of the sensitivity of the subject matter, the personnel broadcast, they probably didn't pick the location until that morning. So imagine You pick the location, and that's transmitted to the Iranians, who are able then to take a weapon system and have it launched in time to strike that building while the people are inside with great accuracy. If you're an Israeli and you're not scared to death by that, then you're not very smart. The Iranians have been hitting targets in Israel that these targets are designed to send a signal. They don't just hit targets of relevance, they hit them in a way that shows the Israelis that the Iranians know everything. Everybody talks about the Mossad penetrating the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command. The Israelis have been penetrated by the Iranians. And I don't know how they're doing it, through technical means, human intelligence, a combination thereof. But the bottom line is Israel's being taken apart piece by piece by piece. And it's done deliberately. The Iranians are some of the smartest people on the planet when it comes to understanding the world they live in. Just again, to give you an example, in 2006, during that short war that was fought between Israel and Hezbollah, Israel sent some of their best special forces to Lebanon to fight Hezbollah, and they're fighting for this one particular village. And I believe it was Sayed Matkal was getting ready to launch this attack to take out certain places. Matkal uses advanced frequency hopping tactical radios that are encrypted real time. So right off the bat, let's say it's a single channel, me talking to you, Danny. The signal is going to be encrypted, which means whoever intercepts it is just going to get digital garbage. And normally you have to capture that signal, handshakes and everything, take it back and have a computer process it. And a couple days or weeks later, depending on the effectiveness of the decryption programming, you can listen to what happened. But now we can complicate that because we have frequency hopping, 5 to 12 different channels, just pop, 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 pop. So if we're intercepting, we have to know what channel it is. And if we get on one, it instantly goes in. These are happening, multiple switches per second, which makes literal real-time interception and exploitation impossible, except that the Iranians were intercepting, decrypting these signals in real time, and then hacking into the signal and having a Hebrew voice operator who exactly mimics the voices of the Israeli commanders, using the code names, using their call signs that are supposed to be, only known to a handful. And they triggered an ambush by breaking in to this signal, giving the call sign of the commander and giving the order for execution. And Sayed Matkal, the Delta Force of Israel, stepped off into an ambush and got the crap knocked out of him. That's who we're dealing with here. The Iranians are that good. They hijacked the Beast of Kandahar, again, hacking into a signal, satellite signal from Nellis Air Force Base to the drone, encrypted, hacking into it, stealing that drone. So these Iranians are very, very good. They're working with Hezbollah, who has, as I said, great capabilities. And the Iranians apparently are inside the Israeli decision-making cycle. And this attack on this building proves that. So now the Israelis are scared to death. You can have them out there. We're doing this. We're going to build a bridge to Iran, and our airplanes are going to go there, and they're going to come back and go there, and they come back, and there's no. Yeah, go change your diapers while you're saying that, because you know that the Iranians are onto you, and at some point in time, the next missile's going to hit your damn building, and you're going to die. Your bloated corpse is going to be pulled from the rubble. And that's the fate that many Israelis are recognizing is their future if they can't win this war. This is why Israel stopped Donald Trump from pulling the trigger back in January. They said, don't do it because we can't win this thing. And they also said, don't start this thing unless you can guarantee victory. And this is where we come to the last phase of regime change, because the advice I just put out there was the advice of Israelis who may not be friendly to Iran. They may promote greater Israel, but they're realistic. Benjamin Netanyahu, when he came to the United States, and I said it at the time, I mean, just on record saying it, so I'll say it again. He came to the United States to tell Donald Trump to work with Donald Trump on how to use diplomacy as a means of setting up the next attack.
Yeah.
It wasn't about setting the conditions of a nuclear negotiation or anything. It was how to use diplomacy to set up, because immediately Donald Trump said, we're entering into negotiations. And they began that process. They had made the decision that they were going to attack and when they were going to attack. And that decision was made back then. Benjamin Netanyahu did this against the advice of his senior military commanders. He said, we can't pull the trigger until we have guarantees. And he came back and said, I have the guarantees. The United States is going to do this. Now, one of the things that happened is after he told his people that and they began preparing for this war, which they would initiate, the Joint Chiefs of Staff started saying, well, maybe we don't have a plan. Maybe we don't have enough ammunition. And that created problems. But Netanyahu overrode these people and said, no, we're going forward. So now when the air campaign starts to peter out and Israel's run out of ammunition, run out of interceptor missiles, Israel's getting pounded to death. The United States can't finish the job because we're out of ammunition. What do you think the political future of Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be?
Unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with four.
Do you think that he's going to emerge as the modern day, David Ben-Gurion, a hero, or is he going to be reviled as a despicable, cowardly liar who led Israel down the path of destruction? So, in addition to Donald Trump being toppled, Benjamin Netanyahu could very well be toppled too. This may be one of the greatest regime change operations in the history of regime change operations, but not the way those who envisioned it. And we can go on and on and on. For instance, Bahrain. I bring Bahrain up. I've traveled extensively through the Middle East, but I spent an awful lot of time in Bahrain. That was where the UN weapons inspectors would go to train up before we deployed to Iraq for our missions. And I'm very familiar with the Shia of Bahrain and the Khalifa family that governs Bahrain. A good friend of mine was my deputy commander, and he, we had a unique kind of team, a bunch of alpha males doing some alpha male stuff. And when they came back to Bahrain, they like to let off steam like only alpha males can do. And they had befriended the Gulf Air Stewardess Academy. They knew the head of the academy. And so these guys would all get dates with the Gulf Air Stewardesses. And they'd go out and they were just having the time of their life. I mean, they were living the life. But you'd sit down with these Gulf Air Stewardesses and have meaningful conversations with them. And you realize just how despicable the Bahraini government is. These girls are brought in not just to be flight attendants, they're brought in to be prostitutes. The Khalifas are the epitome of the elite Arab ruling class. Sick people of the worst kind. There's nothing redeeming about any aspect of them. They are just too rich to understand the reality of life. And they are replicated in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, and elsewhere. There might be some people who are noble, the exceptions to the rules, but the bottom line is these royal families are all the same. They're all the same. People who claim to be pious Muslims, and yet they fly to London, and as halfway there, they take off all their clothes. They'll come back and pretend that they're all pious. If you come from the causeway from Bahrain to Saudi Arabia, as you enter Saudi Arabia, you'll see a plethora of small mosques. And these mosques are built by pious Saudi men who, coming across, realize the sins they have committed. And so they absolve themselves by building these small mosques and say, I am now repented, I am clean, I am pure, till the next trip to Bahrain. Bahrain is a den of excessiveness. But the population is majority Shia, and they hate the Khalifa family. They hate the Khalifa family. As Iran is bombing the Muharraq facility, Fifth Fleet, and starting to bomb targets in Manama, the Shia are in the streets cheering. We may get regime change in Bahrain. The Saudis are sort of worried about what's going to happen in the eastern provinces because that's where the bulk of their oil production is, but it's also provinces dominated by a Shia majority population. Israel dropped 6 bombs on Tehran, killing Ali Khamenei. Do you think the Shia of Saudi Arabia are just going to sit there and say, that's okay? Do you think the Catholic of the world would say, that's all right, you killed the Pope? No problem. we'll vote for another one. We'll wait for the smoke to emerge from the chimney. No, there'll be outrage, people rising up. So there may be more regime change. These Gulf Arab states who encourage this war as a mechanism of getting rid of the Iranian government, the Islamic government, so that they could betray their people by fully embracing the Abraham Accords, which would elevate Israel into the supreme economic power of the Middle East. If they lose, and they're going to lose, they may feel a backlash from their people presents the end of these disgusting regimes. So, who knows? We may get lucky here and emerge this time in 6 months to see that these corrupt, disgusting Gulf Arab sheikdoms and royal.
Scott, I think I lost your connection. Are you there?
I think the Saudis just jammed our signal, so I need to stop talking about it.
You were just saying the Saudi oil sheikdoms continue. I think we lost the last part of that.
No, I'm just saying that this regime change sword cuts both ways, and I think you're seeing a lot of fear now in everywhere. I mean, I was interviewing Nafal yesterday on X. He was just an Israeli apologist of the worst sort. But he was sitting there doing his Israeli apologist thing. When I reminded him that Dubai was a target, they would never attack Dubai. I said, yeah, they would. They're going to attack Dubai. And as we spoke, Dubai was being attacked. And you suddenly saw the look on his face. He went, this shit just got real. Yeah. And that's the same look that's on the face of the various sheiks. This shit just got real. And they're sitting there looking at it going, they're attacking us. And the people on the streets are loving it because these sheiks are not well loved at all. They live this excessive lifestyle. They're elitists. They abuse their power, their authority. And now people are looking out, realizing how fallible they are because they're not all powerful. They're not all strong. And the Iranians are taking them down. And there are significant Shia populations. Again, I don't know how they're going to respond, but I would just imagine that when you kill the second important person in the Shia faith, don't expect the people to rise up in the streets and pop corks of champagne.
No. And maybe just to close with your final thoughts, I just want to show people exactly the kind of things you are talking about. We're talking about just one day, Scott, and I just want people to know that Israel has absolutely taken it, because there's a lot of people out there, Scott, that don't believe anything is going on, that Israel has not taken any hit. This is one day of a country that is saying it's fighting, it can fight for years, experiencing this kind of damage. And here's the damage done to Beit Shemesh, I think you were talking about earlier, Scott, and their body bags. And this is going to continue to get worse, it seems like, Scott, because Iran has promised that they have years of this in them. And, and then we have this horrific, I don't know if you saw it, the Israeli FM spokesperson went, I believe this is to Tel Aviv, to show and say, Iranians are targeting children, elders. And this is the response he got from the media, which to the credit to whoever asked this. Here we go.
So schoolgirls in Iran that are being killed in a strike at there.
This must stop. This must be stopped. And this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
Just completely, literally somebody just in front of a building that has been blown out by Iranian fire asked the question. This is who the Trump administration, people like Lindsey Graham, this is who they're supporting. They're one and the same here.
Danny, Gaza.
Yeah, exactly.
Gaza. Why are we surprised? Why do we even think there's an iota of humanness in the Israeli government? These are despicable, genocidal maniacs. And if you're not Jewish, they view you as goyim. They say it. I'm not out here spouting anti-Semitic tropes. They say it. You are inferior to us. We are the chosen ones. God has given us the right to greater Israel. Hell, Michael Huckabee said that. He agrees with that. Tucker Carlson's interview with him the other day. Why do we expect anything different from these people? No. These are horrible human beings. These are people who slaughtered tens of thousands of Palestinian children Hind Rajab, never forget her name, but she's just one of thousands that the Israelis mowed down, massacred. Israeli snipers would print T-shirts bragging about they shot a pregnant Palestinian woman because he got 2 for the price of 1. They would wound a Palestinian mother to have the child come out to try and rescue and kill the child in front of the mother. So the child bled out in front of the mother who was bleeding out. So the last thought in the mother's mind was her dying child. That's the sickness of these people. And so, what, we're supposed to pretend that somehow, this poor Israeli spokesperson was confronted with, a very difficult. No, he's a murderous sack of crap. They all are. They all are. There are no innocents in Israel at this point in time. If you didn't believe in this, you would have left. But if you stay in Israel and plant your flag in Israel, you are buying into greater Israel, which means you're buying into the concept of Zionist supremacy, which is an excuse for all host of sins, including the murder of Palestinians and the ongoing murder of Iranians.
Yeah, and I think very well said, Scott. We had a lot of questions from the audience. How about I just ask you one? You can answer as quick or two, and you
one audience questions. But let's get to some. It's looking real bad right now for Israel. I think they already giving up. But I'm telling you, Iran didn't hit them, and that's shocking for them. That in one day, just the second day, Iran didn't put more on their butt than they did the whole 12-day war. And it's really shocking to them. They never been through this, bro. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The U.S. can't protect you. They're going through a lot.
And I've been informed that in this context, we are going to make a contact with our correspondent in the Middle East, Yunus Sooner. Hello, Yunus. What can you share with us at this crucial hour for the Middle East?
Hello, good evening, good night from here, good afternoon to you. The conflict in the Middle East after the Israeli-US attack on Iran continues, with both sides continuing their attacks on each other. Tonight, we have just recently received reports that a missile barrage has been started from Iran towards Israel. And
look at that crater! God damn, Iran! What type of missile Iran hit them people with? Blew up the whole block again. They hit them boy with some big boy missiles. You should have never killed Khomeini. This is bad.
Israel, and there has been missile impact in the city of Jerusalem, in western parts of Jerusalem, where, according to first reports, 7 people were injured in the Israeli-occupied city of Jerusalem. There is a lot of crisis situation ongoing inside Israel right now. The government has announced to close all entry to the Gaza Strip, which will also stop all aid from entering the strip to the occupied Gaza Strip. Also, the government announced to extend the emergency measures in place until March 12th, that is in 10 days. Due to the conflict, the main airport of the country, Ben Gurion, will be closed until March 6th. And more importantly, the Israeli government has, according to Israeli press, called 100,000 reservists to the duty in the armed forces, especially to enforce the northern border. This comes among the question whether the Lebanese Hezbollah, which is part of
And that's
the
one thing we gotta remember. When Iran firing those missiles and hitting buildings and things of that nature in Israel, everybody in Israel got to serve the military. Everybody, no exceptions, unless you was the Orthodox, and now even they got to serve. The other people got tired of that shit. So Iran throwing the missiles, and they're not just hitting anything because they're not hitting the holy sites. They would never hit the holy sites. They pinpoint what they're hitting. They can hit these buildings. They know military people in there. Whether or not you're active duty or not, you're in the military. You've been in Gaza killing the motherfucking kids. It's a shame on the babies, the little Zionist babies that's dying. We didn't want this for them. The little settler kids. We didn't want this for them. But it's the end of the colonizers in the occupied lands. That's a fact, bro.
Of resistance
they
might join the war against Israel because Hezbollah follows the line, considers the supreme leader Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as its own spiritual leader as well. And today there was a declaration by the Secretary General of the organization Hezbollah, by Sheikh Naim Qassem, who said that
speaking of Hezbollah, they're attacking them right now too. I wonder when Hezbollah was going to show up to the party.
His organization will follow the steps of Ali Khamenei. So Israel is preparing for further impacts. As I said, the missiles are right now flying towards Israel from Iran. The so-called Iron Dome, the air defense system of Israel, which is supported by U.S. airplanes and as well as a U.S. aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean, is obviously failing. Already yesterday, there were missile impacts in the Israeli territory, causing panic among the population and also disagreements with the policy. But elsewhere in the Middle East, we have also a number of crisis due to the retaliation of Iran against this attack by the United States and Israel. Let us remind our watchers that before this attack happened, the Iranian authorities repeatedly had warned that should their country be attacked, they will respond in a region-wide manner. That is not only attacking Israel, but also US military bases. And some of them have also today been attacked, for instance, in Bahrain. And we have a number of crises emerging in the Gulf countries. For instance, the authorities in the Gulf country of United Arab Emirates have announced that they will close the financial markets, which are due to.
They got to close the financial markets. It's over for those Arab puppets. They need to surrender right now to the Iranians, and they might have a chance.
Until further notice, that is, the financial markets of the United Arab Emirates, an important financial center in the Gulf, have been closed, and they closed until we don't know when. Similar situation happened in Kuwait, where the financial market, the banking system, had been closed temporarily. This indicates there is a evolving, emerging economic crisis in these countries, which again do base US military bases that are part of the US offensive. That is what the Iranian authorities repeatedly underlined, that they do not attack these countries as such, that they do not consider these countries as hostile or enemy countries, but they do attack the US military bases, which are located inside these countries and which take part in the offensive against Iran. So we have a continuing conflict here ongoing. There are also reports about attacks on some oil tankers, because Iran had warned oil tankers of entering the Persian Arab Gulf. So we have unconfirmed reports about 3 oil tankers belonging to the United States and the United Kingdom that were attacked and that are in parts burning. But these are, as I said, not yet confirmed reports. What we can already report is that the oil price has already, on this Sunday in the pre-market, risen up to $80 a barrel, which is an increase by exactly 10% from the $73 a barrel had cost on Friday. And indication is that it might even increase further with, of course, serious economic costs for the Western world. In that context, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany have stated in a joint declaration that they are ready to fight Iranian defense capabilities, which indicates the U.S. military deployment to the Middle East as such, and the Israeli defense capabilities.
That's when you become the big World War III. See, that's when it become the big World War III. France and Britain, see, the Zionists gonna drag their bitch ass in this because they get U.S. and Israel getting handled rough. The Prime Minister of Britain, Starmer, already came out and said he'd get a U.S. permission, blah, 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 to use his bases, blah, blah, blah. So Iran immediately threw some missiles towards their ass in Cyprus. People, we're going to watch the video, people reporting hearing loud explosions in Cyprus. So yeah, Britain already in it. France, they pull their butt into it, they're going to get some missiles too. None of those people can defeat Iran. Let's just remember that.
Are not enough to fight the Iranian retaliation for now, as is also indicated or demonstrated by the missile impact in West Jerusalem.
Also, Yunus, the US have martyred the most sacred figure of Islam, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. How is the region reacting to this news? How would you describe the sentiment of the people over 24 hours after the first attacks were launched on Iran?
Yes, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is, of course, a sacred figure, first of all, for the entire Shia population, which is a current inside Islam. So it's their spiritual leader, comparable to the Pope, to what the Pope is for the Catholics. So for these people, this is an incredible, unacceptable, heartbreaking moment, which causes an incredible amount of anger among them, especially happening holy month of Ramadan, which comes on top of it. So the Shia populations in Iran, of course, but also in Iraq, there's a huge, the majority of Iraq is Shia. In Lebanon, there's a Shia population. In Pakistan, there's a Shia population. They are all in protests. But the anger is not limited to them. For the Sunni population inside Islam, the Ayatollah is not as such a sacred figure. He's just one theologically important person, but he's not the supreme leader for the Sunni population. Despite that, I talked today with a journalist from Pakistan, a huge Islamic country with the majority being Sunni, not Shia, and she said to me that also among the Sunni population, the Ayatollah had gained a huge reputation due to his clear positioning in the Palestine issue, due to his defense of the Palestinian cause, and of course also for being an Islamic authority. So also among the Sunni population, I'm speaking now about the populations, not the governments, there is increasing anger about this assassination, and there are emerging protests everywhere over the Middle East. From, of course, Iran. There are protests in Iraq in front of the green zone inside which the US embassy is located. There are protests here in Turkey where people have taken to the front of the US embassy and the US consulate, both in Ankara and Istanbul, to demonstrate their anger. These demonstrations were not at all religious. They were made by leftists, actually. There are protests in Pakistan, in the city of Karachi and Lahore. and the city of Karachi, these protests turned out deadly for a number of protesters because there was fire, they were fired upon, and according to some sources, even it was the US Marine personnel in the consulate that fired upon these protesters, killing at least 9 of them. This is still under investigation by the Pakistani authorities. We have no clear result of that yet, but eyewitnesses have told this. So there is a huge wave of protest coming up against the US authorities over the entire region of the Middle East, West Asia.
Also, recently the US-Israeli strikes
developments that we are tracking at this hour. Iran continues its counterattack on Israel and US military bases in West Asia. The visuals on your screens are from Bahrain, where thick smoke was seen rising above the capital city of Manama. The fire was reportedly coming from the naval base used by US military forces. The base is home to the headquarters of the US Navy's 5th Fleet. In fact, visuals that came in from Ramallah, where Iranian missiles can be seen approaching Israel from occupied West Bank's Ramallah region. Iranian missiles have successfully pierced through Israel's air defense systems and hit the ground in Jerusalem area. Medical teams have already reached the site. Several injuries have also been reported. However, there is still no confirmation of casualties, if any. In another missile that hit triggered fire near Tel Aviv, firefighters are still putting off the fire as the report suggests. There are so far no reports or injuries or death at this particular location. Iraqi Kurdistan's capital city of Erbil recorded major strikes. Iranian missiles blast near base for the international coalition, the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which is a loose alliance of pro-Iran Ba'ath Group, have carried out several attacks on US military bases in the region. In fact, in another development, Iranian media is reporting that country's Temporary Leadership Council held its second meet after death of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. The council consists of 3 top figures of Islamic Republic's power structure: Iran's interim Supreme Leader Ali Reza Arafi and President Pezeshkian and Chief Justice Gholam Hussein Mohseni. Let's go across to our correspondent Susan Tehrani, who's been tracking all the updates. Susan, the latest, if you can take us through the statement that came in from President Trump. In fact, that video statement that he'd put out saying that the military operation by the US will continue until all objectives are achieved.
Yes, President Trump was very frank with the American people, starting with the sad news that 3 service members had lost their lives, and frankly said that throughout this operation, there may be more to come, really leveling with the American people regarding that issue. He also said that these operations will continue. He also said that he calls on Iranian military and police forces, the security establishment, to lay down their arms and join the people of Iran, or else there'll be consequences for them. We had heard earlier on a Truth Social post regarding an interview he had saying that the operations will last weeks, possibly 4 weeks to a month. And we are also hearing that they're basically from this side that there are reports that President Trump is expected to have his administration inform Congress and update Congress on these wars. And that's possibly going to happen on Tuesday, where the administration officials are going to be heading to Capitol Hill to talk about this war. And possibly there may be a vote on a Law Resolution Act.
We are coming to you with urgent breaking developments. And what we are about to tell you is unlike anything we have reported in the days since this conflict began. The fourth wave has arrived, and sources familiar with the operational picture are describing it as the largest single missile barrage launched by any nation in the Middle East in modern history. Videos are coming in from Tel Aviv right now at a scale we have not seen before. Not dozens of clips, hundreds. From every district, every neighborhood, every corner of a metropolitan area that is absorbing a level of sustained bombardment that its defense architecture was simply never built to survive. The footage is unlike the first three waves. The density of impacts, the simultaneous explosions visible across the entire skyline in a single frame, the sheer geographic spread of what is happening. This is not a continuation of what came before. This is a different order of magnitude entirely. And the Iron Dome is gone, not degraded, not struggling, gone. The system that Israel spent decades building, that absorbed three previous waves and attempted recalibration after each one, has been effectively neutralized as a functional defense architecture over Tel Aviv tonight. The interceptor stocks that sustain the system require time and logistics to replenish. Three consecutive waves of hypersonic engagements have pushed those stocks and those systems past the point of effective operation. What is visible in the footage coming in right now is a city absorbing incoming fire without a functioning interception layer above it. That sentence, a major Western-aligned capital city absorbing ballistic and hypersonic missile strikes without functioning air defense, is a sentence that has not been written about any conflict in the post-Cold War era until tonight. There is a development on the information side of this conflict that is as significant as anything happening in the sky over Tel Aviv. Reports are emerging, unconfirmed but coming from multiple independent sources, that Israel has imposed restrictions on internet traffic within its borders. Social media platforms are reportedly experiencing throttling. Upload speeds for video content from within Israel are being deliberately constrained. If confirmed, this represents an extraordinary decision by the Israeli government. Israel is a democracy with a free press and an open internet. The decision to restrict information flow in real time, to slow the global spread of footage documenting what is happening in Tel Aviv, would signal that the Israeli government has made a calculation that the unrestricted visual documentation of this fourth wave carries risks to morale, to operational security, or to the political sustainability of continued operations that outweigh the cost of that restriction. The footage that is getting through VPNs, through foreign press feeds, through satellite uplinks that bypass domestic infrastructure, is severe enough that the Israeli government apparently judged that the unrestricted version was worse. Think about what that tells you about the scale of what is happening on the ground. Now let us talk about the statement that Iran's new leadership issued within the last hour, because it is the most alarming development of this entire conflict. Iran's new leader, elevated to the position following the death of Khamenei in circumstances we have covered extensively, addressed the world publicly tonight. The statement was brief, it was precise, and it contained a specific phrase that has sent intelligence agencies across the world into urgent assessment mode. The world should expect a surprise tonight. That is the phrase. Unelaborated, unexplained, delivered with the deliberate ambiguity of a leader who wants the phrase itself, not its meaning, but its existence, to do strategic work. Let us examine what that phrase could mean, because the range of possibilities it encompasses is what is generating the level of alarm we are seeing in intelligence and defense circles right now. The most optimistic interpretation, and it is the one that diplomatic sources are hoping reflects the reality, is that the surprise is a ceasefire offer. That Iran's new leadership, having demonstrated through 4 waves of Fatah strikes that its retaliatory capability was neither finite nor exhausted, is now positioning to negotiate from a posture of demonstrated strength. That the surprise is an off-ramp, not an escalation. a new leader using a first public statement to establish both toughness and willingness to end the exchange on terms Iran can frame as a form of victory. If that is the surprise, it is a surprise the world would welcome. The second interpretation is more concerning. It involves a qualitative escalation in the nature of the weapons being used. Not more Fatah missiles, but a different category of weapon entirely. Iran has claimed for several years to possess capabilities that it has not yet demonstrated in combat. Electronic warfare systems capable of affecting broader infrastructure. Naval capabilities in the Persian Gulf that go beyond what has been deployed so far. Drone swarm technology operating at a scale not yet used in this conflict. A surprise in this category would mean the fourth wave is not the ceiling. It is the floor that a new escalatory phase builds from. The third interpretation is the one that nobody wants to discuss, and everybody is discussing in classified settings right now. It involves Iran's nuclear program, not a weapon, because the assessment remains that Iran has not yet assembled a deployable nuclear device, but something in the adjacent space. A demonstration of capability, a test, an action designed to communicate that the distance between Iran's current position and a nuclear threshold is shorter than the world's pre-conflict assessment suggested. Any movement in that direction, any action Iran takes tonight that narrows the perceived gap between its current status and nuclear capability would trigger a response from the United States and Israel that would dwarf everything seen in this conflict so far. It would also trigger responses from Russia, from China, from every nuclear-armed state that has a position on non-proliferation. The escalatory cascade from that scenario is one that no planning document has fully mapped, because the variables exceed what any model can contain. We do not know which interpretation reflects the reality of what Iran's new leader meant. We may know within hours. We may know before this broadcast ends. What we know right now is this. A new Iranian leader has just told the world to expect a surprise on the same night that the largest missile barrage in the history of this conflict is striking a city whose air defenses have been effectively neutralized, whose government is restricting the internet, and whose alliance partner in Washington is facing a domestic political crisis of the first order. The intersection of all of those facts in a single night represents a moment of maximum danger and maximum uncertainty in a conflict that has already produced more of both than anyone anticipated. Let us be clear about the strategic position that Israel now occupies, heading into whatever tonight's surprise turns out to be. The Iron Dome's effective neutralization over Tel Aviv is not a temporary tactical setback. It is a structural problem. Replenishing the interceptor stocks that 4 consecutive hypersonic engagement waves have depleted takes time that the operational tempo of this conflict is not providing. The systems need maintenance that sustained high-tempo engagement does not allow. The radar and fire control components that have been operating under maximum load for days need recalibration that requires pauses this conflict has not produced. Israel is, at this moment, more exposed to aerial attack than it has been at any point in its history since the early years of its existence. The technological shield that has defined its security posture for a generation has been systematically eroded by an adversary that, by every pre-conflict assessment, was not supposed to be capable of doing this. That fact is being absorbed by every military in the world right now. Every country that has based its defense doctrine on American-supplied layered missile defense is running calculations tonight that will reshape procurement decisions, alliance structures, and strategic planning for the next decade. The American political dimension of this moment cannot be separated from the military one. Every hour that Tel Aviv burns without effective interception is an hour that the American Defense Industrial Base, the companies that built the Patriot, that built the components integrated into the Iron Dome architecture, that sold the promise of layered missile defense to allies around the world, is being publicly discredited by battlefield footage. That discrediting has consequences that outlast this conflict. Arms sales, alliance credibility, the implicit guarantee that underlies every American security commitment. All of it rests on the perception that American military technology works when it matters most. The fourth wave over Tel Aviv is stress testing that perception in the most public, most documented, most globally watched way imaginable. Trump's administration launched this operation with a theory of overwhelming technological superiority, producing rapid, decisive results at manageable cost. The fourth wave, the internet restrictions, and the statement from Iran's new leader about a surprise tonight represent the distance between that theory and the reality that has emerged. The surprise is coming. We do not know what it is. We are watching every available channel, speaking with every available source, monitoring every signal we have access to. What we can tell you is that the world is watching Iran's new leader tonight with a level of attention that no new leader of any country has received in recent memory. Because the surprise he promised will tell us, and the governments of every major power, what kind of conflict this is about to become. We are not leaving this desk. We will bring you the moment anything is confirmed.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified
So here we are, and the no new wars American president, the one who swore on camera he wouldn't drag anyone into another Middle East hell, is now presiding over exactly that. Because the Western Empire doesn't know how to do anything else.
I want to see the Middle East get back to peace, and real peace, but a peace that's going to be a lasting peace. And that's going to happen. I feel really, truly confident it's going to happen, and I believe it's going to happen soon. And we'll see what happens with the election. I think the election is going to make a big difference. But I was respected over there, and great relationships with so many.
And the numbers trickling out today? They're the kind that don't stay abstract for long. They turn into coffins, into funerals, into rage that doesn't forgive.
Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action.
Iran has reportedly struck the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is known as the United States' largest warship.
Iranian outlets, alongside IRGC-affiliated sources, are reporting a staggering figure. 560 U.S. casualties from Iran's retaliatory strikes, killed and wounded, while the Pentagon, as always, feeds the public a sterilized version, admitting to only 3 U.S. service members dead so far, plus a handful wounded. That gap isn't an accident. It's a war inside the war. One fought with press releases and carefully timed denials. Because Washington knows that once the American people see the real toll, the fairy tale of surgical strikes and clean wars dies in broad daylight. Governor Gavin Newsom dropped a bomb on Trump.
He lied to you. So reckless is the only way to describe this. Destruction is not strength. And once again, we've seen him destroy not only our allies in relationship to the rest of the world, but we're seeing him destroy any capacity to explain fundamentally what the core American interest is at this moment, to declare war, to go to war with a regime. He didn't describe to the American people what the end game is here. He didn't describe the existential threat of the moment, the immediacy of the crisis at hand. There wasn't one. He manufactured it. That's Donald Trump, the chaos president, this wrecking ball president across the board.
Meanwhile, the horror Iran is mourning this weekend is not up for debate. International outlets are confirming what Tehran has been screaming. A strike on a girls' school in Minab, with death tolls ranging from dozens to well over 100, depending on who's counting and how deep the rubble goes. And if you're wondering why Iran's retaliation feels like a national pulse rather than a political calculation, this is why. Because when you bomb children, you don't get to lecture anyone about proportionality. You don't get to gaslight an entire civilization into silence. Restraint after that isn't diplomacy. It's national suicide. How's that for a wake-up call to the Western media?
Iran been waiting 30 years, 40 years for one fight, preparing for one fight, waiting for the one fight. And this the fight right here. This is what they've been waiting for.
Media machine. And then there's the news carefully designed to puncture the American ego. The IRGC announcing it fired ballistic missiles at the USS Abraham Lincoln. Not just a warship, but a floating monument to U.S. arrogance, while the Pentagon, predictably, denies the carrier was touched. But you see the battlefield now, don't you? It's not just steel and explosives. It's credibility. It's the myth of American invincibility. It's whether the world keeps buying the lie that U.S. forces operate beyond consequence, or whether that lie finally shatters. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said things will continue in high gear until U.S. surrenders.
Well, if their goal is change the regime, that is a mission impossible. The demise of the leader doesn't mean that, regime change or the change of the political system in Iran. No, we have a very well-established political system. We have a very rich constitution. And based on that, all state institutions are in place. They are doing their job, their function. And as I explained before, even in the demise of the supreme leader, we have a procedure and that we have immediately activated. And you will see the result either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, that a new leader would be appointed by the Assembly of Experts. All of those experts are elected by the people themselves. So there are, democratic and constitutional institutions already in place, and the whole system, the whole regime, as you said, is strong enough to resist against any turbulences.
Meanwhile, Israel, Washington's spoiled client state, is reeling from impacts that are anything but symbolic. Beit Shemesh, on the edge of occupied Jerusalem, has been struck. Casualty reports vary. Some say 6 dead, others 9, with dozens wounded and entire streets turned into makeshift morgues. And hanging over all of this like a storm cloud is the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, confirmed by state-affiliated and international sources, followed by mourning that isn't collapse, isn't surrender, isn't the regime change wet dream Washington has been peddling for decades. They thought decapitation would bring chaos. Instead, it brought unity. Millions in the streets, looking at the same sky, saying the same thing. Now we see you clearly. How?
Terry Leo Wilson wants you to forget what she did in Austin, while Texas families buried soldiers killed by radical Islamic terror.
How's that for Trump's regime change fantasy? Look, if you're as disgusted as I am by the nonstop propaganda spewing out of Washington and its stenographers and corporate media, smash that like, share this with everyone who needs to hear the other side, and subscribe, because the truth isn't going to tell itself while the empire's press corps keeps lying. Now let's talk about the Lincoln, because this is where the whole house of cards either stands or collapses. The IRGC's version, carried by Iranian media and amplified by regional outlets watching closely, is that multiple ballistic missiles were launched as part of a named retaliation operation, and at least some got through. The U.S. side, through its usual channels, is denying it. Of course they are, because admitting a carrier was struck isn't just admitting damage. It's admitting the whole American superiority branding exercise failed. An aircraft carrier isn't a weapon, it's a statement. It's the empire's way of saying, we own these waters, we write these rules, you answer to us. So if Iran can even plausibly claim it hit that target, it's won a psychological war without boarding a single ship. And if it did hit it, then the message to every U.S. commander in the region is simple. Your symbols aren't safe. Your aura is gone. And when that illusion breaks, allies start hedging, markets start panicking, and the whole world starts wondering if the empire is finally bleeding. And while Washington scrambles to control its narrative, Israel is learning the oldest lesson in occupied land. You can't bomb your way to peace. Beit Shemesh isn't a dot on a map to the people picking bodies out of rubble. It's homes, schools, screams, parents running toward chaos instead of away from it. Iranian missiles landing there, whatever the Western pundits say about escalation, are being understood across the region as proof that occupation has a price. That air defense systems and U.S. backing aren't shields, they're mirages. You can intercept some. You can't intercept all. And the point no one in Tel Aviv or Washington wants to admit is that retaliation isn't just military, it's political. Iran is saying simply, you hit our children, we make sure yours can't sleep either. That's not celebration. That's the arithmetic of resistance when grief is treated as a PR problem. Now about Trump, because the hypocrisy here isn't just staggering, it's performance art. He sold himself as the anti-war president, the guy who'd drain the swamp and keep American soldiers home. And yet here we are with named operations, multi-wave strikes, and American bodies bagged and shipped back to stunned families. 3 confirmed dead by U.S. sources early on, though Iranian reports suggest the real number is far higher, spread across the region. And you can almost hear the spin room grinding. How do you sell strength and winning when the visual is flag-draped coffins and traumatized communities? How do you keep saying ahead of schedule while parents learn their child isn't coming home? And sure, the internet is full of theories. About foreign entanglements, about lobbying pressure, about names that trend for 5 minutes, then vanish. You don't need conspiracy to see the structural rot. U.S. policy in the Middle East has always been captured by arms dealers, Zionist lobbyists, and the addiction to solving political problems with military force. Trump didn't create that rot. He just promised he was immune, and then proved he's just another cog in the machine. And this decapitation strike fantasy, the idea that killing Iran's leadership would trigger some instant uprising, some made-for-Hollywood scene where crowds cheer American bombs? Listen, that lie has been sold about every country Washington wants to destroy. It's always the same. Hit hard, they'll thank us, democracy blooms. But what happens when the bombs hit home literally, and national mourning becomes national mobilization? When even critics of the system look at foreign missiles and say, not from you, never from you, you don't get collapse, you get consolidation. You get a fractured society suddenly finding one spine, dignity under attack. That's what the Pentagon never learns, because empire logic is built on the belief that everyone secretly wants to be ruled by the people bombing them. And yet the streets of Iran, by every account, are filled with grief and defiance, not the regime-toppling celebration Trump's handlers promised. The message is unmistakable. The more you bully, the more we stand together. And while politicians posture for cameras, the world's real power brokers, markets, are reacting like they always do. Jittery, nervous, pricing in the smell of smoke. Oil doesn't need commentary to spike. It needs instability near the Strait of Hormuz and the constant threat that today's retaliation becomes tomorrow's regional war. Investors don't need spin. They need certainty. And certainty is exactly what's gone. Because now you've got militias across Iraq and Syria with their fingers on supply lines. You've got Yemen's forces proving they can choke maritime trade and make insurers sweat. You've got Hezbollah on a hair trigger, where every border skirmish risks becoming a blaze.
Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the Forex market.
So when Tehran says there are no limits to defending itself, and Washington says it's ready to intensify, the whole map becomes a powder keg. How's that for American stability? Here's the truth the West refuses to speak. You spend decades lecturing the world about rules and order, then act shocked when your own violence burns those rules to ash. Assassinations, school bombings, multi-country strike packages. Regime change chatter that treats nations like they're video game levels. These aren't policy. They're accelerants. And you don't get to complain when the fire reaches your own doorstep. Call Iran's retaliation provocation all you want. In the global south, in the streets of Beirut and Baghdad and Sana'a, it reads differently. It reads as a state refusing to kneel after being struck in the face. Repeatedly, relentlessly, by an empire that mistakes cruelty for strength. Calls for restraint from the same capitals that greenlit the opening strikes. The UN will strain under vetoes and backroom deals. You'll see resolutions. You'll hear speeches. You'll watch the word de-escalation get used as camouflage for let us keep what we took. But the ground decides what words are worth. If retaliation continues, if casualties climb, if shipping chokes, if Israel bleeds and the U.S. bleeds, then this stops being a political crisis and becomes a strategic trap. And traps don't care about slogans. And if you're asking me quietly what the real lesson is, here it is. Iran didn't become resilient by choice. It became resilient because survival demanded it. Sanctions, sabotage, assassinations, threats, year after year, until resistance became the only language the West left standing. That doesn't mean every move is perfect, but it explains why shock and awe keeps failing. You can't terrorize a people into gratitude. You can't murder a nation's leaders and expect submission. And you definitely can't keep selling war as peace while the world watches the bodies pile up and refuses to look away. Thank you for watching.
To tell us how it looks now from the Iranian point of view. Professor, thanks for joining us. I won't waste time with pleasantries except to say how happy we all are to see you alive and well. And we ask God to protect you in the days, weeks, and maybe months to come. I described yesterday as a day of infamy. I evaluated that it is not going well for the criminal regimes in Tel Aviv and Washington. What would you like to say to both those points?
You're absolutely correct, George. It is absolutely disgusting to see that the entire Western camp is supporting aggression. But this isn't new. When the first time round, the Israeli regime and the United States conspired to attack Iran 8-9 months ago, the West, the entire Western camp, supported them back then as well. And in fact, the German chancellor said that the Israelis do their dirty work for them. And now the German chancellor says that Iran does not have a legitimate government. So this is the sort of behavior you get from the West. They murder Iranians, they slaughter Iranians. Today, 2 hospitals were struck, one in the city of Ahvaz and one in Tehran, the Gandhi Hospital, which is somewhat ironic, taking into account the position that the Indian government has taken with regards to the Israeli regime. So today we've had 2 hospitals struck. Yesterday morning, as I'm sure you know, in the small city of Minab, 165 people were massacred, mostly children, the rest their teachers, girls at an elementary school. So 165 elementary school girls were massacred, along with a few of their teachers. And yet there is nothing in the Western media about this and the condemnation of the regime in Washington or the regime in Tel Aviv. Yesterday, we also had a bombing of a gymnasium. And there we had a large number of girls who were playing volleyball, who were also massacred. Apparently, the Epstein regimes, which rape and murder girls, bomb them too when it comes to Iran. Yet the West fully supports them. So women's rights, human rights, all of that is just nonsense. As you were saying earlier, it's the law of the jungle. And what is even perhaps more disgusting is that the regimes in our region, who just heard a few days ago the US ambassador to the Israeli regime say that if the Israelis took the entire Middle East, he'd be fine with it, and that is definitely in unofficial US foreign policy and European foreign policy. Despite that, Turkey, under Erdogan, is allowing AWACS jets to fly over Turkey to gather information about Iran. It's allowing US bases in Turkey to use their radar systems to help the Israelis both offensively and defensively. And the countries in the Persian Gulf region are all hosting US bases that are actively and have actively been used against Iran. So these regimes, which are more threatened by the Israelis than the Iranians, they are directing their antagonism towards Iran in support of the Israeli regime and Trump. This is the region that we live in. This is the world that we live in.
It's ironic in more ways than one, because Mr. Gandhi famously said, when asked by an American journalist what he thought of Western civilization, he paused and then replied, "Yes, I think that's a very good idea." And it's, of course, par for the course. Israel was bombing hospitals in Gaza virtually every day for more than 2 years and killing children in huge numbers, in thousands, maybe tens of thousands of children. In fact, certainly tens of thousands of children. So what's 165 little schoolgirls whose feet couldn't even touch the floor when they were sitting on their school chairs at their desks, now annihilated, eviscerated, incinerated by a high-powered weapon? I want to ask you, whose weapon was it? It makes no material difference, because these two criminals are acting jointly and are therefore jointly responsible for what each of them does. But I hear a story that these little girls were murdered by a cruise missile fired from the deck of the Abraham Lincoln. What's your take on that?
These girls were most probably, from my understanding, murdered by the Americans. And of course, Western media says nothing about it. There's no condemnation. There's no sympathy. So when it comes to fabricating numbers about dead riot people who died in riots at the hands of the rioters, in order to demonize Iran, when there's no internet in the country there was no internet back then, but they were inflating numbers by the day, all of the Western media is all in. But when it comes to children, little kids that we can see, reporters were taken there. They witnessed, they saw their bodies. When it comes to that, they're completely indifferent. And that is because the entire Western media is captured by the Epstein class. It is the oligarchs who own them. It doesn't matter if they're liberal or if they're conservative. We saw during the State of the Union in the United States, the only time that the Democrats and the Republicans applauded together, and apparently, since I didn't watch it, gave a standing ovation, was when Trump was talking about Iran. So on everything else, they have nothing to agree upon. But when it comes to antagonizing Iran, and when it comes to murdering Iranian leaders and murdering Iranian people as we speak, they're all in. They're all on the same page. It's the Epstein class.
What if I could build an app that works my way with Base 44? My work moves fast.
Now, I mentioned the Abraham Lincoln. The Iranian side say they struck it with 4 ballistic missiles. The American side says the missiles didn't get anywhere near the aircraft carrier. This is a matter of some importance. Do you have any further and better particulars on that?
I don't have any details about this particular case, but every time a drone or a missile is shot at by the American aircraft carrier or the accompanying ships, they spend literally 10 to 15 times more than the Iranians do, because the drone and missile are cheap and inexpensive for Iran, but for the Americans, it's extraordinarily expensive. So even if it doesn't hit, the taxpayers in the United States, their wallets do take a hit. But the Iranians, George, have been pretty impressive. Despite the murder of Ayatollah Khamenei, who was a man of culture, he was an expert in Persian literature, very well acquainted with Arabic literature, a fluent Azeri speaker. Khamenei is a city in the Azeri parts of Iran, and very knowledgeable about Azeri literature. He also spoke English. He was fluent in English, and he would read Western journals. He was an extraordinarily high religious authority, but he was also an intellectual. He was in jail 6 times under the Shah, if I remember correctly. And he went and fought the war that the West imposed and encouraged Saddam to invade Iran. He went and fought as a volunteer without training, because at the beginning of the war, the Iranian side was not prepared. So he was a war hero. He was a political prisoner, and he devised the Iranian defense capabilities in such a extraordinary way that after they murdered him, Iran, without having him as leader, has been hitting back at the Israeli regime hour after hour after hour for a day and a half now. And they've been targeting Americans and their assets in the Persian Gulf since yesterday. So in the 12-day war, it was only the Israeli regime. In this war, you have the real power behind the Zionist regime, the United States, alongside the Zionist regime. They murdered the Iranian leader along with his child, his son-in-law, and one of his grandchildren, and of course many other people. He murdered them, but his supporters, his followers, have been able to hold back the superpower. And the US is taking extraordinarily bad hits in Iraq, in the Persian Gulf, and in Jordan. And of course, the Israeli regime is taking hits by the hour. And we still do not have, and we will have soon, another leader in accordance with the Constitution. But I think that just shows that this extraordinary man was not just an intellectual and a thinker and a man of literature, but he was also a strategic thinker, a person who designed a military force that has been able to hold back the evil forces of the Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime. So hopefully, although we are going to have bloody days ahead, and we just had an explosion nearby about half an hour before the show, it's going to be hard, it's going to be painful, but I'm optimistic that the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to deal the Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime a strategic defeat.
Well, what they did to Ayatollah Khamenei was obviously a crime, but I quoted Talleyrand earlier, who, when told of the murder of a political opponent of his, said, "It is a crime, but it's worse than a crime, it's a blunder." I think the earliest indications are that the martyring of Khamenei was a crime, but more importantly, a blunder. It has achieved the opposite of what must have been claimed for it by those who sought authorization for it. First of all, it has united millions of Iranians in mourning and in demand for revenge, but it's also lit a fire amongst Muslims all across the world. I have a feeling that they'll come to regret that act of political assassination, even on their own terms.
You know, George, they murdered him during the month of Ramadan as he was fasting and as he was in his office working. He was not hiding in a bunker. He was fasting and working, an 86-year-old man. And they murdered him and all sorts of people around him, including his own family. And the fact that he would not leave, the reason why he did not leave his residence and his office was that he said that ordinary people, many of them have no place to go. And since they have no place to go, I'm not budging. I'm not moving from here. And that's what caused his martyrdom. People in Iran are outraged. We already saw, and we discussed this before, that the support of ordinary people for the Islamic Republic and its institutions and the Constitution on January the 12th and February the 11th, on the 47th anniversary of the revolution. Millions of people came to the streets in Tehran, especially on the anniversary of the revolution, because the West was trying to say that the crowds in January were AI. People came in larger numbers to prove that the West is lying. Yet, after his martyrdom, the anger has grown, and tonight, across Tehran, they've had ceremonies, not in one place, across the city. In fact, I don't have a very big Telegram channel. If anyone is interested, they can go there, or they can go to my Twitter account and go to my Telegram channel. I put footage of the ceremonies in different neighborhoods in Tehran. It's astounding, the crowds. And under airstrikes, the crowds wouldn't budge. And you can see it in the footage. They're being attacked, yet people are chanting on the streets that we're willing to die. They wouldn't run away. They wouldn't hide. They wouldn't go into the metro station. They stood their ground in different neighborhoods. So you're exactly correct. It's not just Iran either, as you were pointing out. It goes beyond Iran's borders. It goes beyond Muslim countries. People have been contacting me from Latin America and elsewhere, very, very upset about what happened to him. In Iraq, you have the Iraqi resistance. Now they too are more motivated than before. So the Epstein regime in Washington miscalculated in a big way, because today Iranians are much more steadfast than yesterday. They've made Ayatollah Khamenei more powerful after his martyrdom than when he was alive. And I think we're going to see the results of that in the days and weeks ahead.
Now, there are reports, they haven't been convincingly denied, and they are now repeated on multiple Israeli television channels, that Trump wants out already, and that he in fact wanted out last night on the first day of the war. And he himself, from his own mouth, has said multiple times today that he wants to talk with the Iranians. Laughably, he says it's the Iranians that want to talk with him. But having said yesterday he was going to wipe out the Iranian regime, he now wants to talk to the Iranian regime, which is a very powerful indicator that the war is not going well for him. What confidence do you have in that? And what would Iran's likely reaction be to that, given the massacres, given the martyrdom of your leader? Would you be prepared to talk now with Trump, or is this war going on?
Well, you know better than I, George. These Western regimes, they were the guarantors for the ceasefire between Lebanon and the Israeli regime. Every day the Israelis are bombing Lebanon and murdering Lebanese citizens. Trump himself was behind the fake ceasefire in Gaza and dragged all sorts of world leaders to Egypt for a monkey show. And they all went there and whitewashed his crimes. Every day, multiple Palestinians are being murdered in Gaza as we speak, and the West looks away, and the media looks away, the Western media, the Epstein media. In the case of Iran, twice already, in less than a year, we were negotiating, and as we were negotiating, they conspired to attack our country. So how can anyone in Iran trust Trump? Today, tomorrow, next year, at any time. We cannot trust the United States, let alone Trump. No one in the United States is talking about Trump's deception. No one is talking of, in fact, if you look at Western media, George, you'd think Iran started the war. You would think Iran is carrying out atrocities. You think it was the Iranians who killed 165 little girls in their elementary school somewhere in occupied Palestine. The Iranians are presented or described as some sort of aggressor. So there's really no way that the Iranians can trust Trump or the United States. And there's no doubt that it is not the Iranians who are seeking to speak to Trump. It is Trump who wants to talk. But it's not going to end so easily. The Iranians are going to make sure that the United States and the Israeli regime suffer a strategic defeat. It is going to be bloody. It is going to be painful. But the Iranians have to make sure that this does not happen again. When the United States is forced to back down, ultimately, it may not look like a victory, because in war, you know as well as I, war is a defeat for everyone. But when the Americans back down and they're forced to leave, returning is not an option. It will not happen again. So Iranians are adamant that they teach the Americans a lesson. It will come at a big price. It's not a price that I want to see paid, but there's no other option. So Iran is going to continue to hammer the Israeli regime with missiles. It's going to hammer US bases in northern Iraq and in the Persian Gulf. And those assets that are outside of the bases, but they're affiliated to the regime in Washington, Iran is going to continue to do that. And the United States is not going to be able to say that we achieved a victory. So what Trump is saying already indicates that things are not going well. He thought that he would be able to murder Ayatollah Khamenei, a great figure, an extraordinary man, George. The greatest person I have seen in my lifetime. He thought that by murdering him, that he could end this, like in Venezuela. But the exact opposite has happened. And if anyone who was sane in the United States, if there are any sane people in Washington, if they had spoken to you before the attack, or me, or many other people that you and I know, they would have told them, they would have told the White House that this will not work, that this will not end well for you. It was clear as day to us. But they have this Orientalist view of Iran, this narrative of Iran, that Iran is unpopular, that it's despised, that it's falling apart, that it's collapsing. Of course, paradoxically, at the same time, they're saying it's a rising menace, it's a menace to the world. On the one hand, it's a menace to the world. On the other hand, it's about to collapse. But they, based on that assessment, they carried out the 12-day war and failed. They should have understood that this is not going to work. But that narrative is not, they're not capable of changing it. Seeing reality does not change that narrative. So they do it again and again. And the only way to end this really is to impose a strategic defeat on the United States. Now, how would that look? I really don't know. But I think that this war is going to last more than a couple of more days. It's going to last a while. I don't know if it's going to last a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. Hopefully it will not last too long. But I'm convinced that the Iranians are going to punish Trump and the Netanyahu regime.
Let me turn finally, though it's a big one, just about the only thing that I have ever disagreed with you about is this fatwa against nuclear weapons. As I understand it, this was a fatwa of the late Ayatollah Khomeini. It was reiterated by Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, there's shortly to be a new supreme leader. To what extent is that post facto still the prevailing religious decision of Iran? Isn't there a likelihood or a case for the new power in Tehran to re-examine this question? Because as a caller from Nigeria just pointed out, just a couple of minutes before you came on, there's no prospect of North Korea being invaded or bombed. There will be no Abraham Lincoln off the coast of North Korea. There will be no invasion or attempt to regime change North Korea, precisely because they have nuclear weapons. In other words, is there any possibility that this fatwa will be null and void because of the entirely changed circumstances after this sneak attack by Trump and Netanyahu?
When I saw the poll, George, I knew you were going to ask this question. It's complicated. You're absolutely correct. This is basically an extension of a similar fatwa of Imam Khomeini about chemical weapons. And it's really interesting, George. I was listening to some of these Western analysts, and they don't even know that there's a Khomeini and there's a Khamenei. They think it's the same person. That's how ignorant these senators are. They don't know this is a different person and these people want to rule the world. So his fatwa is based upon this principle, this moral principle. But there's also a strategic reason as well, and that is that, and we discussed this before, I know you know it, that if Iran develops a nuclear weapon for whatever reason, then there will be an incentive for these despots in the Emirates and in Bahrain and in Kuwait and others to go and purchase their own nuclear weapons. And these regimes are not inherently stable, and that could have its own major complications. That is a reason too. But as I said before, I think privately, again, you know this, I'm just saying it for the audience. Actually, the current chair of the Supreme National Security Council, before he was the chair, he was the advisor to the leader, but now he's moved up. He said back then, when he was just an advisor to the leader, that if Iran faces an existential threat, then its nuclear posture would change. Another advisor to the leader, Dr. Kharozi, who was Mr. Khatami's foreign minister for 8 years, he too said that if there's an existential threat made against Iran, then Iran would change its nuclear posture. Now, the interpretation of that is, I think, pretty clear, but what constitutes an existential threat, that's open to debate. But one final point, and that is that it's interesting that Trump himself has pushed Iran to advance its nuclear technology, because under the nuclear deal in 2015, Iran was restricted in developing its nuclear program. And after Trump tore up the deal, the Iranians went back and began, within the framework of international law and under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, they began to expand their program, both technologically, but also the infrastructure as well. But in addition to that, not only due to Trump did Iran advance its peaceful nuclear program, but also because of the wars carried out by Trump, the threats carried out by Trump, stated by Trump. Before this recent war, there was a poll which indicated that unlike before Trump, where a majority of Iranians said we do not want a nuclear weapon, and that was to a large degree influenced by official policy, most Iranians after the 12-day war said we should have nuclear weapons, despite the fact that the state says the opposite. So Ayatollah Khamenei, may he be sitting alongside Jesus and Moses and Prophet Muhammad, he was of the minority view, thanks to Trump. So this monster, this Epstein regime representative, he pushed Iran to develop its feasible nuclear program. He pushed Iranian public opinion to take a stance that was more close, which is in alignment with what you believe than what the leader believed.
What price will our audience be paying for their petrol on Monday, Professor?
That's a good question, George. You know that the Iranians have advised ships not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And within the next few hours, I think we'll be seeing oil prices rise. Although I'm sure that Western media and Western analysts and people of influence will try to keep the price down, say that they're going to open up the reserves. But the reality is that we're heading for a crisis. And if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for every day that it remains closed, it's going to get worse. But there's something even more dangerous, George. If this war expands, the Strait of Hormuz would be the smallest of the problems. Because if, let's say, there's a ceasefire in a week or 2 weeks, or a halt in hostilities, these ships can pass through and they will reach their destination just with delays, and it will cause a lot of trouble economically. That's already happening, and each day makes it worse. But if there is an escalation, those tankers will be destroyed. Already 3 have been hit today, 3 that tried to go through without permission. Those tankers will be destroyed. The oil and gas installations will be destroyed. If that happens, and then there is a ceasefire, and the Strait of Hormuz is open, where is the oil? Where is the gas? And where are the tankers to take this non-existent oil to the markets? So Trump and Netanyahu are playing with fire. Netanyahu is more than willing to sacrifice the world, and Trump is more than willing to sacrifice the interests of the American people for Netanyahu. That's the reality that we're living with. The Iranians don't want a crisis. They didn't want this war. And as we speak, the Iranians are managing the war. They're slowly increasing the pressure on the US and the Israeli regime. Gradually, you see the strikes that are being carried out every day. The Iranians can go far faster and far further than this. Most of the Iranian underground bases, George, have not been touched. Most of the missiles and drones that have been used so far are first-generation missiles and drones that were made well over a decade ago, a decade and a half ago. So Iran is limiting, of course, Iran also wants to empty their air defenses. But Iran is managing this because it does not want to bring down the global economy. But the Trump regime, the Epstein regime, and Netanyahu may actually bring us to that point.
Professor, please accept our condolences upon the death of Iran's leader and his family and his colleagues who were murdered with him. Please accept our sincere condolences to all the innocent civilian people who have perished as a result of this savage attack by the so-called civilized West. And perhaps I speak for everyone, and not just the viewers of this show, when I express my hope and prayer, actually, that you personally remain safe and still able to talk to us on the regular basis. I'm sure we'll be talking again, God willing, soon.
They had every.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against Governor Abbott's property tax caps, saying,
Tax caps or revenue caps?
Nathan Watkins, he's reckless and he'll leave you in his dust.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this.
Welcome back. We are joined by Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, a 4 times combat veteran and host of the very popular Daniel Davis Deep Dive YouTube show. And I will leave a link in the description. So thank you for coming back on. We only spoke a few days ago. You were warning that this war was coming, and well, sadly, you were right as usual. But as this war has now gone on for 2 days, it doesn't seem to go as planned. I mean, all sides have to put on a brave face, I guess, and claim success in any war. But over the past 2 days, we have seen a lot of chaos, and it's very hard to suggest that this was intended. Do you see any strategic miscalculation on the side of the United States, or was this such a cost that they were prepared to absorb?
It is. It's a major miscalculation, but unfortunately, it was one that was self-evident before it ever started. All the signs were in place. You mentioned that I saw this coming and called it. It frankly wasn't that hard to me, because the signs that we were giving were made it really clear that absent an 11th hour change of mind by Trump, which was always possible, so I always let some room for that. But based on the movement of the types of military equipment and gear, and the statements that were made and where the forces were, it looked to me like, because I've been through this, I've lived it twice really, as a member of an armed force, watching this exact same kind of buildup in the United States. And then one of the reasons I was so effective in calling the Russian war when it broke out in 2022, because remember, most people thought, oh, it's just going to be another buildup. Russians aren't really going to do that. They're going to posture. But I said, no, this one is fundamentally different for the same reason as the other two that I saw. And then now that this was played out, when you see the types of force that Russia had amassed in, it wasn't just demonstration forces. They had everything they need with all the enablers. They had the logistics. They had the medical support. They had lots of things to sustain combat operations, and they were all being parked forward, just like what I went through when I myself was part of that deploying force. And so I said, no, this is something that is being pre-positioned to use. And I wrote that extensively.
Revolutionary salute to my brother Roscoe for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Say thank you, King, for reporting on real news. Thank you for steady supporting the House of Revolution. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, soldiers. Salute.
Before the case. So, you couldn't come back and just say, well, you called it later. But that's why I was so confident this one, for the same reasons. Just when it was the air logistics, it was the refueling capabilities, it was the C-17s, the C-5 transport, the massive number of them, like 50% of our entire inventory. And then, of course, the large number of fighter jets and the aircraft carrier strike groups and all that. When you look at all that, it's like, no, this is being designed for use. This is not pressure. This is not trying to convince anybody to reach an outcome, because they already were. That was kind of the linchpin to me that kind of convinced me. Iran already was willing to have a negotiation. And in fact, I think history is going to look back and say, if there was a central moment where our failure was crystallized, it's on the night before, when the foreign minister from Oman, I believe it was on a Friday night, came and said on a U.S. CBS News and said he had agreed to the Iranian negotiator to make some profound submissions and changes and concessions that they wanted in the nuclear agreement. They would not do any reprocessing, zero, which they had said wasn't even on the table before. And then they said the stockpiles they had, they would get rid of that too. And then they said at least on the table were the long-range missiles and the proxy forces, which heretofore had not even been on the table. They said, we'll do that later, but let's get the nuclear part first. It was a golden opportunity for the Trump administration. If that's what they wanted, they had it in their hand. And when he is attacked the next morning, then that made it clear, very clear that none of this was ever about negotiations. It was always about war. Well, now then we're on the situation to where we have started something that we can't finish. And I don't remember, maybe it's what you and I talked about last time. My big frustration was this is a war you can't win. You're setting about unattainable military objectives. And when President Trump came out, early in the morning that Saturday at Mar-a-Lago, he put out all the objectives for this, and I just was cringing because I'm like, unless the Iranian side does what the unexpected and just collapses and crumbles, just out of fear and whatever, there's no way you're going to be able to accomplish those. If their backbone stays stiff and they already understood ahead of time that this was going to be very costly for them, but that they had calculated, this was in the New York Times just days before, that they have calculated that fighting a war with the U.S. was less risky than submitting to the U.S. That, again, was another signal that they had made this decision to go. And now, so far, that's exactly what they have done. And they are paying a price. And there's no doubt that there's been profound destruction of their armed forces, of their senior leaders, of course, their political and military, and definitely their military infrastructure's taken a beating. But I'm pretty sure you and I did talk about this. They have these underground facilities throughout the country, and they have the ability to withstand a lot of this for an extended period of time. But we don't. That's the key issue here. I said that we had maybe 4 or 5 days of high intensity flight. Maybe we could stretch that out to a couple of weeks if you're judicious in the use. But then what? If the other side doesn't capitulate, you're in real trouble. And now then that's where it looks like we are. There's reports out just in the last few hours that President Trump is saying, hey, maybe we can have a ceasefire. They're asking me for it, which is got to be complete BS. There's no way they would ask for it. Not now, not after their Ayatollah has been assassinated. That's the last thing they're going to do is ceasefire under those conditions. Otherwise, he would have been taken to secure location. Evidence suggests that he knew he was going to be assassinated, and I think willingly sacrificed his life to be used as a martyr because he didn't go to a protected place. He stayed where everyone knew where his compound was so that when the strike came in, he was killed. That's what it looks like happened intentionally, and now that result looks like it's having a situation to where it's not causing the backbone to quiver, but it's actually consolidating support behind the regime and throughout the Shia world. There's lots of protests going on around the world in support of the Iranian side because of the sacrifice of the Ayatollah. So I think it has been a profound, and I mean, to say a miscalculation is bad because that almost implies that you thought maybe it was going to be good, but what you base it off of, you thought it was going to work, but it didn't. This was well known ahead of time that unless the other side just quit and everything in the world said they wouldn't, and you went ahead anyway, that was a profound error. So, yeah, I think it's a major miscalculation.
Well, they didn't seem to predict that Iran would attack bases across the region. So Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, obviously Israel. But also, as you said, killing Khamenei, this is a very strange thing that they thought the government would collapse. And, this is in the Shia culture, the martyrdom is so deep. This is, something that would, as you said, get them riled up, but or consolidate. But as you said, but also in the Shia region, Shia communities across the region, you see from Iraq, Pakistan, Bahrain, they're all, taking to the streets in support of Iran, given this attack and killing of their religious leader. And I saw Trump giving a speech now in which he argued that the Iranian army should put their weapons down and, their civilians should take to the streets. And like, this is does he really think this is what's going to happen now? It's just,
You know, I really do. I think that he does think that. I think that in his mind, you know how a lot of people often do projecting. They whatever your values are and whatever you would do in a circumstance, you just project onto another actor. And I think that's what he did because he's thinking, yeah, if I came in and somebody from the stronger position came in and just started bombing the crap out of me and killing some people, I'd give up. I'd just say, yeah, let's roll in. So that's what's going to happen. And then he's like, that's kind of what happened with all those speedboats. I killed all these people and blew it up. Nobody did anything. I stole the leader from another country in Venezuela. Nothing happened. And they just rolled over the whole leadership in Venezuela. All you got to do is just show how tough you are, and then they'll just roll over. And I think that's what he thought was going to happen here, not recognizing the radical and profound differences between Venezuela and the Shia country of Iran, as you pointed out. So I think it was a big miscalculation. I will say that one area where I did not foresee properly, Iran had said that they would attack the bases of everywhere America wasn't reaching. We took that seriously and bolstered up a lot of the air defenses, but I did not think that they would, from the beginning, also attack the civilian.
President Trump trusts retired teacher Terry Leo Wilson because she's teaching liberals a lesson in Austin. Leo
sectors of those countries. It appears to me that their message was, hey, you guys we're suffering from the U.S. We have since 2010 from Israel, and then starting with the assassination of Soleimani by the U.S. in 2019. We just been hit mercilessly, and you guys are protecting them. You guys are putting these bases in there, and they're using that against us. So it's time for you to feel some pain too. It looks like that's kind of what they said, kind of like a big FU in a big way. And there's been some really big strikes. I thought that they would not do that in an effort to say, hey, don't take action against us. This is just against the U.S. But it looks like they're saying, I'm just tired of getting pushed around, which is another indication. The reason I bring that up is because that shows that they're all in on this. And they're going to say, listen, we're even going to hit other regimes in the area to see if we can put pain on the United States, on Israel, and on their backers in the region. And they're going to start suffering until everybody backs off. And then maybe we will too. Maybe they'll do some negotiation later. I don't think they're going to do it right now, though.
No, that's what I'm thinking as well. They would want an end to this, but I think they want to inflict some more pain. Otherwise, you were going to have a similar war again in 6 months as well during negotiations, probably. But what do you see, though, the wider war strategy of Iran here? Because I was also a bit surprised by the civilian targets, that is airports, hotels. The foreign minister said we attacked the hotels because they house American troops, but still, I've seen a lot of other civilian targets which didn't, it fits more within your analysis here, that it's more about causing pain, but they jumped straight into the closing off the Strait of Hormuz. They attack ships, I think four oil tankers so far, if I'm counting correctly. So what is the strategy now of Iran? I mean, if you would sit down with the war planners, what do you think they would say?
I think that they have calculated we're going to run this out for a number of months. That's my guess. Based on what they're doing, these things aren't short-lived. These things aren't like, well, we're trying to do this and we'll ratchet up bit by bit to increase the pain. But if you back off at any time, so can we. This sounds like they have said, no, we're all in. And so we're going to shut down all the stuff. We've been signaling we were going to do the stuff. You didn't believe us. And I'm sick of it. After 47 years of taking this kind of punishment from their perspective, I'm done. And so now then, new rules are in effect. And you're going to go by what we said. You're going to finally taste some of the pain that we've been taking, because I think that they view this as a genuine existential crisis. And I think that they said, we're going to have to, it looks to me like in their councils, they must have calculated that we're going to suffer real bad for this. There's no doubt about it. But we're going to have a shot at having a positive outcome at the end, which is to drain the United States dry. The whole issue with the Russia-Ukraine war is that it's a war of attrition, and both sides have a lot of inputs. And so it's taken years, and they're still not there. As bad as Ukraine's been hit, they can still keep going. The United States, on the other hand, is not analogous to the Russian side in that one. We don't have that much capacity to just go for years like this. As a matter of fact, you heard General Jack Keane on the morning of the attack boasting that we could do this for 2 or 3 weeks. And he said, but maybe it'll be done faster because they assassinated the Ayatollah. And they said, well, now then maybe it won't even take that long. Well, if that's your planning range, what that was to me another major blunder of the United States to admit that we have a narrow window here. So what you're telling Iran, make sure you spread this out further than 3 weeks, because we're going to have a really hard time of maintaining enough gasoline for our jets, bullets and bombs for our jets, the missiles, the air defense missiles, the air offense missiles, the attack missiles, all of those kinds of things. We don't have that many to just get into an indefinite expenditure here. We just don't have it. And however many Ukraine or Iran has, they also have limited. So it's not like they can go on also for years, but they can go for more than 3 weeks, I think they have calculated. And when you see these now increasing videos from Israel, and now then you see what I had feared about and was angry, and I'm angry about now, about the casualties of the United States, when those start to pile up, and believe me, they're going to do everything they can to accelerate those number of casualties in both places. People at home are going to start saying, wait a minute, why did you do this? Where's this quick victory? And especially if it drains out past 3 weeks, they're going, hang on, you guys said this would be an easy win, or that it would be something that we could get done. Now then, we haven't, because Trump is now saying, hey, maybe within 3 days we can have a ceasefire and negotiation. But what if now it's the 4th day and the 5th day and there's still no sign? The bombs and missiles keep falling from the Iran side. Now they start getting into more stuff. When we start running low on air defense missiles as well, now if they start pulling out wave upon wave of 300-400 at a wave of these Shahed drones, so that reportedly they have like tens of thousands of them, and they could do that for a long time. We haven't even seen any of those yet, not at scale. And we have seen some of the smaller number of drones get through American defenses, as it is at Bahrain in particular. There's one famous video that's out there. If you keep going down that path, and now all of a sudden we can't even stop drones because we're running low on air defense capabilities, and we start suffering even more casualties as the time goes on, then there's going to be incredible political pressure on both Jerusalem and Washington to start looking to something. And now then, I think, if you ask me what their objective was overall, I think from the Iranian side, is it to cause so much pain that now then we come back with, hat in hand and looking for a negotiated settlement that is much worse for us than the one that was on the table the night before all this from the Oman foreign minister. Now then, those deals are gone. They're never going to come back with those kind of generous terms again. Now then, they're going to be demanding a lot in return. They're going to be demanding drop in sanctions, change of designation, get rid of this terrorist designation, etc. I don't know that they'll trust us on anything, but if they get something like that, at least a change of the negotiations and the sanctions, that could be a win for them, something that they might consider. It's going to take a lot of pain on our side to get to that point, because the anger and the hatred is so high for them. And now then you have our arrogance has been challenged here, because for us to admit that we're not strong enough to compel compliance from little Iran, that's going to be a major, major problem for our side. It's something that they won't do easily and will be fought fiercely among all these warlusters and these warmongers who loved all this and have been pleading with Trump to do it, and he finally gave in. You can imagine they'll continue on, and of course, then they'll blame Trump if he agrees to anything like this and say, oh, he just didn't have the stamina, he didn't have the stomach and the courage to keep going. We should have stayed. They'll blame everybody in the world except for themselves, and see the disaster, that what they got, what they wanted, how much it cost us. But that's a lot of stuff on the table here. But that's kind of where I see this going, which means a lot more people are going to die and a lot more things are going to get blown up.
Were you surprised, though, that there was no gradual escalation ladder here, that they went out, all out so quickly? Again, this has been the end of day 2, and all these countries hit the Strait of Hormuz, the civilian targets. I mean, like you said, they're going all out. Did this take you by surprise?
It was 50-50. I wasn't shocked. I wasn't fully on board. I didn't think they would. Like I said, they did go a little bit further than I thought, but it's logical. It's what I would have done, but based on their 47-year history, I didn't think they would. I thought that they would go bigger than they did in the 12-day war. I thought they would attack the U.S. bases, and I thought it was a coin flip on the Strait of Hormuz. I thought that might be a negotiating tactic that, all right, we'll ramp this up. But it looks like I said, now that it looks to me like, based on evidence, that in their councils of discussion before this started, that they said, no, we're all in. If the United States and Israel start this war, we're just all in. And so now then I think that their calculation is just, yeah, there's no more ramping up anything. Now that you've assassinated our Ayatollah, and in that same council meeting, it's now my assessment based on evidence that they said, hey, 86-year-old, he didn't have that much longer to live anyway. And I think he said, I'm not going into the tunnels. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to put myself right there where I'm always at every day. And when the bombs come, they're going to take me out at that time, use me as a martyr, and then use that to rally people in our country and around the other parts of Shia Islam. And it looks like that's succeeding, at least so far. And I've talked to one, and I've read that a friend of mine interviewed another Iranian who were just passionately against the Ayatollah and have protested against him in the past, and said, listen, y'all are putting us in a terrible situation because we hated the Ayatollah and wanted to get rid of that regime. We've been protesting for years in this case. And I've known this guy for well over a decade in my case. And then others have said the same thing, that look, while we don't like him, but you think that we're going to embrace, Israel, our biggest enemy in the region, who's been doing all this stuff to us since like the 2010 Stuxnet and on forward, and assassinated people and our people in Tehran, blown up our embassies and stuff, and then now attacked us twice. You think that we're going to like embrace what they're doing and we're going to succeed? No. And they're not going to come tell us that Reza Pahlavi is going to become the new leader of Iran. I mean, are you serious? That's who we rose up against in 1979, that family. There's no way they're going to take him back, that he's going to be able to govern any kind of coalition in Iran. At least that's my opinion. So they are angry at Israel, so they're not going to embrace it. So if our thought was that we'll cause enough mayhem and wound the leadership of Iran, then they'll rise up because we've killed a bunch of their people and done stuff, and then that's going to be yay good for us. Like Lindsey Graham, he's the biggest proponent of that. I think that they're angry at him too, because your assumptions were badly flawed, because now that they're in a bad position, they're not going to turn against their own country and embrace, what they've been calling the little Satan for 47 years, or the great Satan in our case. So I think that no matter what weird words comes out of Trump's mouth, like, oh, these great and wonderful people of Iran, we look forward to having them, because they said, listen, we know it's the same kind of language you guys have been using to everybody. You said that about the people in Libya. You said it about the people in Somalia. You said it about the people in Afghanistan, in Iraq, etc. You always say that kind of stuff, and then you walk away the minute it's unhappy. This is what they're saying. And so we know how that works out. We've seen this play before. So we know this is not about us, and you're going to not do anything for us once you get what you want, which is the loss of that regime. So that's another reason why they're not exactly falling all over themselves to do what we're asking them to do, and to basically become our boots on the ground so that we don't have to send in an army. I think that they're saying, yeah, you want an army? Bring an army. If you want to roll in and do this stuff, do it. Don't ask us to die in large numbers on the ground because you don't want to send in an army. And by the way, we don't even like you. So that's complicating our strategy too.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances, definitely felt like.
Yeah, it's so, in the United States, there's many people who really hate Trump, who's some even moved away from the country because they don't like him. But even those people would not back, Chinese forces bombing Washington or New York. I mean, it is quite kind of crazy that this assumption that you can just sell this idea that, yeah, well, we're fighting with you guys, the people. This is a good way of weakening the opposition, if anything. I did want to ask you, though, about the vulnerability of the aircraft carriers and overall the U.S. Navy, because the Iranians seems to have their missiles seems to go through everywhere in hitting these bases almost in all the countries of the region. However, the U.S. Navy, though, it seems to be, well, I'm not sure if it's been untouched. I haven't seen anything. Have the Iranians attempted, or is it simply, beyond the reach?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen one video that claims to be from some Chinese tourists or something like that, and I don't remember if it was Haifa or Tel Aviv, somewhere, where they claim to show this grainy video of a U.S. ship getting hit. I don't know if there's so many deep fakes out there. You can't take anything at face value anymore, even really good looking videos. So I don't know. Certainly haven't heard any reports on that. I had heard that there were some reports of U.S. casualties killed in action earlier on in the process, like in the early hours. And the Pentagon, I'm sorry, the Central Command, CENTCOM, said no, there hasn't been any. Well, from some direct sources that some of my friends know, that they knew there were, but that's what they were saying. And then, of course, today they have confirmed that there were 3 killed, 5 seriously wounded, and a number of others less wounded. And my sources are saying even that number is not true. It's low. It's higher than that. So we can expect to see that coming out. So it's possible that there have been some, but then we haven't been reporting it so far. We're afraid of the news because unlike all these where there's 10,000 cell phone cameras every time there's anything happening in the city, that's not the case out to sea. No one would know unless it's reported. So maybe there has, maybe there hasn't. I don't know. That has been one thing that surprised me. I expected to see that, but whether it hasn't happened or whether we just don't know about it yet, I can't really say at this point.
Well, how would you assess though the developments going forward in the next days and weeks? Again, this is a war of attrition. Then that is, it should be assessed by the ability of each side to, cause pain to the other, and also the ability to absorb the pain. Or is this how you should understand the actions on both sides, or is the United States more looking just for?
Ultimately, it's a battle of wills. You can generally say that about every war, but this one even more so, because we chose to try this on the cheap. We said, let's bring all this naval and air power in, but no boots on the ground, because it's like a bugaboo in the United States. And there's many people, to include Senator Cotton, but Senator Cruz and Senator Lindsey Graham, they all repeatedly bragged about how there were no boots on the ground. Nobody was talking about that. President Trump said that because they know that that's something that American voters hate. So they thought, well, maybe we can win this on the cheap. And instead of like in 2003, when we had a lot of air and naval power and a credible ground force of hundreds of thousands of troops that, when it was necessary, rolled in on the ground. And so, if you're talking about President Trump telling the IRGC, the police forces, and the besieged and everybody else to put down your arms, well, that doesn't carry any weight if there's nobody there to make you do it. Just bombs falling, and unless you have an army that can come and compel it, like the Iraqis did. When we said the same thing to them, and now here comes the 1st Armored Division rolling up the street, that's going to have some teeth. But this one here, there is no armored division. There's nobody on the ground whatsoever. So there's no reason for them to capitulate. They just all we have to do is survive the onslaught. And, and they know how many weapons we have, or they have a pretty good idea. They know that we have been bled, deeply, maybe not dry, but we've been bled deeply by all the support we've given to Israel since October 2023. They know that we've been bled because of the 4 years of nonstop sending stuff to Ukraine. And it doesn't matter that Trump hasn't given it away. He sold it, and we've still given, our inventory has gone down and our production has gone out there. So nothing was replaced that was lost during the Biden administration. It's continued to dwindle. And now all of a sudden you need it. And they know that, look, they piled up all this stuff for years, for decades, because they've always foreseen this being a possibility. We have no idea how many missiles that they actually have, how many drones that they actually have, because they're underground. And, we can't count those. We can't go in with satellites, but we can imagine that they have a lot. Senator Ted Cruz today said that his understanding is that, this is today, that Iran can produce right now, with all of these sanctions and everything else and all these fires, all these attacks we've made, still 100 missiles per month. So whatever was lost in the 12-day war has been replaced, and we don't even know how many they had before that. I've heard wildly different assessments, but whatever it is, it's a decent amount, and that's on top of the tens of thousands of drones that they have. So I think that they have just said it's going to be a test of political will. Our will is going to say, we're going to keep this going beyond your 2-week window, and we're going to start spreading it out for like 2 or 3 months after that, when you're going to be hurting. Because if we now don't have very many air defense missiles, and we start getting like the Ukraine side is, where they have an inadequate number of Patriots and Iris-T and all the other kinds of air defense they have, and all of a sudden Russia can come and flood the zone with more missiles than they have interceptors, the stuff is going to get through. Iran could be in that same, weirdly enough, position of Russia, to where we use all of our the bulk of our interceptors, like the rate we have right now anyway, and all of a sudden now then we can't knock that many down. And by the way, there was some pretty dramatic footage. I think we're going to show one of the scenes on our show this afternoon. of an American, reportedly an American videographer on one of I think it was on Bahrain, where they had the camera up there and they could see an incoming missile, and then you saw a Patriot interceptor fire up to intercept it, and you can see because the angles were just flawless. It missed. The Patriot missed, and the other missile came in and just hit very close to where the guy was on the ground. I mean, that's day one. That was the first day that you're seeing we're already missing. Now imagine if you don't even have enough of those. And so now that instead the missile comes in and there is no defender, there's not even one missile going up. And you can see that now then you can start putting more and more of these lower cost drones in the air because you can't knock those down in quantity either. So I think that the Iranian side is calculating, we're just going to increase the pain on you until you can't survive anymore. Our strategy, on the other hand, is like, oh, snap. I thought this was going to be done in a few days and in a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then they would capitulate. So it's, and that's still the hope. They're still saying we do have a couple of weeks of really high intensity strikes that we can have. And there's a lot of pain that we can bring on the Iranian side. So I'm sure that we're going to continue on along with Israel to try and bring as much pain as possible, hoping that they can get them to that point. But if we get beyond that and the Iranian side is still viable, and our side is now that we're down to our inventories of missiles, offensive and defense, are now in a smaller condition. It doesn't matter how powerful our Navy is, how many fighter jets we have, how many air Patriot missile batteries we have. None of that matters if you don't have the missiles. That's the key issue that too few people recognize. It's about the inventory of your offensive and defensive missiles. And it could be that Iran has more of them. It's certainly more to use here without us making the rest of, I mean, unless we rape everything out of Indo-PACOM or everything else out of everywhere else in the world and bring them in here. And now that we're literally, empty-handed everywhere else, then that could be a real problem, but there'll be a temptation to do that. This could be a major, major problem for our side if it doesn't end within a couple of weeks.
So much for the pivot to Asia. This is this is the opposite of what Trump was going to do.
That's going to be the raping Asia to get what we need to fight here.
Yeah. Sorry, just a last very quick question. You mentioned that the U.S. can exhaust itself. The Iranians can put a lot of pain on the United States. But what do you think is the most vulnerable area, though? Because if I was advising the Iranians, I would point out you have many pressure points you can. Push against the United States. You can hit the American assets of the region, that is all the military bases. You can hit the Gulf states, even the civilian targets, to make sure that these countries go through a lot of pain. Even oil refineries, whatever you want to go for. You can also go after the global economy, for example, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz or shutting down some of the air traffic. You can also focus a lot on Israel, and as we speak, you have all these missiles raining over Jerusalem. So there's which area do you think is most likely to break first? Because
this will tell us really where the Iranian mindset is right now. My guess is, based on what we've seen so far, is that they made a statement with firing in Dubai and Bahrain and some of these other cities. I think that they're like, okay, message sent and received. I think that we told you that. But now that I think because quantity is an important thing, I think now they'll turn it to the more higher value targets that they have. And I think that is for the United States. I think that pressure point is casualties. I think that they cause it because there's already been a lot of anger in the U.S. Social media space, even at some high levels, about the casualties that have started here. So I think that they'll prioritize anything that's going to be high casualty producing on the United States throughout the region at all of our bases with it. And maybe they'll start going after the ships. I don't know. And then the same thing in Israel. I think that they'll go after casualty producing capabilities. I think they're going after the military first, especially anything with the intelligence. They'd love to go after those. And I had seen some reports that they did go after some intel facilities inside of Jerusalem to try and cause some degradation of their ability to track anything that's going on inside of there. And of course, if they can go after missile launchers on the Israeli side or their aircraft, that would be a high value target. Same with the United States Air Force. If they could knock those out, if they could knock out the tankers, that's a big thing too, because that will limit our ability to even use the fighter jets that we have. But I think that depending on what we do would be what they do next. If we don't go after the Iranian oil infrastructure and their energy supplies and their refineries, et cetera. And I haven't seen any reports that we get that yet. Maybe we have, and I just didn't see it. But if we start going after that, especially at scale, and we can, it's a fixed target, it wouldn't be that hard, then I think you're going to see Iran also start to pivot, because I think that part of the signal also, I would imagine, what I would do when I see hit all of these civilian targets, I can say that's bad for you. And like, I think it was Qatar, there was, I think it was Qatar anyway, or may have been Dubai, where they hit a high profile hotel in the middle of the city for which tourists and other things. They hit an airport. But they're like, we could also hit something else that's important to you, and that is your oil infrastructure. We can hit your refineries. We can hit your their transfer stations at the ports, etc. We could cause profound damage that would take a long time to fix and come at much, much higher costs for the kingdoms themselves. But I don't think they'll do that unless we go after theirs. And so if we try to ramp this up to bring more pain on the Iranian side, then I think you can see an expansion. So you talk about the escalation ladder. I think the escalation ladder started on rung 4 or 5, but there are still rungs above it that it can go to. So there is some room left to escalate. And I hope we don't get there. But those are the things I'm worrying about.
Are they doing it on their own? I'm going to tell you behind every major issue. Simultaneously, reports coming from Israel confirming that there are over 500 casualties between killed and wounded, confirmed at least 20 killed in a recent strike following a ballistic missile launch on an area called Beit Shemesh. So at least 20 Zionists dead and dozens under the ground, under the rubble. They're stuck. They're not, they haven't been released yet so far.
Stop.
I'm going to share some of the videos with you. I'm just giving you all of the details that happened. We'll go into all of the details. And also, Iran is actually using its air force. Iranian fighter jets were seen carrying out strikes against multiple US assets in the region. Iran continues to land hard blows against the Epstein regime bases in the region. Now, Israel is saying that they're going to continue this operation up until the end, up until they really get everything done and get rid of all of Iran's military capabilities. Who said that? Was none other than the wanted war criminal. The second one, Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant said that they're going to continue attacking Iran up until they dismantle everything. But Trump, America, you started the attack. What happened? The United States of America still didn't have an assessment. They still didn't have an assessment, and they don't have an exact plan. They're like, oh, we're going to assess based on the developments on the ground. What do you mean exactly? But the more interesting thing is that an inside source told one of the reporters in an Arab media outlet that no top secret meeting of the American Army, of the General Command of the United States of America, takes place without Israelis and Mossad involved. What America are you talking about? You're occupied. And this really resembles the whole situation. A blackmailed child rapist in the form of Donald Trump, as confirmed by the Epstein files, who also potentially murdered children and abused them, sexually abused them and raped them, being blackmailed by the supremacist apartheid state, who views him and everyone else in the world as goys, who are there to be used, goyim, and therefore they are in charge of the American military now. I mean, can you imagine the level that we reach? I mean, previously, when the United States wanted to have attacks or wars and what have you, the General Command, Joint Chiefs of Staff and what is Israel doing with you? If you want to talk about joint strikes or whatever, okay, they can have meetings. What are the Israelis doing in the United States in every meeting that the American army conducts? What does that tell you? That tells you that the Zionists occupy the United States of America fully. Under Donald Trump, there's no America. There is Zionistan. Zionistan is America. They are controlled. They control their politicians. They control their army. They control their media. And they control everything essential in the United States of America. That is the situation that we reach now. So if any Americans are concerned, you need to be concerned about your own government. The government of Zionistan. Zionistan. That's what we're talking about here. The Mossad controls your army. The Israelis, they run the show. Your president is a blackmailed pedophile who's being grabbed by the B word, if he has any remaining, to go and carry out a strike against Iran and any other country that the Zionists want him to attack. So that is the situation, plain and simple. Forget about shortcuts and anything. I'm giving you the facts as they are. Now, the Epstein regime and the apartheid entity continue their strikes, but really there's a lack of clarity. Okay, they're carrying out strikes against Iran. Yesterday, they were overwhelmed by Iran. All of a sudden, the Islamic Republic of Iran was landing blows after blows against them, and it didn't stop. As a matter of fact, today there was total destruction. These were the Zionists in body bags today in Beit Shemesh after an Iranian missile landed and unalived dozens of them, with dozens missing under the rubble. This is the destruction that took place in Beit Shemesh, a Zionist settlement. And that was just one strike. In the meantime, there were threats happening. One threat came from Ali Larijani, security chief of Iran, who said that yesterday Iran fired missiles at the United States and Israel, and they did hurt. Today we will hit them with a force that they have never experienced before. And now we're seeing a translation of these attacks happening, not only against American assets and Zionist assets in the region, but also against any oil tanker that dares to breach the order that came from the IRGC not to enter the Hormuz Strait should they get orders from the IRGC. As we can...
$2% inside her.
Yeah.
So the Hormuz Strait is shut. That's it. The IRGC, Iran decides who goes in and who doesn't go. And as a matter of fact, now they said that no American ships are allowed in the Hormuz Strait. You can forget about it. They're starting to target USS Abraham Lincoln and the other American assets in the region alongside the Zionist state. And let's share some of the damage that came from Israel today. This was one video that was published. So substantial damage taking place there. And again, this was an aerial footage of the damage inside of the area that Iran attacked with a ballistic missile. There were more videos just after, including in this video over here, as you can see. Total destruction in that area after the Iranians carried out a strike against the Zionist entity and the child murdering Zionists following their aggression against Iran. Now, Trump and Netanyahu were asking the Iranian people to go out in the streets. They wanted to go out in the streets to take control. Take control over what? Because we're going to target the regime. The Iranian people took out to the streets. Do you know why? To mourn their great leader, Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was martyred, over 80 years old, spending all of his time supporting the weak, supporting the cause of Palestine, and the Epstein regime and the apartheid entity assassinated him. These were the Iranians that were in the streets today, not for the reasons that Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu wanted, but the contrary, to support the Islamic Republic.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
This is Iran. These are the Iranian people. This is the Islamic nation of Iran. Went out to mourn their great leader, the late martyr, Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and to show fierce resistance against the pedophile and the Zionist blackmailer, who are trying to force Iranians to become morally depraved like them, thinking that, do you think the Iranian people are morally depraved like you? What do you think you can buy the Iranian people with money? You had a few Mossad rats who were eliminated swiftly by the Iranian forces. Now you're talking about millions of Iranian people who will be behind a new supreme leader, who will, by the way, likely do a lot of things that the United States and Israel did not want. So they're creating a situation here where it's very complicated. I mean, they are trying to cause destruction internally, destabilization. What's happening? And the Iranian people on the opposite side go and support their leadership. Now, President Masoud Pezeshkian, Iran's judiciary chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni, and jurist member of the Guardian Council Ayatollah Ali Riza Arafi have been appointed to serve the interim leadership council. This is a move that is in line with the Iranian constitution. Yesterday, I've been telling you about the way that the Iranian establishment is managed. You're not talking about a figure and when it's gone, that's it. It's not like a one-man type of dictatorship. It's not an authoritarian Epstein regime like Donald Trump or the Zionist dictator Benjamin Netanyahu, who manipulate votes and kill their own people and manipulate them 24/7. No, the Islamic Republic of Iran has a very functional system with a high level of democracy and freedom of choice. And now this is being translated following the martyrdom of the supreme leader. And there will be, of course, candidates to take the position of the supreme leader. But that comes secondary, by the way, because the position of the supreme leader is as a guide. At the end of the day, you need a functioning system. The system is more important than the people. Any system that relies on one individual will be failing. But what we have seen in the past several years, that not only in Iran, but also in other parts, in Yemen, in Palestine, in Lebanon, wherever there's resistance movements and you have people who are targeted at the top, the resistance continues. And that happened in Palestine multiple times. And of course, the Israelis, the Zionists, and the Epstein regime think that they can take away from people's will to continue and fight them, but that does the absolute opposite. The people become more resilient and more forceful in their resistance. The Palestinian resistance, including Al-Qassam brigades, also published statements to mourn the great leader Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, alongside all of the other most resistance movements in Palestine, the supreme leader. And protests erupted in multiple locations, including in Pakistan, where people were protesting against the American presence and were shot and killed. It's bizarre, it's absurd. The people are getting killed for protesting against the US aggression. I'm not sure what's happening with these people, with these countries. And this was one of the video of, I'm gonna share some of the videos that came from Pakistan in support and solidarity with Iran. This was one of these videos. So we have a situation here where the United States of America, or the Epstein regime to be more accurate, because the Epstein regime isn't really representing the people who voted for him. Donald Trump was promising that he wasn't going to start wars. Donald Trump was saying he's not going to go to a war. He criticized the Iraq war. As a matter of fact, do you want me to remind you what Donald Trump said? Listen to what Donald Trump said before.
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. I will tell you.
What did you say? What did you say
You're
again?
not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
Ah, that I can tell you. Up until the Zionists came in, threw in the files, told him, Mr. President, you are now being blackmailed, and you listen to the orders of your supreme leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Zionists after we grabbed you, Donald Trump. That's what he was promising the Americans. So the American people voted for no war. And what they got was pro-war and pro-Zionist. That's what Donald Trump is doing. So whenever, and even when you talk about the Iranian protests against the United States and Israel, that's against the establishment. No one has a problem with the people over there, unless, of course, you're on the side of the Zionists, which is, again, a minority in general. And Trump, he's very confused. He's very confused now because he doesn't really know what to do, and they're not really providing clear answers. Well, what's the next step? Oh, we're going to make assessments as and when necessary based on the developments on the ground. Excuse me, you have had a campaign, you are assassinated several figures in the Iranian establishment, including the supreme leader. That clearly hasn't stopped the retaliation against you and will not stop the retaliation against you. And now you're saying we're going to have to monitor, and you have the Israelis sitting with you in every meeting. What is that exactly? Especially after the attacks. Look at this base that Iran attacked, the Ali Salim base in Kuwait, and look at the level of damage. This is what Iran is doing to the American bases in the region, completely destroying them with the Iranian Air Force. Today, like I said, we had a confirmation that for the first time in this round, the Iranian Air Force took the skies and went to every single base that is relevant to attack it. In the meantime, more, and this is, by the way, I told you about the protests in Pakistan. These were some of the protests as well. Let me share that video with you. So a lot of damage happening, protests, and multiple people getting killed. as well in these protests. Now, Iran, what are they going to do? We've had multiple attacks coming in, and the Israelis are not really giving a lot of clarity, apart from the fact that Iran, they're going to continue that war against Iran up until they get rid of all of their military capabilities. What's going to happen exactly? Well, they don't know, and Iran is keeping them on tenterhooks. And what's keeping them on tenterhooks very much is the ambiguity of what Hezbollah are doing. The Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sheikh Naim Qassem, said that the resistance will not leave its duty, and regardless of the sacrifices. Again, not giving a straight, clear answer, but they said that they're not going to leave the battlefield of the resistance. They will fulfill their duty in confronting the aggression. They will fulfill their duty in confronting the aggression. Does that make it an approved statement coming from them? Open for different kind of interpretations. Let's see what happens with that, but they are clearly preparing for that moment. These were, of course, the statements that came from Hezbollah. This is another video that was released following the attack of the IRGC on an oil tanker that refused to listen to the demands. They basically told them you can't move in through the Hormuz Strait. Of course, many tankers are stuck. They're not going in. This is going to have an impact, and you're going to see that impact soon. Everything, the cost is only going to get higher and higher for the Epstein regime and the apartheid state, and also the global economy. And any ship, any oil tanker that does not listen to Iran, they're going to be hit like how this ship was hit. Now, in relation to the new supreme leader of Iran, some people, again, mentioned a few names. One of them was Ali Riza Arafi, Ayatollah Ali Riza Arafi. Some people said that he is going to be the next supreme leader of Iran. However, that hasn't been confirmed yet. What's confirmed is that there is a transition council now, and according to some information and the constitution of Iran, there will be the relevant procedure will take place to have a new supreme leader leading the country. But the most important thing, what's more important than that, is the fact that none of these attacks that are coming from the Epstein regime and the apartheid state are stopping the Iranian attacks against the Zionist state. What Israel is facing and what the United States is facing now is fierce destruction that is resembling the days of the 12-day war, literally from day one. Well, we're talking about the beginning of the battle. Literally, the people there are saying we have no houses. There are no houses remaining. Israel confirmed that in one part, 4 buildings were destroyed alongside several other buildings across the country, which indicates that Iran is using some hefty missiles against them. Again, these were the body bags of the Zionists who were killed in the attacks of Iran. Israel so far said at least 20 were killed, but again, there's a lot of censorship. Listen, what Israel is releasing is like what has to be released. But what we know so far is there are over 500 casualties in Israeli hospitals, 486 to be specific, according to data that we had over an hour ago, which includes the wounded, and over 20 were killed and dozens missing under the rubble following the strikes of Iran in an area called Beit Shemesh. Beit Shemesh is a settlement, and Iran, of course, is targeting everything inside of the genocide state, and they're not stopping with one location only. They're targeting everything that needs to be targeted from their side. Iran isn't viewing this as a short-term goal. Iran is viewing this as a long war, and they want to inflict a lot of damage and pain up until they lose hope, according to the Iranian officials, up until they literally lose hope from all of this situation. And that the Israelis are already beginning to pay the price, very, very heavy price the Israelis are paying. And that's going to be problematic for Benjamin Netanyahu. So because the losses that are happening inside of Israel now, some elements in Israel are starting to reconsider, well, how relevant is this for us? Well, what is this going to do? Netanyahu has been warning from Iran for 40 years now. All of his life, he was saying that Iran is on the brink of getting a nuclear bomb. Now he's getting his fantasy of having the United States working on his behalf and attacking Iran. But who's paying the price? The Israelis are paying the price. The Israelis in body bags are the price for Netanyahu's adventure in Iran. And again, these are just the images that they allow to be released. There are a lot more attacks. A lot more attacks happened in Israel, but the Israelis, they have a limit to what they actually publish in relation to these attacks inside the country. And there is extremely heavy censorship, by the way, extremely heavy censorship in relation to the landings and even the sirens. It's very difficult to get information, but despite all of that, some information will be leaked. That's in Israel, and I'm going to share, of course, some more as and when. The United Arab Emirates major naval base, As-Salam, has been attacked by Iran too. That's the UAE, and it was literally set ablaze. Iran is having dozens of attacks against every American Israeli target in the Gulf states. Every single target. Whether they're sleeping in a hotel, they're in an apartment, a port, a military target, an intel target, anything that resembles Israel and the United States, Iran is attacking them, fulfilling the promise of the late Supreme Leader that if they will put the lives of the Iranians at risk, American lives will not be safe. And Israeli lives, of course. And who is leading to that, of course? Who led to this situation? The Epstein regime president, who is being blackmailed and hence dragging Americans to death traps, to be sitting ducks in the hands of Iran's missiles. Iran is attacking every single asset in the region, dozens of attacks. And again, disregard all of the malicious claims that they're attacking Arab countries. The Arab countries host enemy bases that are used and have been used against Iran with or without their consent. But there are some who are trying to kind of say, oh, look, they're actually attacking the Arab. They're attacking the bases that are used against them in those countries. And even the foreign minister of Iran said that we are not attacking our brotherly and neighborly Arab countries. They happen to have American bases in them, and we have to attack them. We have to attack everything American next to us. We're going to attack it. And they are fully entitled to attack every American and Israeli asset across the globe. So if they had the capacity to attack American and Israeli assets across the globe, they would be entitled to. By law, by anything you can think of. Because the United States, the Epstein regime, went for the sake of a murderer and a president who is blackmailed because he raped and killed girls, children, a pedophile, went and attacked a different country. Therefore, anyone linked with those regimes, whether it's the Epstein regime or the apartheid supremacist regime, the Zionists, the Zionist depraved cartel, are going to be subject to get attacked. It's fair play. That's how it works. So Iran really didn't stop. These attacks continued in multiple locations. This was also a building. I'm going to show you a video of a building also in Dubai. Have a look at this video over here. So again, non-stop, whether it's in the UAE or in the Bahrain area or in any other capital or country that houses American assets. We're talking about so far areas in US assets and Israeli assets in Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait. There was something about Oman, but that hasn't been confirmed yet by Iran. But it's clearly signaling that they're going all out. Then Israel actually said that the Israeli Broadcasting Authority, because we're talking about assets in the Gulf states, a drone targeted a building that had Israelis next to our consulate in Abu Dhabi, and it led to some of them being hurt. So the attacks, some of the attacks that took place in Abu Dhabi were against Israelis, not just Americans. That's for those who are trying to portray this as an aggression, you know, against an Arab country. Israelis who worked for the Israeli consulate. And they were attacked. So that's who they're actually targeting in these areas. It's not like all of a sudden they felt like targeting, that you have assets over there. A $1 billion asset they targeted yesterday in some of these attacks, a radar, early detection radar systems in multiple locations. So we have billions worth of damage taking place. And with this confirmation of Israel, by the way, this was one of the videos that was released yesterday about this attack in Dubai.
Oh no! You would have heard that. You would have heard that.
That was only one of the videos that came up. There were several other videos of the strikes themselves. And there was clearly a lot of damage there. And now Israel itself is confirming that it was indeed an Israeli who was targeted in that location inside of Abu Dhabi and Dubai in general. So a lot of development is happening, a lot of developments on the ground, and there were also reports of an oil rig being targeted in the Persian Gulf as well, as we can see in this image over here. An oil rig in the Persian Gulf. So Iran is literally, everything's open. I mean, they said today is going to be more severe than yesterday. We're going to make them feel the pain. And clearly that's what's been happening. There were multiple attacks yesterday that haven't been reported on the day. You see, not everything that happened yesterday was present. However, there was a Chinese resident inside of Israel, probably one of the workers, because the Chinese, they have projects inside of Israel, who recorded an American support ship being targeted in the port of Haifa in the northern part of occupied Palestine. Let's have a look at this video.
看到啊，起烟了没有？航母被炸了啊！看到啊，航母被炸！哇塞，航母被炸了啊！看到啊，看到没有？看见了吗？这航母被炸了啊！哎呦，我说话怎么会说现在被炸？哇塞！哎呦哇塞，这航母被炸了啊！看到啊，看那个浓烟了没？在海里面炸到航母旁边啊！看到啊，美国是航母炸的地方。哎呦哇塞！哇！ 哎呦，航母被炸了啊！看到啊。
So that was published yesterday, and there were other reports of rigs and assets being targeted in the shores of occupied Palestine, which indicates that USS Gerald R. Ford is actually not defending Israel. I think they're too busy with the toilets. There are acts of resistance on board. There are acts of resistance on board. Real American soldiers, the real soldiers, the real brave people are resisting from within. They're filling up the toilets with shirts so they can sabotage the whole thing, and you don't have an operation. These are the real heroes. And listen, there was a confirmation. Yesterday we spoke about it from Colonel Douglas McGregor that indeed was the case from inside sources. And if that is the case, then you have American soldiers standing on the side of humanity and not willing to go and die for a blackmailed president who is controlled and owned by the Zionists who are blackmailing him because he raped the girls on the Epstein Island or in an Epstein apartment somewhere. Because that's the whole story. That is the story. There are no other stories. Everything else is deflection. Everything else is propaganda. The story here is that Donald Trump is mentioned over 5,000 times in the Mossad agent Epstein email list that has been slowly published simultaneously with Israel's desire to attack Iran. And finally, when they've been releasing more of the Epstein files, Donald Trump kneeled down to his Zionist masters to go into a war that he promised Americans and the whole world that he would not go to. Summarized. We can end the live stream now. No, let's check if we had some other details coming in, because everything is, of course, developing by the minute, and things are developing. Things are developing. Here is a video that's just been published now of an Iranian Shahed drone crashing into the American base Ali Salim in Kuwait. Have a look at this video.
Oh shit. Oh my God.
Oh, that was right here. They're starting to dial into our building. Yeah. I fucking got the whole. Yeah, right here. Splash.
That Shahed, that is no joke. those Iranian shaheeds, aren't they? And the American soldiers clearly disturbed by what they're seeing. That's what happens when your president prioritizes attacking an independent country and assassinating its leader just like that for the sake of a genocidal entity instead of dealing with the Epstein files and arresting the people involved, including admitting that he also raped girls as well on the Epstein Island. He keeps the Americans there as sitting ducks. Literally sitting ducks. That Shahed drone could have exploded in his face. But that's what happens when you don't refuse illegal orders that are coming from a compromised dictator of a president who is surrendering completely to a foreign apartheid entity because of his atrocities in the past. That's it. That's what's happening. And so long as they're there, they're going to be in danger. We have more images of the Zionist casualties from these attacks that took place today in Beit Shemesh. I told you there was literally a massacre amongst the Zionists after the Israeli missiles were landing. Have a look at this over here. Where are we? Look. That's what happened today. And dozens are missing under the rubble. That's what Netanyahu is leading Israel to. All-out destruction. And so far, Iran is doing everything on its own, by the way. Like all of this is just Iranian missiles. And all of these are just like, it's just the beginning. It's nothing too serious. It's nothing too serious what Iran is doing. They're like having this initial solid response, very wide, very big response, every base, every asset. There are no discounts this time. There are no exemptions. Nothing is going to stop them from achieving their goals in teaching the Epstein regime and the apartheid entity a lesson that they will never forget. Now, clearly, there are differences in opinion between the American side and the Israeli side. Reason being is that Israel is saying we're going to continue up until we finish all of Iran's military capabilities. Okay, so now they have an objective, albeit an unofficial objective. The United States isn't saying that whatsoever. What the United States is saying is we will be monitoring as and when to see where things are going. Very kind of lack of clarity happening over there, and they're not really promising anything. That's it. So are they on the same side or what? Well, like I mentioned before, Israel is controlling the show. Israel is running the show. A source confirmed that any meeting of the American army that takes place in the United States of America, they have Israelis accompanying them in every single meeting. So they don't have meetings on their own, which means that it's literally a situation where you have Israel controlling what the American army does. Nothing else. Last thing is to declare Benjamin Netanyahu as the commander-in-chief, the high authority of in the United States to control the army, and let him run the show, because clearly Donald Trump is doing nothing. Donald Trump looked half dead when he made that announcement yesterday, this ridiculous announcement of the war declaration in Iran, without really sounding too convinced of what he's doing. And all of that really proves that that's not the United States, that's Israel. That's completely Israel. That is literally a Zionist move taking place. And the Iranian media is publishing this video, indicating that this time things might be slightly different. Do you think that
that you are kind of solid on that are floating around out there?
I take 2 data points. Yesterday, CENTCOM insisted there were no casualties. Today, they admitted at least 3 killed in action. Iran is claiming over 200. I'm inclined to think Iran may know more of what it's talking about because of this report that Donald Trump sought intervention by Italy with Iran to get a ceasefire.
Listen, Trump on day one wanted a ceasefire because Iran went ballistic on their ass. Hundreds of troops are dead. They're going to have to start admitting that soon.
Now, if we're kicking ass and taking names, if we're winning, man, why do you want to call the game off? Why do you want to pause? Stuff it down the throats. But the reality is otherwise. Is the United States inflicting some serious damage on Iran? Yeah. But Iran's a big country, number one. Number two, unlike the June 13th attack in 2025, again, the same playbook, same damn playbook, where we would tell the Iranians, oh, yeah, we'll be sitting down with you to talk on Monday to negotiate a deal to end all this concern about nuclear weapons. And then, boom, sucker punch you on Saturday. That's exactly what was done this time, only in contrast with what happened last June, where the Iran was really decimated. It took them about 10 to 12 hours. You know, think of a boxer that gets knocked on his ass. He gets back up, and he's still, hearing, seeing stars and birds singing. This time, Iran was up off the canvas, punching back within an hour. And didn't just stop with Israel, started hitting American military bases in the area. The 2 that have been, I think, taken out effectively, Al Udeid, which is in Qatar, that was the home for both the Combined Air Operations Center, CAOC. CAOC was multinational. It was led by the United States, but it had French and Germans and Brits and Italians and Saudis, people from all over the world that were there militarily supporting U.S. military operations in the region. And I've got a friend that spent some time at the CAOC back in the mid around 2016, 2017. And one of the main functions then was to deconflict with the Russians. So the general in charge was on the phone with the Russians every day so we wouldn't fly into each other and shoot each other. That's gone now. My understanding, it's gone. If nothing else, the personnel were there. They bugged out. They've got them out. The Iranians have blown up the radar installation, and they had another one in the United Arab Emirates, I believe. So the radar capability to monitor what's going on, it used to be to reach out like 5,000 kilometers, so the 300 miles in every direction. That's gone. So the fact that Trump is now asking for a ceasefire tells me we've bitten off more than we can chew. And Iran's response was, go fuck yourself. So they are committed to taking this as far as they can, as long as they got a missile to fire. And I believe they've got well over 20,000 missiles.
Yeah.
The West believes they have less than 3,000. So we'll find out. What makes this so difficult for the United States is that the naval facility in Bahrain. That was basically headquarters for the Fifth Fleet. And that's where if a ship, like when these destroyers that are selling in the Arabian Sea, when they ran out of missiles, they'd sell up into Bahrain and get reloaded. Bahrain is a bigger problem though, because of all the countries in the Gulf, it's got 80% Shia. The Sunnis who rule the place, they're just 20%.
They in trouble.
So you've got Iran, you've got these Shia who support Iran fervently. Are now marching. They're starting to burn some buildings. Whereas Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, they all have around 15 to 20% Shia population. So they're not at as much jeopardy. But the U.S. ability to stay in the Gulf is now really in question. It's being hit. And U.S. soldiers and sailors and Marines are being killed. And Trump is trying to keep a lid on that as long as he can. And again, if we're devastated, why call it all? Why go for a ceasefire? And why is looking to Britain to the Brits are now saying, oh, hey, we'll weigh in here. Well, you can land at our place now. They did saying before. No, that means the U.S. is in trouble. And now the Saudis are threatening to attack Iran. Good, do that. See what happens. If Iranian oil facilities are attacked, they will blow up and destroy Saudi Arabian oil, Qatar oil, Emirati oil, and those boys, their money train will be dried up for a bit. And at the same time, it's going to spike oil prices, $120 a barrel, maybe higher. Guess who's going to be laughing all the way to the bank? Russia. Hey, we got plenty of oil. It's going to cost you a little bit, but you're welcome to have some. Just make sure you're paying gold. We don't want any of that paper money. So this is, the quick and thought this would be quick and easy, that they would collapse the regime. And these fools around Trump genuinely believe that if we attack and kill the Ayatollah Khamenei, now follow the logic here with me, brother. The one guy in Iran that is against a nuclear weapon, the one guy that's been the complete roadblock for Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon, Ayatollah Khamenei. And we kill the one guy that has been preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Gee, what do you think is going to happen now that his replacer may come in and say, you know what? My successor was wrong. We need a nuke, because if we had a nuke, they wouldn't have attacked us like this. So that's going to be the real irony here, that when this is said and done, Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon and Israel's screwed.
Probably building one now. I don't want to see nuclear proliferation. But if I were Iran, I would be right now. I mean, if I'm honest, I'd say, well, look at North Korea. They never attacked them, right? So right. You're creating a dynamic where you are incentivizing them to say, well, crowd, that's the only way we'll be safe is if we have one. So we better build some quickly. It's madness. But let me ask you this. I recently read a few minutes ago, Iran was saying 500 Americans dead. Now, here's what I remember. I don't know what the number is, but we know there's Americans dead. But I'll tell you what I remember. After Trump killed Soleimani, General Soleimani, immediately after, the Iranians said over 100 Americans were wounded and they were taken to Saudi Arabia. And the Americans said, that's not true. None of them. Nobody was injured. And then a couple of days later, they came out and said, well, 111 Americans had problems from the percussions of the, of the blast, and 111 were taken to Saudi Arabia. And I'm like, well, crap, they knew exactly what they were talking about. I don't know that it's 500. I don't know that it's 5, but I don't think we're getting the real numbers. Yeah. And I think Americans would be, if it's hundreds, Americans would be going bananas. And if I'm Trump, I'd be horrified and worried that people are going to find, was the Abraham Lincoln hit by something? Now I'm hearing it maybe limping out of the Gulf, I had read that its runways were damaged so that planes couldn't land and they had to land. I don't know, but when as much stuff is getting thrown around here, people are throwing a lot of long distance stuff at each other. You got to think that somebody's getting hit by a drone or something at some point.
Yeah. Well, not only that, look at Iran is operating at twice the level that it did in June of 2025. Back then, it was focused just on hitting Israel, and it didn't really go. I don't think it went 24/7 shelling hitting Israel with missiles. Now it is. I think that they're not going to let up. And then in addition to that, they continue to hit these U.S. military installations in the Persian Gulf. Now, the Gulfies, who are a bunch of whores anyway, have been crying, oh, we're going to declare war on you. And I think Iran will say, fine, go ahead. But we're going to take you out too. And these pampered, pompous princes of these, these wealthy degenerates is what they are. I was several years ago, I was with Pat Lang in London. And Pat had been the former chief of the Middle East division at DIA. And we had dinner with one of these Saudi princes. And, they make this big pretense to being ultra religious and, alcohol should not pass my lips. $2,000 bottles of wine, that does pass their lips. I saw it. So, like I said, they're degenerates. And in this case, Iran is dead. They're dead ass serious. And this is what the West doesn't understand. They think, Trump's like, do this or else I'm going to kill more of you. They go, great. If I'm martyred by Allah, then it is the will of Allah. They believe that. That's how they think about it and approach it. Those are some dangerous people to deal with, because when they are willing to give their life up because they believe that their life goes on and their eternal relationship with God is more important than you infidel. If it is true that Donald Trump reached out to Italy, said, okay, try to get with the Iranians to see if we can get a ceasefire, that means we're in trouble, because we will not be able to sustain this over 8 weeks. We already saw what we couldn't do in the Red Sea going up against the Houthis, who they don't even have close to the capability. And yet what we're hearing now, because of this death of the Ayatollah, the Houthis they're going to start hitting Israel with missiles. And Hezbollah has said, okay, we're back in the game. We're going to be attacking Israel. So the Israelis are going to regret this. And
now, I also have been reading that some people are dead in Pakistan, that I know there's a lot of Shiites in Pakistan, that they have surrounded the embassy there. They want to attack the embassy. They've been fighting with the Pakistani government, and 8-9 people have dead there. That I saw pictures from the embassy in.
President Trump trusts retired teacher Terry Leo Wilson because she's teaching liberals a lesson in Austin. Leo Wilson banned
Iraq, Baghdad, and they were people there who had the guns up, and they were saying, "We want please, will our religious leaders, say jihad so we can attack and fight and give our lives for, to take these Americans out." They had bulldozers that they had gotten, and they said, "Just give us the word, we'll take the bulldozers, ram into the walls, we'll go take." And I'm like, man, our embassies, everything. I don't know how the U.S. recovers from this in that region. I think we're almost getting kicked out of the region.
Yeah, well, this is, we've invested a lot of money in infrastructure there that's now smoldering ruins. And we even persuaded, I would argue that the one country that's really pretty vulnerable now, besides Bahrain, in terms of leadership change, is Jordan. Because you've got a significant Palestinian population there, significant population that supports Iran. And he's been, again, one of the biggest whores in the Middle East of selling his soul to the United States. And, he may pay for it with his life.
And the other thing is back home. I mean, we talked about this. The same people that were like, go Trump, we're behind you 100%. Market's open tomorrow. And like you said, the agents market open within hours. And everybody's going to be watching. And if they start seeing, everybody's going to be calling their brokers, get me the hell out. Get my money out. Get my money to a safe place. They're going to be screaming. They're going to be selling. It will be bananas. They may have to shut it. Anyway, go ahead, Larry.
Well, no, in fact, I don't know how closely you've been following the gold and silver market over the last 2 weeks, but the main deliverer and holder of silver in the United States is called the COMEX up in Chicago. And so they sell futures contracts, contracts where people get to buy silver for a certain price in the future. And then they got people who are selling contracts to short it, that they think the price of silver is going to go down. So in that way, they short, they say, okay, I'm going to buy a contract that for $80. And then when silver falls to 75, they get to, they make some money off of that. Well, the COMEX right now doesn't have enough silver. If people demand delivery, they don't have enough. And the institutions in the United States have been fighting like hell to keep silver below $90. But it's stayed up at 93. Gold's at 5,200 something. And like I said, we'll know here in about 10 minutes that right now in Shanghai, the last I saw, silver selling for $120 an ounce, not 93 ounce. So that's $27 difference. That means if they try to keep the price low in the United States, people are going to buy silver in the United States for $93. Then they'll go over and sell it in Shanghai, and then, man, you make $27. The shipping cost to be $1 per ounce. So just all of a sudden, if you do 100,000 ounces of silver, you made a tremendous amount of money. So that's what so all of this turmoil right now in the Persian Gulf is taking place against a backdrop of great economic turmoil as well. And then, as you were chatting beforehand, your conversation with the good professor about derivatives, oil derivatives, where people they're betting on a price of oil being at a certain level, but nobody actually controls that oil. And so as the oil is going to skyrocket based upon, Iran attacked 3 ships, at least 1 U.S. and 2, I'm not sure the nationality of the others, but they're on fire. So, that's sending the message. This isn't just an idle threat. They're shutting down the Persian Gulf. And there are some U.S. naval ships trapped in the Persian Gulf now. So maybe they're going to try to run the gauntlet. If the United States tries to engage Iran to fight, to open it, I don't think they can. I think Iran's got enough missiles, anti-ship missiles, that they'll sink enough, and then they'll dump mines. They got a lot they can do. And I understand why they're doing it. They're saying, we negotiated in good faith. We made concessions. We were willing to give up our nuclear program. We were willing to make concessions on enrichment. And instead, we got attacked, blindly attacked, had not made a threat, hadn't killed anybody. We got attacked. We got over 110 young girls killed. You killed the spiritual leader of our country. You killed generals, people who are not attacking you. So now there's a debt to be paid. And I think Iran, the government of Pezeshkian came under some criticism for ending the war on June 25th with the United States. They negotiated a deal under the table that was at the United States. Oh, we need a ceasefire, so we'll allow you to ship oil to China, and you can hit the base at Al Udeid, and then we're going to bomb your nuclear sites, and we'll call it even. And the Iranians apparently went along with it. They're not going along now. They recognize there is not any basis, foundation for trust between the United States and Iran. And so they're going to keep hammering U.S. facilities. They're going to keep killing U.S. servicemen, destroying U.S. assets, and destroying Israel. And Israel is going to be severely damaged this time. I anticipate, the damage that was done previously to the refinery. Those refineries are going to be on fire. The ports will be completely shut down, maybe incapable of being used for months. And so Israel is going to be crushed economically as well as militarily. Iran ain't playing now. They ain't playing.
Well, the problem is, it's one thing if I say you and I are going to get in a fight and the best man wins, and afterwards we'll go have a beer.
Yeah.
But if I say you and I are going to get in a fight and only one person's walking away, one of us is going to be dead. Well, you're going to fight differently. If somebody's fighting because we disagreed and we're going to walk away and shake hands, as opposed to somebody says, I'm going to kill you. You said to the Iranian government, we're taking you out this time. You're done. We're going to kill you. They have no incentive to stop it. If you said to Iran, well, you better stop or we're going to nuke you, Iran could say, well, you can do that. We can't stop you. You can throw a nuke if you want, but you understand what happens if you throw a nuke. All oil facilities everywhere in the Gulf disappear.
Yeah.
And your economy disappears along with it. So we can't stop you from doing that, but we ain't stopping unless you sign a unconditional surrender and get the hell out. Other than that, we're not stopping. You can threaten anything you want and you can do it. It's just going to make it worse. See, that's the situation by threatening to kill them and literally killing some of them and trying to decapitate them. We put it in a position where if I know I'm going to die, I got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and if the reports coming out of Iran are correct, let's say they're only 50% correct. They're claiming they've killed 560 killed and wounded, 560 U.S. military personnel killed and wounded. Okay, let's just say it's 230 or 270. That's still a lot. So I guess the 560 would be 280. So. But still, that's a lot. That when you go back and look at the number that were killed in Iraq during our Gulf War in 2003, again, I think the total killed in action in Iraq was less than 4,000 over 15 years.
This is a day and a half.
Yeah,
this is a day and a half we're talking about.
Yeah. So this is a level of violence that the U.S. is not accustomed to seeing or fighting. It never, we've been so busy beating up kids in wheelchairs. We're not used to having to fight a real man.
Yeah. And here's the other thing, Larry. I'm watching this stuff. I'm sure you're looking at the same videos. Man, there's friggin' the whole sky is full of drones and shit, and all this stuff's going on. And I'm like, if I remember correctly, some people said to Trump and the leadership of our country, hey, maybe it's not a good idea. We could take a lot of casualties, and I don't know how long we can. We may have said we could last 12 or 15 days. At the rate that things are being shot at us, we could be looking at a week. We're out of air. Now, let me add this. And we got to ship everything else we have to the region for aircraft stuff. But here's the problem. But we can't get it up the Red Sea, or we can't get it up the Persian Gulf. So if we have anti-aircraft missiles, and we want to get them to our places in Bahrain or other things, we got no way to get them there. And by the way, we're almost out. And so that means worldwide, we'll be like, get everything we have worldwide. Okay. And then 2 weeks and we're out, and we'd have none in the entire world. That's the direction things are going. Yeah. In a week or two, we won't have anything, we won't have an air defense missile to be found.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against Governor Abbott's property tax caps, saying,
Tax caps or revenue caps?
Nathan Watkins, he's reckless and he'll leave you in his dust.
What if I could build an app that works my way with Base 44? My work moves fast.
Yeah. Yep. No, it's I've used the example. Who's that kid? Was it Jake something or other that just fought Mike Tyson?
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul. So here's Mike, closer to my age than he is Jake Paul's age, but he's still pretty good shape. And if he was fighting me, I'm sure he'd whip my ass. But you get someone like Jake Paul, who's not, doesn't have any respect, and he's just an internet presence. But if he gets in the ring and survives 3 rounds with Mike Tyson, and he comes walking out, if he had walked out instead of getting just, clubbed to death. Well, actually, it was, Mike Tyson actually did partially, he lost. So that's sort of the situation right now. That think of Iran is that Jake Paul, and he not only did he get into the ring with Mike Tyson, he actually came out doing okay. And that's going to be the same for the United States. Everybody's got this impression that the United States is some great military power. And then when Iran stands up to them and basically forces them to retreat, everyone's going to go, whoa, they're not as bad as we thought. We need Jim Croce back to sing Bad, Bad Leroy Brown.
Yeah, it's pretty horrifying. So let me ask you this. And this is, I think, something that's kind of scary. I mean, for the Navy men. Okay, if there are 3 ships, as I understand it, Navy ships that are in the Persian Gulf, and Iran has closed off the Straits of Hormuz, and I mean, right. The channel's like a mile. It's like 25 miles wide, but the channel's like a mile or 2 wide, right? It's really skinny. You can't sneak out. You ain't sneaking out of there, right? They're effectively in a lake. They're effectively like in a landlocked lake right now. And the Iranians can pick them off whenever they're ready. They're sitting there. They can pick them off when they can say, okay, we're going to let them sit. But, we decide we'll pick them off whenever we want to, almost like a bargaining chip. I mean, those guys, and at some point, don't you run out of food? Don't you run out of energy? If they keep shooting at them, now they don't have to shoot them. They can just keep throwing drones at them. Throwing every day, throw drones at them, and they got to expend their, and next thing you know, they got nothing to protect themselves.
Yeah, they're going to drain in the stock.
And so have you heard, now I read that Trump was enraged. Have you heard anything about what's going on in the decision center? Or based on your experience, how do you think, say the military, the intelligence, people who are involved in this, how do you think people are looking at this situation right now, even though they're smiling and keeping a stiff upper lip, shall we say?
Yeah, I think Trump got played. And yeah, he's going to be angry. Particularly, he was promised, I believe, that this war would be quick, that the Iranians were weak, that this decapitation strike this time would really work, that the groundwork had been prepared for the overthrow of the regime. And that was based in large measure on 2 things: intelligence being fed to Trump by the Israelis, all fabricated, all lies. And then this media group that conducted a survey of Iranians, claiming that the Iranians were like 80% against the Ayatollah. The problem with this group that's Ganaam, G-A-N-A-A-M, up in Netherlands, and another group, Visifon, VPN, they're in Canada. They were paid for by NED and USAID. So it was actually, I'd call it CIA money being laundered through these open source propaganda outfits. And so, Trump's getting told all this nonsense and believes it and acts accordingly. Well, all of a sudden, Iran's not they're not bending over and they're curled up into a fetal position begging for relief. Not at all. Again, these clowns in the intelligence community and around Trump that are supposed to advise him, they never sat back and looked at history. They didn't realize, Iran took well over 300,000 killed in action in the war with Iraq that we sponsored, that we encouraged Iraq to attack, and we provided Iraq with chemical weapons, or the material to make chemical weapons that were used against the Iranians. They endured that many losses, and then we wonder why they chant "Death to America." Well, if the Iranians 300,000 U.S. soldiers, we'd be chanting "Death to Iran." But the fact of the matter is, despite the claims that Iran's some massive terrorist mastermind and been killing Americans right and left, it's just not true. The numbers don't add up.
Let me throw something else at you. I think that talk about. No, everybody's caught up on that, but there is another war going on, and a couple of things. Number one, the Europeans said to Iran, to the Ukrainians, we're going to give you $90 billion. We're going to come up with this great scheme for a loan, and then we're going to sell whatever on the market. We're going to sell, bonds and blah, blah, blah. And 90 billion is yours. Well, that's fallen apart. And I, from the very beginning, said, who the hell would buy those bonds? Get out of here with that. Anyway, that fell apart.
Yeah.
Europeans not going to be in a good situation as opposed to the closing of the Straits of Hormuz. They're going to have to say to the U.S., can you sell me more oil? And I suspect if oil gets short, the U.S. will say, sorry, we only got so much gas and oil. We can keep it for ourselves. Here's the issue. They got no money to give Ukraine. Now the U.S., they got no weapons, zero to give to Ukraine, right? Your thoughts on how this conflict affects their Ukraine conflict?
Oh yeah, well, there's several points. First, Steve Witkoff is no longer a credible negotiator. He's no longer somebody that Russia, I think that Putin will even waste his time meeting with. Whatever Witkoff agrees to, he never delivers. So he's like a bad slot machine. Never pays off. And so I think this takes the focus, frankly, off of Ukraine, and the Europeans now are preoccupied with saying, "Oh my God, how are we going to counter the economic damage that's going to come from closing off the Persian Gulf at the Strait of Hormuz
and the Red Sea?"
Yeah, and the Red Sea. The Houthis are back out today saying, "No, closed. Nothing going through, guys." So and so here's doubled up, and I'm hoping Hezbollah carries through with its threat to say, "Okay, we're back in the fight now," and Israel's going to have its hands full. This is going to push Israel to the breaking point. They were already suffering, and they were already demonstrated their complete inability to defeat Hamas. But now they're going to be getting just blasted day after day. And remember, it was after 12 days last June that Israel went to the United States pleading with the United States to get Iran to stop. Well, Iran ain't stopping this time. In my
נפילה שם, נפילה. הנה עוד אחד, נפילה שם. יואו! Oh my God! Oh my God.
Why?
اللي في سايتي خبر على زمان بطخ توقف
في اشياء بيحبون في اشياء لا
اسمع يا ولد
All bad news. Come on, bro. One after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. Yeah. Yeah, Israel might as well surrender right now and it could be all over. They think they can stop this country from all over the place. I ran too good. Trump hiding out talking shit, man. Benjamin Netanyahu done fled the country. Ain't that great? People sleeping underground in Israel right now. Everybody underground.
This can talk about targets and operations, and an elementary girls' school in Manab got hit. Children have been killed. First day. The adults running this can talk about targets and operations and imminent threats until they're blue in the face, but dead children don't move for their sort of language. Israel's actually hit 2 schools on day one, according to Iranian state reporting that's been carried by international coverage as well, with the Minab strike described as an attack on the Shajare Tayyibeh Girls Elementary School and another school strike reported near Tehran. The Minab death toll has been reported as at least 115 girls killed, at least at time of writing, with at least 45 reported wounded. And those numbers matter because they're the harm made countable, aren't they? Because the count only rises as rubble gets cleared and missing children get accounted for. The other fact that sits alongside those figures, of course, is the location, though. A girls' elementary school has been one of the sites hit in the opening wave, as if a school is as big a threat to Israeli interests as a missile silo is. And Donald Trump has dressed the operation up in the oldest clothes in the cupboard, because the same ones that every White House administration reaches for when it wants violence to sound like responsibility. He's talking about freedom. He's talked about eliminating threats. He's talked like a man who thinks he can bomb his way into a clean story. You don't get to sell yourself as a man who hates interventionist wars, as the peace president with your fake FIFA Peace Prize medal around your neck, and then run this line when school children are being dug out of a crater by their bereft parents and the local community. Israel's leadership is getting exactly what it's wanted for years, though, isn't it? Which is the United States tied into Israel's war track against Iran. And tied it publicly with Trump's name stamped all the way across it because, well, his name always crops up somewhere, doesn't it? Usually in gold letters. But that is the Israel first reality that people are reacting to when it comes to Donald Trump, because it's the simplest description of the chain of responsibility. Negar Mortazavi, a Washington-based Iran analyst, has described this as a war of choice pushed by Israel. And as another Israeli war, the United States is now launching. Not in American interest, but only in Israel's. Israel first. Jamal Abdi, who leads the National Iranian-American Council, has said the timing is a win for Benjamin Netanyahu because strikes landing in the middle of negotiations turn diplomacy into a background prop rather than a break. But those diplomatic talks now are frankly for the birds at this point. The diplomatic track has been presented to the public as still active, weirdly, with Omani mediation and Iranian officials describing progress and seriousness in the talks right up until those strikes arrived. People are being shown as a negotiating table, and then they're being shown bombs the next day. Iran hasn't kept its response inside its own borders, of course. Iran has struck back at US-linked bases and at places hosting US forces and kit across the Middle East. When retaliation follows that basing network, host governments and host facilities get pulled into the target set regardless of what they might say publicly. But Donald Trump has tried to do what US presidents always do when escalation starts rolling, which is to promise overwhelming force and assume that threat will discipline the other side. Threats do not unhit the sites that have already been hit, though, do they? The administration is asking for a blank check in the name of urgency, and it's doing it after the strike, not before. A strike that was a strike of choice, as we're also being told. Senator Tim Kaine has called Trump's order to attack Iran a colossal mistake and has demanded that the Senate return and vote on a war powers resolution to block further hostilities without congressional approval. Hakeem Jeffries has said Trump failed to seek authorization and has demanded explanation to Congress and the public. Chuck Schumer has demanded immediate briefings, including classified sessions, and has said the administration has not provided critical details about the scope and immediacy of the threat. And Mark Warner has questioned the urgency and the intelligence basis, and has warned about being pulled into another broad Middle East conflict. Thomas Massey has called the strikes acts of war unauthorized by Congress and has said this is not America first. Rand Paul has said his oath is to the Constitution and he must oppose another presidential war. America first was sold as restraint and domestic focus, and now it is being asked to clap for a major Middle East war, one of the biggest in recent histories, probably the biggest since the Iraq War. Trump is Israel first. And if you didn't believe it before, you need to now, because America has lost US basing assets across the Gulf, which is clearly not going to be in American interests, is it? Now, Donald Trump's defenders will try to keep the focus on Iran's systems, though, won't they? Iran's missiles and Iran's proxies and Iran's posture, because that is how you keep the war looking like a response rather than a choice. The critics keep yanking it back to the decision point, though. Trump signed off on this, and the consequences began immediately. It's all on him and Netanyahu. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has posted that the Minab strike destroyed the girls' school, killed innocent children, and said that will not go unanswered. Would any state, frankly, allow such an atrocity to go unanswered? The US and Israel have given Iran the tool in that opening wave. Israel's government will insist it's targeting military sites, that civilian harm is either false or exaggerated or collateral, or they'll blame Iran itself for it. A strike that lands on a girls' elementary school on day one can't be washed away by saying military targets. Or are we supposed to believe all the same lies about civilian infrastructure in Iran that we were fed about the same facilities in Gaza? Benjamin Netanyahu has started a war with Iran, and as usual, it seems he's not stuck around himself to watch it play out either. One report says he left Israel for Greece while the missiles were coming in. His Air Force One knockoff Wing of Zion having left the country. He scuttled away. The official line being they were afraid the plane might be targeted. But it frames the here and now as the same move people talked about during last year's 12 Days War, when he ran off as well. That as soon as things kick off, Bibi runs away. And whether true or not, it's not been definitively confirmed that I've seen, but the political damage is real either way, because it feeds the oldest suspicion in politics, that the man who orders it is the first one looking for the exit, and he's got form for it.
Trump, Abbott, Hancock, the conservative team securing the Texas border. Kelly Hancock.
Trump has put Israel first in the most literal way he could, by tying the United States to Israel's war timing and Israel's war priorities, and then trying to sell the outcome as American protection. The school strike reporting makes that sale a lot harder, probably why the mainstream media is ignoring that story like the clappers. The war powers revolt makes that sale a lot riskier, though. The regional retaliation makes that sale very dangerous for everybody hosting a US asset right now in the Middle East, as they're already been finding out. An Israeli defense official has described the war plan as something prepared for months with the launch date decided weeks ago. A war that is scheduled like that is not a panic response to a surprise problem, is it? It's been months in the planning, weeks in the affirmative. And publicly, the talks were still being presented as moving forward during that space of time, while the strike plan was already on the runway, literally, with mediators and officials talking up progress. People don't accept being sold diplomacy as a life path when the launch order has already been baked in. And Israel has treated this as a war of systems, not a war of borders, too. Israel's targeted missile and air defense systems across Iran. It's framed that as preemptive self-protection. Israel has also moved into emergency posture at home, with schools and workplaces closed except for essential sectors, and with civil aviation disrupted through airspace closure. Closing their own schools, you'll note, so they clearly do know the difference between a school and an actual military target there. But the Israel Airports Authority has also announced closure to civilian flights. Families measure war by whether the airport is closed and the kids are at home and the phone is screaming with alerts, don't they? Israel's government has moved its gas and fuel system onto a war footing. The energy ministry told the company running one offshore gas platform to stop producing, ordering the country's biggest gas field to shut as a precaution. And parts of the main oil refinery in Haifa were also reported to have been closed. Tehran's count of dead and injured has been carried in Iranian Red Crescent reporting and repeated by various outlets, with claims of more than 200 killed and hundreds injured across dozens of provinces. The scale claim fixes a political condition here, that civilians across Iran are already part of the outcome. Such is the indiscriminacy of Israeli and US strikes. Nothing new to us who have been observing things for so long, but such is their scant regard for life. Iran's retaliation has already shifted the fight beyond Iran's borders. Israel is on alert with sirens going off across the country, schools closed, airspace shut to civilian flights. That's Israel admitting what everyone can already see, that this isn't some neat, contained operation. You don't ground your own airspace unless you expect a sustained assault. Reza Pahlavi has pushed himself back onto our screens as well, like a flying bug that just won't stop landing on it, with a video saying they are close to final victory, and he wants to return and rebuild Iran. An exile figure, late in life, son of a brutal dictator who left Iran as a teen, talking like that inside a bombing campaign where children have been killed, giving the campaign a face it can point to as the possible future that they would quite like to have for Iran. Well, that's a Western future for Iran. And yet it also gives the target state an easy line to paint the whole war as external conquest and regime change. And that is, of course, absolutely the name of the game. It's had nothing to do with security, nothing to do with protection. Trump has also pulled the United States into a political contradiction that can't be patched up with more talking points either, because he built his identity around attacking nation builders and interventionists. And now he's using the language of freedom whilst unleashing major combat operations. Keir Starmer has tried to do the standard British trick of being involved without sounding involved. He said the UK did not take part in the initial strikes. And then he's confirmed British planes are in the sky as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect British people, British interests, and British allies. And he said it is in line with international law. Why did you not tell them to just leave? like so many other nations did. A government does not raise base protection to the highest level because it thinks this is a distant event, and given his very loose relationship with the truth in pretty much anything, why should we believe him? And even if it is true now, for how much longer will that be the case? Nigel Farage has demanded Starmer change his mind on the use of those British bases, though, because he's an even bigger Trump sycophant than Starmer is. And back the Americans in what he calls a vital fight against Iran. Kemi Badenoch of the Tories has declared support for the United States and Israel as they take on Iran as well, exposing precisely why her party are at extinction-level polling when she's competing with others to make exactly the same noise. In a curious case of splits in Starmer's party, though, the usually loyal Emily Thornberry has described the strikes as ill-advised and illegal and has warned shipping lanes, oil facilities and military bases will be hit, and Britain will still take consequences even if it does not join the first wave. Now, I'm thinking she's positioning herself for a leadership push more than anything else there. Iraq has quickly given an early glimpse of how this spreads into public anger inside host states of those US bases, though, because protesters have attempted to move forward towards the fortified Green Zone district where the US Embassy compound sits, and security has blocked approaches and tightened control. Russia's condemned the US and Israel attack on Iran as well, and has warned it is plunging the Middle East into an abyss of uncontrolled escalation. And it said this kind of action encourages countries, especially in this region, to acquire more serious means against emerging threats. An arms race could be triggered. Spain has rejected unilateral military action and called for an end to escalation. Gulf states have condemned Iranian retaliation on them that have hit or threatened their territory. Well, boo-hoo, you hosted a US military base. Syria's government under Ahmed al-Sharaa has condemned Iran's retaliation, its right to defend itself against these US bases after the US and Israel attacked them, rather than focusing its condemnation on those opening strikes, still trying to kiss up to Israel even as they seek to seize more land of his own country. He is truly pathetic. And Syria's foreign minister Assad al-Shabani has been calling Gulf counterparts with solidarity messages. Oh, poor you. I'm sorry you've been hit because you chose to host US military sites as they decide to do this. Trump has also locked himself into an escalation posture that he can't pretend is optional, because he's chosen the language of overwhelming force and promised a response that's never been seen before if Iran keeps firing. If Iran continues and the United States does not deliver, well, that threat will become very empty very quickly. If the United States does deliver, then the war expands. Reports are that the US is likely going to run out of ammunition long before Iran ever does, though. And Netanyahu sits in a similar trap, but for a different reason. Because he spent years selling Iran as the central existential danger and selling escalation as the only serious posture. And now he's watching the consequences arrive in the form of missile alerts and economic disruption and the reappearance of exit optics rumors, betting on the fact that they can force regime change before they run out of time and assets. Well, you've just killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, so you can dream on now. The claim that this is about preventing a nuclear weapon will keep being repeated because that's the cleanest justification available, but it's become increasingly untenable. Problem with that justification is it's being used to demand trust without providing the precise evidence for the timing or the necessity, and it's being used after the strike, not before. And it's evidence that won't exist, of course, because Iran has never wanted a nuclear weapon. Trump has put Israel first, and they're coming up with every excuse under the sun to try and hide the fact. He tied American power to Israel's preferred war track against Iran. He used the language of necessity to sell it. And he produced an opening day where an elementary girls' school is being counted among the sites that were hit, and children are being counted amongst the dead. Netanyahu has gained the war he's wanted for so long, but he inherits the consequences that he can't control, including the public suspicion that he has exits while others have to hide in shelters. The people who planned this have taken diplomacy and turned it into background noise, and they have turned defense into a word that means we are involved, but we won't say it. And the people who pay first are the ones who never get to sit around the table, never get to sign off on any plans, and never get to fly out when the sirens start. For more on the strikes on those US bases yesterday, the largest widespread strike across Middle Eastern US assets ever, as that has already been. Check out more on that right here.
Kofi, follow me.